We watch anime. I am Bird. No.
Wait a second. I'm Bird.
I got it wrong right off the bat. I'm B, you're Bird.
Should we restart
We're the
that
Bird
for
and the
podcast?
Bee. No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not. That's the exact kind of awkward fumbling start you want to your new anime review, analysis, in-depth journaling of currently airing shows podcast.
So I'm Beatrice the Golden Witch. I've been reviewing anime on YouTube for quite a long time now. I assume you're all here because you're fans of me. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got mixed up again.
No, they're all here for Bird. You've got the soothing voice. You and I have been watching anime together for like 2.5 years. That's how long we've been together, so that sounds about right. This is going to be a weekly podcast where we just catch up with everything that came out that week. Most shows are weekly. There should be a new episode of everything every week. So it's just going to be catching up on all the new episodes of all the new shows. Now, because we are starting this about 4 weeks into the spring 2023 season, we are going to have the first 2 podcasts be just talking about the first 4 or 5, however many are out, basically, of 7 different shows in this episode. We're going to cover 8 shows in the next episode, and those are the shows we're going to go forward with unless someone tells us we really need to check out something else. But basically, we're covering anything that's remotely popular, like anything that anybody is watching and might want to hear us talk about. So, it would have to be like a real hidden gem for it to be something that we're not already planning to cover between this week and next. We'll talk about what shows are going to be covered next week at the end or in the.
I was just going to say, get excited now. Oshi no Ko is next week, so
yes.
Don't be excited about that this time.
But yeah, those listening to the podcast, this show is live streamed. You can super chat. We cut out the super chat segments if they're not relevant to the anime that we're discussing, but that happens. So turn up to that. Saturdays at 10 p.m. Since it's the first episode, we should probably introduce ourselves a little bit more about what kind of anime we like and what our experience is with anime, because I know people need to know if they can trust us. I mean, you're going to understand a lot about our tastes just going through this episode, I promise. This was an interesting batch of shows to watch for the two of us, especially to watch together. Yeah. But yeah, you'll probably have a pretty good sense of it, but could you start by telling me, what are your top anime?
My favorite anime is K. Just in terms of visuals and everything. I feel like something usurped that recently, but I don't remember what it was.
Was it The Legend of the Galactic Heroes?
No, I do like Legend of the Galactic Heroes a lot, too. Soul Eater.
Soul Eater's really, really fun.
And another. I'll just keep it at 3. Real quick, though, just how I got into anime. My very first time watching anime, I was probably 11 years old. I was at my cousin's house, and she was really into anime. And so she was like, hey, you want to watch a show? And I was like, sure, it's on Cartoon Network. How bad could it be? And then it was the Full Metal Alchemist,
the Nina
Tucker episode. Yeah. So it was very bad. And I avoided anime for maybe, a month or 2 after that. And I was like, but what was going on with that dog, though? I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood first, then Black Butler, which is not.
So you're a big Black Butler fan.
I like Grell a lot. I don't know that I'm
Hellsing. Also similar aesthetics kind of going on there. If you look at the banner for the We Watch Anime channel, I built this ridiculous banner. I spent 6 hours fucking pulling characters from all of the anime that the two of us like or that are popular or that we plan to cover on this channel. So there's a massive amount of anime characters on that banner. To the person who asked K as in Missing Kings, yes. Project K, the whole
the
gangs
kings.
Gangs of Tokyo with swords and magic.
Only one of the group has swords. One of them is the gray guy has a gun. The green guy, he's like a technologically advanced hacker man.
Yeah.
They all have different powers.
You have to prove that this is your favorite anime by saying things. You're it's totally, it's got stuff in it,
really
man.
Cool.
It's not
looks awesome.
It's not just a thing, it's got stuff. My favorite anime, it took me a really long time of making anime videos, of which I have done a lot here on YouTube over the last decade or so, to figure out what my taste is exactly. I tend to like shows that are about how a community functions, how different people are connected, what they do to kind of make the world interesting through their interplay. So I like stuff like Shirobako, which is about making anime. It's about, all the behind the scenes of it. Highly recommended to any longtime anime fan if you haven't seen Shirobako somehow. Punch yourself in the face, as the company man would say. Bird just punched himself in the face. It's fine. We'll get to it. I really like Sangatsu no Lion and Neon Genesis Evangelion. I have a lot of thoughts about that one that never stop over
There's a lot of thoughts to be had about that.
There is a lot of thoughts to be had about that one. So yeah, that's sort of our background. We've both been into it for a while. We've been watching currently airing shows for kind of a while. And you have much more of a tendency to just kind of pop stuff on than I do. You're much more of a show watcher than I am.
Well, you know, when you're queuing up for games and Overwatch and you're just kind of trying to kill time, YouTube videos don't always do it. You can only be so caught up. And so I think the best example of this recently was High Card. We had watched like 2 or 3 episodes together. And then I just, it's a fun idea. And
we got like halfway through episode 2 and I was like, I don't need to see the rest of this. If you're trying to watch this right now, like, I have other things to do. And you did watch the rest of it right then. So, like...
And you didn't need to watch past episodes.
I figured. Well, besides that it was less my type of show than it was obviously yours, because I would say it's in the same wheelhouse as K.
Yeah.
This was a show from like last season, by the way. I'm sure some people know what you're talking about. It's one of those shows that had like kind of success, but I'm sure that because you even thought it fell off, that like nobody's gonna remember it by next month.
I hope it gets a second season. I don't think it fell off to the point of not being worth revisiting. Okay. It's just, it could have been cooler. That's it.
It could have been cooler.
But it being in K's wheelhouse, it's like, mystical power structures or power system that isn't really explained, but you just kind of roll with it for fun.
Oh yeah, I'm like that's one of those where like fragments of it start coming back into my head. Like I can just kind of remember guys jumping and pew-pewing at each other.
Yeah, so like they have cards.
It was a really violent first episode. Wait, we're not reviewing High Card on this. That was last season. That is over and done with.
Please, High Card, get a season 2 so I can talk about it.
You like shows that are about like badasses that look cool, doing cool stuff in like a cool place. You are really good with lore, character names, keeping track of what's happening, plot, dense plot, stuff that I've always struggled with, which makes it very convenient to have you around when I'm trying to follow the plot in a show. Like something like Attack on Titan, that's a show that I don't know if I would have enjoyed it as much if I hadn't been sort of introduced to it by watching it with you and getting into it because you were able to like keep track of what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, that one takes a lot of explaining if you kind of just drop yourself into the middle of it.
Yeah, and my taste tends to, again, towards like more emotionally driven shows. You're really going to see it when we get into what is probably my favorite show of the season. It might be yours too, I'm not sure, but it's a great case study in my taste. It's a good contender, yeah. Yeah, I think we've pretty much introduced ourselves and we should get into talking about the anime. Yeah?
Let's do it.
Probably. Alright, my favorite
we're going already
anime of the spring 2023 season.
I didn't think it was going to be second up, but yeah, it deserves it.
Skip and Loafer.
Skip and Loafer. It's very cute. I thought I wasn't going to like this show.
I had no idea what it was going to be. The title is Skip and Loafer. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? It sounds like it means that there's one person's going to be energetic and the other one's going to be laid back, and that's kind of what it is. I think that's what the title means.
I think that's the idea.
But yeah, it's a high school romance, very sweet, very low-key, just interpersonal dramedy. I wouldn't even say it's that far.
It's just a slice of life high school show.
For me personally, so there's a genre in Japan called iyashikei, meaning like healing style or soothing. And most iyashikei shows are very, very slow. They're usually not a lot happens. They're not very dense and stuff. And so in a sense, I would not call this show one of those because it is dense. A lot happens. There's a ton of characters. There's a ton of interactions. There is stress as an element. But, we've got no data again.
Cute art style. I agree heavily. This show is... so part of the reason K is one of my favorite anime is because, to me, it is so visually entertaining and beautiful.
Yeah.
I would say Skip and Loafer is rivaling with K and how pretty it is.
Interesting. Interesting comparison, because they're not similar stylistically at all. But I get what you mean, that they both have, like, a very particular kind of style that is the appeal. And Skip and Loafer, before we went down, I was basically saying that to me this is like an Iyashikei anime. It is healing for me. It is a soothing experience. It makes me feel good because the characters are good people. They're complicated. They have issues that they're trying to overcome, but they are trying to overcome them.
The main character is Skip. Or what's her name? Is it Mitsumi? Is her name Mitsumi?
You know what? Let me go ahead and go to the next frame because I have here on screen. There's a video version of this podcast on the We Watch Anime channel, but there's also a podcast version on wherever podcasts are. Everybody has their preference, but if you watch the video, I have images on screen for each show that we talk about. And the first image in this show is actually the main character's friend, Toyoma.
But yeah, so jumping into Skip and Loafer, our main character, who I believe is named Mitsumi.
Her name is Mitsumi Iwakura.
Iwakura, that's the one I'm thinking of. So she is from a small farming village.
Yes.
I don't remember what prefecture, but they say it a lot.
Yeah.
And she has done so good at school that she is now in Tokyo for high school. She's staying with her aunt, and the show starts with her just calling back to her best friend at home, like, I miss you.
Really, okay, in the chat someone said this reminds them of the Aku no Hana manga, which is like a really dark, fucked up, this is not like that at all. It is
this is beautiful.
It's very nice, it's very happy.
I haven't felt this
happens.
I haven't felt this spiritually healed since Wakakozake.
Yeah, that is definitely an Iyashikei type of show. But yeah, this this one, yeah, small town girl moves to Tokyo. She's really excited about it, as you can see here. I loved putting her name above her like this and just big.
Oh, she's great. She reminds me of a turtle in how her face is drawn.
I like. So there were only 8 kids in her grade school.
Jeez.
So this show, it's hard to describe this without watching it for yourself. But basically, it goes into these sort of tangents from reality. The main character, she is ADHD. I'm just going to go ahead and diagnose her.
Yeah.
It kind of becomes a talking point in episode 4 where like other characters are like, you really get sidetracked and you kind of lose where you are. I relate. This girl's kind of a bit of a literally me character in a lot of ways. I'm sure a lot of you are going to find some literally me elements in this show as well, especially when a certain character is introduced later. And someone pointed out...
Oh, Iwakura, I know who you're talking about.
The last name Iwakura is also Lane's last name, from Serial Experiments Lane.
I have to punch myself in the face again.
There's a scene where... it's like she's on a train and they're all waving goodbye as the train leaves, and then it kind of reveals that was a delusion. They're like, oh, we all fantasize about that kind of thing, but actually our train station was shut down 10 years ago, and so they just kind of saw her off before she was like driven into town
to the train station.
Yeah, so these are her friends. These are the kids she went to school with. This girl in particular is the one we saw at the start, who is her BFF since she was a kid. And, we will see a lot of her, actually. Nao-chan is her aunt that she moves in with.
Sis Now.
So I have to say, I clocked this trans woman immediately. As a trans woman myself, I'm excited I get to talk about trans stuff on our podcast. So this is not the only trans anime.
I was waiting to ask until we were podcasting with trans about themes. It. What makes you so confident that this is in fact a trans woman? I don't disagree. I'm just curious.
The first impression was I thought that sounds like me.
The voice actor.
It sounds like. I'm not going to assume the voice actor's gender, but it sounds like they might have been assigned male at birth and are performing a deliberately feminine voice, And I just immediately was like, that kind of sounds like it might be a trans voice. And also the way she's dressed. So in this scene, she's wearing this like really huge overcoat. I kind of hate. It's too big. She's already a tall woman, and it's kind of overkill.
That is something I love about the show. I'll just say real quick: tall girls. There's a lot of tall girls.
Tall girls win again.
They are not changing the story though. That's for tall boys only.
Swan Cookie said, "I felt something was off before the nod later on." Yeah, it will be sort of more explicitly revealed in the second episode. We'll touch on that. So these are the expectations that Iwakura-san has.
Oh right,
of her
she
future.
wants to be Shinzo Abe.
She's planning to naturally, she will graduate valedictorian with a degree. She will become the mayor of her town. She's planning to work on solving the depopulation crisis. This is the central thrust
it's
of
a
her
noble
character.
goal. I just think she's a little bit of a scaredy cat to be tackling such a hefty issue.
But I think it's really important that we remember this fact. And so she will talk about it a little bit more in a later episode, because particularly her small town has been depopulated. A bunch of people have left. The countryside, obviously she's left the countryside. She does plan to go back eventually and sort of revitalize the town. But something about the fact that she's talking about she wants to solve the depopulation crisis, and the fact that this is a romance anime that moves rather
really
quickly.
Fast.
Rather quick. I won't say really fast because it's not intimate.
Yeah.
But the rate at which she's with the guy is...
I had compared it to Kaguya-sama, Love is War, but if they actually liked each other.
Well, they do actually like
I know
each other,
they
if they admitted it or were clear about
if they both weren't huge pompous assholes.
So as she's going into school, she's on her way, and she's thinking about all the amazing stuff she's going to be as part of the student government and all this shit. She's like, now mom and dad aren't going to understand all that. All they're worried about is, are you healthy and are you making friends? So I'll put at least some time into that, she says with this smirk, smugly, I guess I'll make friends.
Who needs friends
for my parents' sake? But really, I'm trying to be president.
Oh boy, best boy.
So,
this is the literally me character.
Immediately, Skip gets lost on her. I'm just gonna start calling her Skip.
Yeah. So
she gets lost on her way to school.
It actually, before this happens, it cuts to a phone call at the school with of a guy to Shima just being like, "Where are you? The ceremony's about to start," and he's like, "Oh, I'm changing trains. Should I even show up?" And that's a great thing. And then right before it cuts to this, there's a concerned woman going, "Where is she? Have you heard from her? We've been trying to reach her." And then it cuts to Iwakura's or Skip's phone buzzing in her bag, and then it shows her just with her head against the wall, dying on the inside.
He says she's stuck to the wall. She's just kind of hanging around the women's bathroom near the train station with her head against the wall, and this boy Sosuke, this blonde kind of tall guy, handsome dude, as we're going to learn, he sees her and is concerned. Probably wasn't even going to bother trying to show up on time at all if he hadn't run into her.
No, he even says that.
Who is deeply concerned about showing up on time, but simply incapable. I'm not even sure if she's lost or just nervous, but either way, he comes to help her, and she has this adorable visual, this metaphor of herself as this newly
crying
hatched
baby duckling
looking up to this big, pleasant swan of a man that is going to guide her through. The voice actor of Now-chan is trans. Okay, so trans woman playing a trans woman.
Nice.
And and I feel bad about clocking the voice performance, but at the same time I feel like it's intentional that you're supposed to be able to tell the character's trans. I mean, I don't know, it's hard to be political about that. It's well, I do want the representation, and I think it's good representation.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it whatsoever. It's great.
I just feel bad about clocking. She just basically she's really in her head about stuff and really excitable, so everything that happens she takes as some kind of revelation. She's like, I feel like I've discovered my true self in these few hours, because she had
been an asshole to him when he was just trying to help.
Yeah, exactly. And then she ends up taking off her shoes and fucking going.
She running. As a barefoot boy myself, I'm a big fan of this action.
Yeah. You are known for barefoot hiking. Go check out the Picnic Adventure channel if you want to watch some barefoot hiking.
Don't do it. my
Don't
recommendation...
do barefoot hiking.
Yeah,
go watch Picnic Adventure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Leave it to me. Unless you're really inclined and know the risks. But don't do it. Can't recommend it.
Well, she obviously knows the risks because she grew up in the countryside.
But she's also running in like the middle of Tokyo on a street. I'm sure that's fine. I'd probably do that.
I like that they gave her kind of big, goofy feet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to assume that those school shoes are just not good to run in.
Well, yeah, they were like cloggy. The sound effect they make were like clicky. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, they're probably dress shoes, like you had mentioned.
She gets to the opening ceremony, and she is supposed to give a speech at this ceremony.
And then
she's top of the class.
Reaches into her pocket, and
the speech is not there. What have I done? I left it in my backpack. But nonetheless, she manages to successfully give the speech from memory. Everybody's impressed. As soon as she finishes,
she exhales, and a big, huge anxiety leaves from her, and then sleep
sprinting
deprivation.
to school and sleep deprivation hit, and this is. So,
this is the best scene.
Why I love this show, I can only really describe this because of the fact that the author of Sangatsu no Lion and Honey and Clover, her name is Umi no Chika, she talked about how she likes to get really up close with her characters, emotionally up close. And the reason that she wanted Shaft to adapt her work to anime is that they do that as well. And I think this show, it's very good at creating scenes out of the ways that characters are emotionally, reacting. So, like, in this scene, she gets off stage. This is a relatable emotion to me. Like, feeling the weight of something that you've been preparing for leave, and then you're just out. There was something like this in Spy Family episode 1, when he feels relief for the first time ever, and, like, just passes out. So, she's relieved to a point that it's all hitting her right in the stomach. And she's trying to run to the bathroom, can't quite make it, vomits all over poor Sakura Sensei. I love that it decides to tell us the cost of everything she's wearing.
It's actually funny, because later in the show, it mentions that one of Skip's bags is 58,000 yen. And that's actually more than this her whole outfit.
Ensemble, yeah. But nonetheless, this is her favorite outfit. And what's
her favorite
it's
blouse?
A few $100s.
Favorite blouse, new suit.
Yes, and
it's still like a $400 outfit.
Yeah, she looks cute in it, and obviously it's the first day of school. She wanted to look nice.
It's also, we'll learn in a second here, her first time as homeroom teacher, so she was like really going for it.
Yeah,
she was really trying.
But I love these little notations on the price of things. I think that's just a super fun detail, and it's always used in funny moments, like when it would be funny to know what something costs.
And there is a lot of interesting like fashion analysis later in the show, and just general like social analysis that you wouldn't necessarily think of.
You can feel that this manga author has thought a lot about people and the people that they've interacted with and everyone they've ever been in contact with, and is just an overthinker, which I relate to, and that's what makes me like the show. On the first day of school, she became the barfing girl.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, hey, Denji's first kiss had barf, and then this first episode has barf.
That's true.
I will say, in Chainsaw Man,
she kind of handles it better, actually.
Yeah, she does. But she's the one barfing, though. I mean, Himeno handled it fine. She didn't care. In Chainsaw Man, it's animated as barf. In this show, it's animated as like a fun blue sparkly thing, and that was cute. Mika.
Yes, this is Mika. She sees Mika, the girl who sits behind her, like trading phone numbers and like getting into conversations with other girls really easily.
And thinks, I can turn this barf girl thing around. Yeah. I just have to learn from them.
She's like, hi, my name's this. She's like, my name's this. And then that's it. That's the end
Actually, I don't even think she says my name is. I think she just goes, nice to meet you.
Right. And then she's turns like, around. Man, I don't think she likes me. But then in comes
Mother
boy.
Duck.
He's like, you totally owned that speech. You did it. Great job. So she feels totally resolved, As soon as he walks in, everyone in the class is like, dang, that's a pretty man.
Well, so it's important also to note that when he walks in and like assures her and everything, she goes, could everyone in Tokyo be as nice as this?
Yeah. And then it cuts to everyone else just like...
And then it's like, they're not.
Pounding on this guy.
Dang,
all the girls
he's
are
pretty.
About him.
What does he have to do with her? What's going on there?
And then she immediately
switches
immediately,
numbers.
hey, can I get your number, actually? Since you're friends with that guy? Yeah, I want to know about this. And this is made explicit in other episodes. This is what she's doing. I mean, it's obvious.
Mika is the fashion hound that gives all the fashion sequences. So,
I really super have to go pee, so you can describe this.
Okay, sure. Everyone's introduced themselves. The homeroom teacher is back. I have forgotten her name, if we're being honest, but she's now in a tracksuit. Right before this scene, she walks in and looks very upset, but everyone greets her, and Skip just says dejectedly, "I'm sorry." And so the homeroom teacher gives her a little speech. She goes, "Well, today's been eventful. A few things happened. This is my first time as a homeroom teacher, so I'm going to need you to work with me, and I will work with you. And then together we'll..." Whatever, I don't know. Then, I don't know if it's on the next slide, but she hands out a bunch of papers that are basically get-to-know-you papers, like, who are you? What do you like to do? That kind of thing. They all fill it out. I think after a certain point, they stand up and start telling the class about each other. I don't know. I'm just going to scoot over and skip the slide, because I don't know. I'm going to wait.
But yeah, so Sensei's all pissed off because she got puked on, but, you know... A few things happened. She's not gonna dwell on it. She's not gonna make a whole thing out of it. Basically, that whole scene plays out to where, it's really clear to everybody that she's got a crush on the boy. You know, it comes up in her phone conversation with her BFF, and she's like, "What? You've got a boy in your life?" And this is pretty much gonna be everyone's reaction to seeing these two, is like looking at them, seeing that they are obviously a thing that's happening, and then just pushing, being like, all right, like, you know, you guys seem to be on trajectory, so let's help make it happen. I like this. This is a cute moment when she's eating with Nao-chan and calls the food bomb.
Oh, yeah, and then Nao-chan calls her out for using outdated slang.
She's just thinking this. She didn't say it out loud, but she's like, do kids still call things bomb? Like... You know, obviously she lives in Tokyo, so she's a little bit more modern even than her younger...
It is funny, just in this profile right here of Nao-chan, she kind of looks like, you remember in Star Wars, the Kaminoans, the people who made the clones?
No.
It's like a really rainy planet, the people with the really long necks and they're gray.
Yeah.
It just kind of looks like that, yeah.
Damn, really hitting with the long neck.
Would it have been easier to call her a giraffe?
So, whereas Iwakura, I wrote all these names down and I've forgotten them already. I took so much time to painstakingly put all these names on this slide.
I'm very curious how much time we lost to reminding you who Himeno is.
Yeah, a lot of it. A lot of my life has been being reminded the name Himeno today. Anyways, Iwakura, she's pretty clearly like, yeah, I got a boy in my life. This guy just gets called out because he said, you know, I made it to school this morning because I ended up running and it was actually fun. And all of his friends are like, what are you fucking talking about? This guy immediately goes, who is she?
Yeah, right.
And he just gets up. He does not say a damn thing. He just gets up and leaves.
This is a hilarious scene because Shima's just hanging out with, like, I assume his friends from middle school or something who are at different schools than he is. And then this whole interaction happens. He says he's got to get up early for school. He goes, who is she? He disappears. And when this whole scene happened, I was like, oh, we're never going to see these people again.
Yeah, cool. You were like, this is the exact moment when someone decides, I don't care about my friends anymore. Just worried about this chick. And like, it had even been brought up by... The best BFF girl was like, if a boy gets involved with you, I might never hear from you again, you know? But, like, he actively is making that happen with this group of friends. He's like, nah, it's done. You guys, middle school was fun, you know? But he's on to the next thing. Meanwhile, Skip's like, my failures today don't count. Because it was my first day. So, you know, no big deal. It is what it is.
Oh,
I like her attitude.
Don't worry. She'll have some more failures.
And then she stays up all night immediately.
Hey, look, a failure.
She stays up all night trying to think of a joke for her introduction, for her class introduction the next day. And there's an ending gag on this that I don't think many people are going to notice, but I was uniquely disposed to as a trans person. Because At the very end, she comes downstairs in the morning and now
I just rolled my eyes really hard, by the way. I know, yeah. There's no.
I just don't think most people would notice this joke.
Sure.
Because she shows
up.
So
is this what gave it away to you?
No, it was immediate.
No, I know, but like you had said there was like.
Oh something... no! At the start of episode 2, there's a scene where characters are like, "Is that a man?" Like behind her back on the train. Oh. So that's the moment that like actually gives it away.
Boo! Not boo the scene, boo those guys.
No, yeah, but the end of this episode, she comes down and her hair is all fucked up, and there's like a narration that says like, "My first thought is." Like kawaii, like scary, but like it's a deep masculine voice. Like it hit her so hard that she forgot her voice training for a second to be afraid. I thought that was fucking hilarious, and I don't know how many people are gonna even recognize what's going on there.
The whole scary reaction.
Yeah,
a lot of people have that reaction to her Skip.
Yeah,
throughout the show
that's
constantly.
True. She is a little bit intimidating. Literally me. No,
you're intimidating?
I think so. People seem to think I'm intimidating when they meet me. People who know me from the internet.
We're getting to that character.
Anyway, yeah, this is the scene. They're on the train, and like it starts. The scene like starts off with just like people gossiping. Like, is that a man or something? That's the main hint you get that this is a trans person. In case you didn't pick up on it.
Yeah, see, I missed that entirely.
Yeah, it's very quick. Well, I don't know how I feel about that as the way that you went about revealing this person is trans.
I don't know. Like, do you think it's inaccurate to the culture in Japan?
I'm sure it's... I mean, it's hard for me to... I guess because I as a viewer did clock the character right away. Sure. I'm like, okay, the character is meant to be clockable in universe. You know, like... Because you could have done this like... Tamako Market has a trans character who is like, you know, in no way looks or seems masculine. You just kind of eventually realize, like, wait, is that that voice? There's something about it, and then like there's some kind of hint later on, but it's done differently. I don't think this is necessarily distasteful.
No, I don't think
it's just like could be triggering, you know,
sure.
kind of thing, I guess. But whatever. Anyway, this show is very tasteful overall.
Can I have a quick aside?
Yeah.
Do you think it is more uncomfortable to be trans in Japan or here in the U.S.?
Probably in Japan.
Okay.
But,
I don't know.
But also, like, if you lived in Tokyo, it's just such a dense place that, like, you would probably be able to find
a district or something,
groups of people who you could hang out with, you know, in a way that, like, America's so spread out. I mean, New York has a similar effect. Like, there's a lot of fucking LGBT people in New York, you know? But most of America, not so much.
You know, everyone has to be walking here. Oh,
even though she was told she didn't need to come up with a joke.
She didn't come up with a joke, by the way. I'd just like to make that very clear.
I think this is the joke she had prepared all night. Yeah.
It is.
Oh, you're just saying this is not actually, a joke.
She didn't come up with a joke all night. She came up with this on the spot.
Okay, so she did come up with this on the spot.
But I still don't think she came up with a joke.
No.
It's adorable how much she didn't come up with a joke.
She introduces herself. She says she wants to run for public office, and they ask why. And she says, because I deserve to stand above others. And everyone takes this very literally. But she says this
after a whole, like Kaguya-sama Love is War internal dialogue about, like, they said I couldn't tell a joke, but now is my opportunity, and I'm going to tell the best joke ever.
Well, she kind of defaults to a joke, because when they ask her why, she thinks,
doesn't want to give the real answer.
It's too complicated. Like, I don't want to be up here all day. So she just tells a joke and bombs. But it's okay, because somebody's going to help her out. Yeah.
It's the mother duckling.
He says, I would like to be Iwakura's subordinate. Aww. Way to make the entire class now 100% sure that you two are a couple. And that's pretty much what happens.
Oh, right.
Then she realizes that his name is similar to that of her family dog. And
they have the same hair color.
And now she can't tell them apart anymore. As soon as this happens, there's like a moment where she's kind of staring at him a little too long, and even the girl behind her is like, come on. Like, you're just gawking at the guy. Like, it's pretty adorable. Yeah, so as soon as, you know, they're like, who's going to be the class rep? We need a girl and a boy.
And
she's
she rep
girl.
And then...
Boy is obvious. He said he wanted to be her underling. They're literally just shipping them. The whole class is just shipping them at this point. I appreciate that. Straightforward, you know? So she is inviting everybody out to karaoke. And this is part of her grand ploy to be the hot girl at karaoke. Try to win over blonde boy by being the hot one in class. But her plan backfires because everybody kind of gets invited.
Tall girl.
Including Yuzuki, who is
girl.
Unbelievably beautiful. She's
and tall.
Immediately pissed off
She's
that
really
someone really tall and beautiful is there. Is she that tall?
She's the tallest one.
By anime standards, she's probably shorter than I am,
Look,
honestly.
In the OP, when they were showing all of them, like, not next to each other, just, you know, they're like, I immediately clocked her as a tall girl. As a tall person myself, I was like, oh, a tall person.
So this is an interesting scene, and I wanted your perspective on it, because, so, the girl, was it Mika, who sits behind her in class?
Yeah.
Says to, her name's Misaki, right? Am I fucking this up? All these names swirling, the main
Skip.
girl. Yeah, Skip.
Call her Skip.
Skip, basically she says to Skip, that guy, you shouldn't try to pursue him because he's really handsome and all the girls are going to be after him. And if he pays too much attention to any one of them, they will fight over it. You are a very handsome man who's been in environments where there's women who I'm sure were fighting over you. How much do you think this checks out? You don't have to tell any stories, but...
First, in response to the I am a very handsome man that women have been fighting about thing, thank you, I'm flattered, if you say so. Yeah, it's accurate.
I had a mental image in my head of you, like, with a bunch of girls fighting over your attention, and then assume if you were to, like, even give one slightly more, they'd all be like, oh, he's fucking that one. You know, like, that's just where... It's how
you
it works
overestimate
in this show.
how much fucking I did.
Well, I'm not saying that you were. That's just the way people think. That's the way the other girls in the group would take that. They'd be like, that's the one he chose.
People think things.
Exactly.
Women be thinking.
Well, especially women like Mika, whatever her name is.
Tall girl's name, Yuzuki. Yuzuki. They call her Yuzu after this point, I think.
Okay, Yuzu.
You pause it.
She catches main girl outside of the... She catches Skip outside the karaoke, and she's like, don't you feel kind of like...
So, hang on. This is right after Skip has, like, a really long phone call with her friend.
No, this is right before that.
Oh, shit. Whoops.
Yeah, so they show up at karaoke. They're, just kind of doing songs or whatever. Everybody's hanging out. She steps out, and Yuzuki's like, don't you feel kind of stuffy? Like, that girl is just using you to get to that guy, right? Like, she's not trying to be your friend. If you don't feel comfortable here,
let's
leave.
And I'll leave with you.
Yeah.
So it won't look weird.
And ultimately she decides to stay. She gets a phone call right then from her BFF, and she's kind of reminiscing with her. She's like, the image I have on screen right now is of young...
Oh, right. So
young Skip, like, with a caterpillar on a stick, like, shoving it into her friend's face.
Because the best friend couldn't tell if she was intimidating or friendly.
Yeah, she wasn't sure if they would be friends or not, but now they've been friends for a long time.
I can't believe you didn't get a screenshot of Skip at this one, because it's adorable.
It is adorable, but I liked this face a lot.
Yeah. Kinomoto.
So, this girl is kind of interesting.
This girl kind of looks like my grandma.
You keep saying that.
I do think it's true.
Kinomoto, she is like, what's with that pin you're wearing? Is that a fashion statement? And for a second...
After the phone call, Skip comes back in and has a whole, midlife crisis again, and is like, well, I can't judge people. I can't judge what she's asking. So Skip
well, because it does kind of sound like she might be like saying like, well, what the fuck is that? What is this bullshit? But she's like, you know what? Let's not assume. Maybe she's just I don't know what her intentions are. So she just says yes, which works out.
Yeah.
Because what this girl is really asking is this the mission?
Pandas?
She's seeing the pins in the shirt. She's saying she sees the pin in the shirt and she's like, I dig this. Should I be doing this?
Oh, okay.
Because she shows up with one in the next episode. She has her own pin that she bought after the karaoke.
Okay.
So she is trying to find the trend to copy, and she's like, "Are you cool? Should I be doing what you do? Because you seem cool." And that's the lowdown read on what's going on here. But even she doesn't realize this is happening yet. Iwakura, she starts singing a
kid's rabbit show song.
Yeah, like some kind of baby anime. Maybe I don't even know if it's anime. A baby show song,
but it's the song she knew.
The rules of karaoke that she
everyone knows.
Choose a fun song that everyone knows and sing it with confidence.
Sing it with confidence. There was a third one too. I can't remember what it was.
Again, this is a literally me moment. It is the pattern of thought I have when I go to karaoke. Is let's try to pick a song I think everybody will know. How do you do that? Captain Planet, if you are my age. Sing the Captain Planet theme song.
I can't. I don't know it.
Captain Planet, he's a hero. Gonna take pollution down to 0. Anyway.
Wow. That was beautiful,
I used
honey.
to do that a lot to entertain people. She's thinking back on her childhood friendship and remembering this amazing smile she shared with her BFF and wondering, is there anyone here with whom I can share such a smile one day? I like this. This is kind of the way I look at social situations. I'm like, who here am I going to be friends with next year? It's been so long since she's actually traded addresses with somebody. She has forgotten how.
Well, no, I don't think it's that because she does it in the first episode. I think it's that she is so overwhelmed socially.
Okay, it could be that. She just forgot in this.
That was at least my read on it. It could be either.
That makes as much sense.
Beef bull.
Beef bull. Beef bull. Beef bull. Beef bull. As soon as this showed up on screen, he started chanting beef bowl. I got in. What can I say? Beef bowl.
Who's not a fan of a beef bowl?
Who doesn't want beef bowl right the fuck now? Oh yeah, and then she runs into Loafer here and gets to pet his hair.
Because she compares him to... Well, she calls him her dog's name and then tells him she just called him her dog's name and then pets him.
How does getting head pats compare to the tying of the tie from Chainsaw Man in terms of...
Oh, head pats is way better.
Head pats is even better than the tying. That's good. Good to know.
Well, actually, it also depends on, like, the intimacy of the relationship.
Hey, here we go. It wasn't even an episode later. This girl has bought a pin to match so that she could be... No, that's just sparkles around the pin that she's pointing at.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, she's trying to find a club, even though...
So many clubs want her.
This show has some interesting information if you don't know about Japanese schools, because this girl's trying to be like the #1 fast-track valedictorian, like top of the class. Japanese schools are fascinating because they encourage students to be hyper-involved. They want you to do all kinds of stuff, but studies come first. Getting your grades up, getting the central stuff up comes first, which is already an incredibly intensive process in and of itself. And so a lot of people are worried that, like, if they join a club or do, like, anything extracurricular besides just study, it might affect their ability to be, like, the absolute top of the class, which you would have to be to get into the absolute top university, which is what she's hoping for.
I mean, I wasn't concerned about any of that stuff, but I didn't join clubs in high school because I was concerned that I would fail more than I already was.
I just... did shit and didn't...
Yeah. I mean, I graduated with a 3.0. It was fine, ultimately. But, yeah, I avoided most of the extracurricular stuff because it was like, well, I mean, I'm already doing stuff outside of school to waste time not doing homework. Why would I tack more onto that?
Well, she wants to add stuff that she can do to have fun. All of the research-focused clubs want to recruit her, which she's quite proud of because it makes her sound smart. But I guess she didn't choose any of those. And the boy, he's like, you can call me Sato if you want. When he sees her, he's like, we're on a first-name basis now. Kind of a big deal in Japan. This happens just because the other girl is like, you can call me by first name. And he's like, oh, you two are first name? Us too. And it's like, well, everyone's going to assume you're a couple if you do it. Which they're already doing anyway, so, it's whatever. This guy, second year
best.
And future president of the drama club, Kane Chika, a silver-haired, glasses-wearing dude who just comes busting into class and is like, hey, I want you all on my drama team. Right up to the beautiful girl first. Will you be in drama club? No. Then our main girl, and he at first is like, oh, wait a minute.
You're Barf Girl.
You're Barf Girl, but you also became Shadow Boss, apparently.
Right. She's
after
like
her
mafia boss of the school because she said she wants to rule over everyone.
Yeah, so now she's also the Shadow Boss, and he says that she has a talent for being memorable, which I like as that's a thing that I look for in people in general, and I think it's cool that this show pointed it out as a thing that there is. But yeah, she's got a talent for being memorable. She would be great for Drama Club. He also wants Pretty Boy. He just wants anybody he can get. Also, when he does his stage performance, he's a woman. Yes, this was interesting. Looks really good. He's got a really cool outfit on.
Yeah.
And
it's a whole fun sequence. He looks great. I also think his character design is got to be influenced by Stein from Soul Eater.
I could see it.
He's got the round glasses. He's got the gray hair. He's got the same like weird hair thing Stein has going on with like the dark hair on the bottom.
That would be a really interesting influence to have for this manga. But yeah, so he figures out from looking at the main boy, at Loafer, like, you look like a kid from a show that I used to watch when I was growing up. And he keeps saying it, and Loafer's like, shut up, hey.
Hey, you should really be
shut
quiet.
Up, hey. And he's not catching the hint, so finally he pulls him aside. And I love the way this is phrased, because he says, let me be direct. You couldn't put two and two together, but you still call yourself a playwright?
He says, he doesn't even say, let me be direct. Doesn't he say, like, let me be mean or something?
No, I think he says specifically, let me be direct. Because I just thought it was really funny that he's not being direct at all. Yeah. He's being heavily metaphorical and veiled, but more, he's being direct about the fact that he wants you to shut the fuck up. They both know what he's saying. Yeah. He's like, hey, you like, do I have to insult you to get through to you that I don't want you to keep talking about this? Please stop. Interesting scene. First time we see like a sort of vindictive or,
Well, he's an actor. He's got to have a vindictive mean side to him.
So then at the end of the episode, Skip is like massaging her face with this weird massage machine and saying, I need to start gaining government experience right now. She's just so fucking gung-ho. Her aunt's like, oh, must be nice to be young. So that's the end of episode 2. We get into episode 3.
I had to rewatch the beginning of this episode once or twice, just because I had been so confused about who this old woman was.
Yeah, so this is another one of these weird sequences where, again, our main character just goes into delusions sometimes, and the show doesn't really like prepare you for it. It just kind of drops you in. So this is it's like a reference to some kind of TV segment that must like really exist in Japan, but she's imagining herself getting interviewed for TV as an old woman looking back on how she used to be student council president, because her current plan is now, I'm going to try to sign up for the student council. And as she gets to the office, there's somebody already there. In the same sense,
hey, audience,
it's literally you.
Literally me character.
Yes.
Maybe not all of you.
Not all of you, but this girl is basically a Kuroki Tomoko type, the girl from Watamote. You haven't seen that show, but she's a dark, gloomy, schizophrenic, paranoid.
There's a parallel to her in Danganronpa. I can't remember what her name is, but she's like a mild-mannered girl, and then her other personality is a serial killer who kills people with scissors. So not to say that this girl is a serial killer. She's not. This
girl is standing in front of the door of the student council office thinking about how she would never stoop to being friends with any of those gross, trendy girls or all those, gyarus and all those fucking dumbasses in her class.
Wait, the shark girl is in this show?
The shark girl?
Guarus?
Oh, no. Gyaru.
What does that mean?
It's like a subculture of girls who have like super blonde hair and tan skin and wear lots of makeup.
Oh,
okay. And talk in slang.
I can't. No.
Yeah,
okay. I was going to say a word I can't.
Basically, she thinks that they're dumb. Everybody's dumb. She wants to be around smart people. She needs to find some sort of community for herself. And fast. And then she runs into our wannabe president, and they have an interesting interaction because she's trying to be like, hey, it would be fun if we both got into the student council, and she kind of takes it as like a threat, like She has to reassure her, like, oh, I'm not trying to be student council president or anything. Like, she thinks that there's a competitiveness between them that isn't there. Just being paranoid, being a weirdo. That's just kind of her personality. The student council, it turns out, doesn't recruit members anyways. So
it's like a voting in thing, and it's not happening for a while, right?
Well, it's because they have tenure. So you cannot join until you have already been a part of working as their assistant for a while and get tenured in to being allowed to be in. So here's Tokiko. I think she's the student council president, and she's like...
She's a bit of a hard ass at first.
Yeah, this is her schedule. It is packed.
It's minute by minute.
Minute by minute. A notebook just loaded with ink. I have a habit of like... I used to back when I was in school. Like, have a habit of making myself extensive schedules that I was supposed to keep when I got home, of things I would do when I got home that I literally never kept to. And I would make them all the time just because I'm bored in school and want to think about what I might potentially do when I get home that could be more fun. So I'm used to seeing these kind of dense schedules, but the thought of actually following one, terrifying.
Yeah, I saw that schedule and I was like, oh, I couldn't do that at all.
No.
I couldn't even make it.
Gloomy Girl, they drag her to a cafe and force her to get a goofy boba drink. She's like, ugh.
Well, they don't force her to. What happens is Skip orders it just because she thinks it would look good. I think it's Skip's first time having boba. And then Skip asks her, like, what are you going to get?
Yeah.
And then peer pressure takes
the same
over.
Thing. She ends up liking it. Turns out life is good and people are fun.
But actually, that character doesn't actually have that revelation until the next episode.
Yeah.
When she flashes back to how much she enjoyed the boba.
Yeah. Well, hard heads take a minute.
Yeah, I get it. The show's... It's a good show, actually, though, for doing things like that.
He says, it's like how food tastes better when you eat it with that person. Like the one you're eating with right now. They send a hilarious, blurry selfie to the fashionable
Yuzu.
girl.
Not the fashionable girl, Yuzu.
Well, Yuzu's also fashionable.
Oh, sure. Well, no. It's actually important. It's an important difference. We're about to get to this. Yuzu is hot.
Sure.
Rika
She's
or
also
Mika.
But yeah.
I know, but
yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
So Iwakura here, she's got the cluster punk style. Her aunt's
this
like,
is something you would wear. It was really funny.
This literally is, and the aunt is like, she's got some kind of fashion sense. Individually,
she bought all
these items are
things.
cute. Oh no, she's wearing them all. Hilarious.
She looks so happy too, proud of herself for putting it together.
Immediately pulls her aside and is like, "You're not going outside like that." This is what Yuzu shows up looking like. Blows everybody out of the water. And I gotta say, it's rare to me that anime actually does a good job of like portraying the difference in a character's like looks or style to actually like show if they are attractive or not.
Oh, the sweater's great. Sweater and jeans, it's a fit. I mean,
obviously comparing her versus Iwakura in the last shot is like a night and day difference. But even there's like a gradient throughout the students of like who can dress really well, and it takes a certain understanding of fashion to be able to pull that off. This girl is the one who showed up hoping to be the best dressed. But
Rika or Mika
all of her fashion knowledge and all of her try-hardiness just can't quite compete
with
how hot the other girl is. But meanwhile, the boy is still being nice to her, and she can't understand it. Duck boy.
Duck boy.
Yeah, Loafer.
Loafer. Oh, Shima. Shima?
She thinks that he's hot. She wants to be with him. She doesn't understand why he's being nice to her if he doesn't want to fuck. She's a simple person.
Yeah, again, accurate.
Meanwhile, these two, I'm shipping hard. They
have a really fun relationship. They're very adorable. Because at first it's not quite evident yet, but a little later in the episode, This whole event, this whole thing they're out at, spawns because Braids asked Skip to go out, and then Skip was like, "Oh well, surely all the other people want to come." And then she, fucking Yuzu, apologizes to Braids, like, I know you just want to do this with Skip. So I would say it's very lesbian coded.
Oh yeah, I would say, well, the implication so far is Braids is just, she's only standoffish because she just kind of assumes this girl won't like her, that people won't like her.
Well, knows
like her.
that. Oh, I understand. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Braids thinks that this girl just won't like her. She is clearly making like a concerted effort to try to befriend her.
Yeah.
So I would say that she just likes her. I don't know why exactly, but she is clearly interested in Braids girl, wants to be her friend.
Well, I think the concerted effort to be nice to her is because, and this is revealed a little later in the episode, that she knows that Braids girl doesn't like her.
Yes, that she literally like asks her at one point, like, hey, are you upset that like I showed up, you know, is it wrong of me to have tagged along with all these people? And at some point Iwakura catches on, I've brought two people with bad chemistry. I need to do something about this. What can I do? And she's freaking out. She's not sure what to do. But they had a conversation at the lunch table where they were talking about salted versus caramel popcorn because Iwakura loves her movie
and
popcorn so much.
And it was pretty divided. I would say it was 2 for caramel and 3 for salted, if I remember correctly.
But both of these girls like salted.
Yeah, they have something in common.
When Iwakura realizes that going salted and caramel back and forth is the ultimate tech, she introduces both of them to it, unites everybody, they're all having a good time, they're all laughing, they're all loving. It's nice.
Are they living also? Because my understanding is to laugh and love, you have to live as well.
Gloomy Girl actually like shoots Yuzu a text across the theater like, hey.
So actually that was the most confusing part of the episode for me personally, is they are all sitting directly next to each other.
She doesn't want Iwakura to hear.
No, I understand the not wanting to talk part. It's the also texting part. They're all sitting next to each other. Yeah. It's a long text. Like... Sure. How was she...
Well, nobody's looking over her shoulder to see what she's texting.
No, but I mean, like, not even... What if someone accidentally glances? I'm not saying I read people's texts.
I don't think it's like she was writing a weird thing or anything.
No, I know. It's just like... excuse yourself to the restroom real quick if you're going to do that kind of thing. I don't know. People are going to see it.
That weird. I know people who do things, especially, like... People I knew who were the most like her
things like that
in high school definitely did stuff like that in high school. And so in the next, scene, Yuzu's like, what if you wore a hair clip or something, change your vibe. We'll really get you looking cute. I think she's probably going to give her a makeover. I hope these two are lesbians. There was that super chat earlier about Yuri baiting versus pandering. I want more pandering and less baiting. Okay, we're moving on to the 4th episode, which is the last one that's out so far. And it starts with Skip being revealed that Loafer was a child actor.
So I had mentioned that I like the drama guy. After this episode, I don't like the drama guy. He's kind of an asshole.
He blew up the spot. He straight up betrayed Loafer's trust and went against what he said, and he's just desperate.
Basically,
look at this cute-ass dog, though.
I know, that is a cute dog. We learned that Loafer was a child star in some kind of show. He was in every episode, and drama guy sends Skip to find out why isn't Loafer joining the drama club. And it ruins her day, pretty much.
So,
Oh, wow, we skipped the whole ruining her day thing. I can go into it then. I thought we were going to get a little more out of that. Okay, so, in the anxiety of not being sure how to ask Loafer this question, why aren't you joining the drama club? I know you used to be a child star and an actor and everything. She fails a test, and just fails a bunch of other social interactions throughout the day. And then eventually she gets sent to the nurse's office because she almost throws up or something, or she passes out. I don't remember why. Maybe she gets hit in the face with something. I think that's probably it. Anyway, she gets sent to the nurse's office, and Loafer happens to be out by the window because he happened to have a class nearby or something, so he's just loafing around. And then they have a whole conversation, and she opens up to him, and Loafer's reasoning is basically, I just don't want to do that anymore. It's not my thing. I'm not an actor anymore. So, I did work really hard at it back then, but it wasn't because I liked it. And he just explains, the child actor thing was to make my mom happy. And that's pretty admirable, Loafer. He's got his thing going on. He's a cool character. I like him a lot. So now we're at the point where Skip is explaining her whole stance on depopulation. She's from a very rural area of Japan. People are moving out. There's a lot of abandoned houses with moss growing on them and stuff. Funnily enough, for people that are watching the stream, this screenshot of this house with moss growing over it, there's plenty of that near where we live right now, and plenty of it all around, the Midwest, the eastern United States. West Virginia's got a lot of stuff like this. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, she's just explaining that she is not a fan of depopulation. Okay, right. So with this one, I'm pretty sure this is a flashback that we're seeing. Skip is kind of just having a hard time, and she flashes back to a good time with her best friend where she was having trouble in school. She's having academic trouble, so she flashes back to a time where she's also having academic troubles. She's staying up all night to study something, and her best friend, who we've seen on the phone calls, shows up and says, "Hey, let's go get dumplings. My dad's in the car. You have no choice. You're coming with me." And Skip says something to the effect of, "But I have to stay up all night and study. What if I forget something I was studying?" And the best friend just basically forces her to come eat dumplings and have a good time, and she has a good time. Yeah, I mean, Skip is, for all of her flaws, she is a very studious individual. His Loafer's name is Loafer, but he also seems to be like a pretty up about at school thing. I imagine in some of the later episodes we might get he's failing math or he's failing subject, and so Skip has to tutor him or something.
I could see that happening.
Yeah, I think that'll be cute. Or maybe the whole group, they form a study group.
Yeah.
Maybe they form their own club for studying or something. I don't know. I am a little embarrassed how much I like this show. It's very fun.
I'm actually a little embarrassed how much I like this show because it's about high school, and I've seen so much high school anime, and I really did not anticipate myself enjoying one this much in 2023.
So you had mentioned, like, if Chainsaw Man had come out when you were first getting into anime, that it would just dominate everything and it would be great. When I was first getting into anime, a lot of people were just talking about Ouran High School Host Club. And I think if this was coming out at the same time as Ouran, this would just dominate. I think this is so much better than Ouran High School Host Club. And I haven't seen a lot of it. I'll give it that. I don't think Ouran High School Host Club is bad. I just think it's a lot stronger of a concept to me. I don't know. So hosts obviously are like non-romantic in their... I mean, they're sort of romantic, obviously. But
faux romantic.
Yeah, faux romantic. That's what I mean. Are there like romance arcs in that? Because I think that's a lot of what ties this show down.
Yeah, the main characters definitely have like a romance going on in the background in that show, but it's never as like this show again. It's really direct for a shoujo. Like it's not common that it's so obvious that the two are going to be together or that they basically are a couple so early on. Unless this show swerves majorly and like puts them with somebody else, but it seems unlikely considering the name of the show is Skip and Loafer.
So one of my least favorite things in movies, and I will preface this with, I understand that it is necessary in a lot of movies, is there's a group of characters, and then the second act, oh no, they're all fighting now, and then they all get back together. Some people do it well. If it comes to this and or whatever, Skip betrays Loafer, Loafer betrays Skip, or either one of them sees it that way, I will think that's a serious downturn in the quality of the show. Unless they do it incredibly.
I really doubt that's going to happen.
I do too. Let's switch chairs back.
So, Iwakura, she's on the bus with the council president and just literally admiring her.
Well, she's not just on the bus. She's spending the day with her to learn how to be like her.
So she's like, you self-analyze, you're objective, you're amazing, you're just the coolest. And she's like, you know what?
You're right.
I'm going to keep my weekly nightmares of missing buses and trains a secret, and I'm just going to show off to this girl and try to be a good influence and teach her what I think she's doing wrong, which is mostly she thinks that she spaces out too much. She's like,
sure would be a shame if they missed the bus.
Oh yes. So she's like, you space out, you're a little bit of an airhead, and that's wasting time. You need all that precious time to do more shit, right? But they end up missing the bus, and while President is just kind of getting upset about it.
She's not the president. I believe she's a treasurer.
While she's just kind of getting upset about it, Skip finds a cat And it's like, hey, check it out, fucking cat.
It is pretty funny that she just walks up and is like, look at this. Yeah. Look what I just found. Who cares about our circumstances right now? Yeah. Have you heard about cats?
Cat. And Prez is kind of like, all right, sure, bet.
I believe Skip's argument is, well, we could worry about the bus being another 15 minutes.
Right.
Or we could just pet this fucking cat.
Then they're on the bus, and there's a point where, again...
Oh, wait, actually, no. It's not just that they're on the bus. They return the cat.
Right, and they return the cat to the woman who's looking for it.
They ended up losing an hour because they returned the cat. And so they went on a whole little adventure.
They get some candies for it, and then they're on the next bus, and, again, the president's thinking, like, oh, she gets distracted. Treasurer's thinking she gets distracted, she's not paying attention.
How dare you?
And then she's
like... Have you no respect for government?
She's like, hey, look out the window. And
it's just the most beautiful shot ever.
Gorgeous.
It's very comparable to some places I've seen in Virginia Beach, strangely enough.
It does kind of have a vibe like that. That big golden sunset going down. They're just like, basically, Iwakura is teaching her to slow down and appreciate the little things. And she has a similar problem to what I do, which is what counts as a waste of time.
Yeah, this was I have a similar problem as well. This was a fun little interaction or not interaction. It's like a Kaguya-sama mind monologue of her listing all of the things she actually has to do, and then all the things she wants to do, and all the things she should do, and like, but wait, if I'm hanging out with friends and it ultimately contributes to my life, is that a waste of time? What's going on? And then she kind of just implodes.
It's something I've struggled with my whole life, but ultimately I've become a very go-with-the-flow kind of person. I'm just
the great magnet.
Accept however it ended up happening. It's just the way it is. No use crying over wasted time,
Spilt milk.
It's not coming back. Meanwhile...
this dream was so cool. I think both of us had the same reaction to the sequence, and that was, man, I wish we could have dreams like this.
Yeah, I want this dream. She has like a Ghibli cat bus dream, basically. This cat
It's like a nice dream instead of a nightmare.
Yeah.
So she gets on the bus after she's led onto by this cat, and then the cat and her go on like a weird cosmic journey throughout the universe, and they look out the window, and then the next morning when she sees Skip, she sees the cat. So the cat is just Skip.
Yeah,
that little black cat.
The inspiration spark that Skip has given her is manifested in her dreams as this little cat.
It's adorable.
There's a moment where Loafer tells Skip that the best thing about her is that she's got her own personal sense of time. Like your own style? ? He's trying to compliment her.
I do think that's a compliment. I will say she seems mortified by it.
So in Japan, Japan's a very time-centric culture. If you couldn't tell by
the trains run on time.
Yes, everything runs on time. And there's a thing that they say about people. They say you move at the English phrase "my pace." You're a very my pace type of person, means you move at your own pace and not worried about how society is moving.
So it's not saying like you move at my pace.
Yes, no.
It's your own. What is my your?
They just say my pace.
Okay.
Like in English. So, but yeah, I don't think he says that here, but it's the same kind of sentiment of like you're a person who just moves at your own tempo.
Quick aside, I don't remember who I was seeing who was saying this. It was some psychologist or whatever.
Yeah.
But he was describing ADHD as basically a lack of perception of time. So. Being unable to comprehend time. So.
All I know is I relate. I'm not going to get too deep into trying to psychoanalyze it.
I've spent a lot of time trying to Oh, no, are we really here?
Shit.
Are we really here?
Back.
Oh,
Wait,
no,
we're not
no,
talking
no.
about
This
no.
I
know, it's already 2 a.m, but it won't take nearly as long. Like, I grabbed way more screen caps for this show than anything else.
I'm not excited
so much
for
I
what's
wanted to talk about
next.
with this show. The next show we have way less to say about, I'm sure, but it'll be a lot funnier.
I hope.
But yeah, Skip and Loafer, I guess we're at the end of episode 4. Overall, I love this show.
Yeah, it's great.
Definitely strong 8, trajectory to a 9. If it stays as good as it is.
I would agree.
It could get better, it could get worse. I would be shocked if it dipped below like an 8 out of 10. It is so solid, so consistently.
Actually,
so far.
What would kick it to a 10 for me is if right at the end of this first season they introduce a power system. Like supernatural elements and stuff.
I don't think it's going to go
I know, I'm just messing around.
Are you ready to take down the corpse god?
So, as much as I dislike this show, it does hold a special place in the We Watch Anime history. In that, if I had not watched this show with you, this show probably wouldn't exist.
I would say that trying to justify having sat through 3 episodes of this was definitely 4 episodes. No, it's only 3 for this one.
Okay, good.
Thankfully, this is the only one that did not have a 4th episode yet out. But Last
This
SS in the
was
chat
rough.
says, I'm enjoying Dead Mount Death play so far in a trashy kind of way. It's like a light version of something like Mirai Nikki. It's fun. I get you.
I can understand it, and I'm glad you are willing to admit in a trashy kind of way.
And you know what? I'm even going to say, I don't think this is the worst anime. I'm going to spoil my score at the beginning, give this like a 4 out of 10.
I'm probably
to let
with
you know
I'll,
that
I'll
we
give
don't
it a 3
recommend
because
it.
I don't love it. This show, with all of the concepts it has, could be really cool.
Yeah.
It could be like Mirai Nikki, like a strong 6.
So Inexplicabro in the chat points out that the writer is the writer of Bakano.
Yeah,
and we found that out, and so here's the thing.
This one, learning that also made me kind of want to read the manga of this to see if it's better.
It's a manga, which he is normally a light novel author, so that's already one interesting difference. But also, what little I've read of them, the Bakano and light novels are not nearly as good as the anime counterparts. A big part of what made those anime so good is the staff that brought them to life.
Do you think this could be a special case of like the inverse?
I think this it could be that the manga is a lot better, but I just probably think it, because conceptually this thing is a reverse isekai mashed with...
Is it a reverse? It's just an isekai.
Well, it's somebody from an alternate world getting sent to our world, so it's a reverse isekai.
Okay.
They're isekai'd to here. So it's a reverse isekai. It has a lot of tropes of that sort of micro genre of stuff, like you compared it to Hataraku Mao-sama right away.
Whatever.
Devil is a part-timer.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
The Japanese name, I know it throws you off. But,
Mirai Nikki is a fun comparison. I hadn't thought about that.
I guess I'll say this. The worst part of this anime was the first, 10 minutes.
It was like the whole first
Actually,
episode.
no, because episode 3 really sucks. So, let me rephrase that.
The second episode is okay. So, as a fun little thing, to rate the 3 episodes, the first episode, 1 out of 10. The second episode, 6 or 7 out of 10. It was kind of okay. It was kind of entertaining. Third episode,
1 out of
5 out of 10. It wasn't.
We'll see how you feel when we get to the screen caps from that one.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. This show, if you've watched me talk about anime over the years, you probably know I won't like this. It starts in the same way that I made fun of the Astro score starting for 15 minutes, which is to say a big incomprehensible fucking fight scene that means nothing to me. It's just...
It's not even explained at all. I mean, some of it is, but not in any...
It's set in a catacomb, so it's already dark and gloomy and generic.
So
right?
It opens on a bunch of knights in a big cave,
Just
and they're fighting a big skeleton.
There's rocks flying, there's dudes running around in armor, there's just shit happening everywhere. Camera's constantly cutting to different perspectives, so you don't know who's a character or what's happening until a guy who's obviously a character shows up. And it's just dizzying, it's loud, it's bombastic. It reminded me a lot of the start of an anime I also made fun of called Ari Fureta, but it's not as bad as that. Mostly because it looks expensive, except for the CGI, which looks like shit.
It doesn't look good.
No, it's weird. It's a weird thing where it's not well directed, it's not well storyboarded. The shots are awkward, the characters are really inexpressive, but there's a lot of color detail and shading, and there's a ton of fucking fight animation in the first half of this episode.
The screenshot you have on right now actually looks awesome. It looks pretty cool.
What do you like about this particular
all the different colors, the big skelly man in the top, he's casting spells and stuff. I don't know.
I thought this was funny when I capped it because of how I can't tell what the hell is going on in this image. Like, if I hadn't seen the episode and I was just looking at this, not knowing what it was,
yeah,
like, what the fuck am I looking at? What is this?
I guess I just like all the colors.
Yeah, it's, again, we've seen a lot of anime that start specifically with a hero fighting a demon god in a cave or catacomb. And so this is just another one of those. It seemed really senseless. They're throwing around all these names and spells, and it goes on for 10 fucking minutes.
It does go on for quite a while.
It's not like I've seen a lot of shows where they do like the little 1 minute like, haha, it's like the final battle, but now we've reset the story and we're back at the beginning, Like it's a trope even in RPGs. But man, it's just 10 straight minutes of fucking just the absolute most god-awful fight I've ever seen in my life.
I will give it some credit. It does seem like there will be a B-plot involving that world, so introducing all the characters wasn't totally for nothing.
Yeah.
But I don't know where the B-plot could possibly go. And this is why I think it's like Devil is a part-timer.
Yeah.
Is because, like, eventually the holy guy that's trying to kill him is just going to go to the real world and see that he's doing good and have to be confronted with that or whatever.
Yeah. Just
like the angel had to go to the real world and see that the devil was just working at a fucking fast food restaurant and not doing anything.
Yeah, it's probably going to borrow a lot of tropes from that story, even though where this show goes is in a lot of weird directions. Yeah. It's not a straightforward isekai or reverse isekai. It's got a lot of shit going on. It's got a lot of ideas. There's just not a lot of good ideas. It's funny that you said...
So I think a lot of them are good ideas. It's just
executed really poorly?
You've thrown them... It's so many ideas. It's abundance of choices... Or not but of options, basically.
Yeah, spoiled for choice.
They ticked so many boxes. Just as a... So, okay. Necromancer, assassins, zombies, vampires.
For what it's worth, though, Bakugo and Durarara both did that too, and it worked in those cases. But it worked in those cases
Ghosts.
Mostly because they had a strong sense of setting. Like, Bakugo is set in, 20s New York Prohibition era. Like, you really get what everyone's about, what they're doing.
You don't get that with this show, though.
No, none of that. Like Ikebukuro and Durarara, like
Yakuza. I forgot that's an element of it. There's a Yakuza.
Yeah, there's a. I think they're a Yakuza. I don't know what the deal is with those guys. We're gonna get into all that. It's hard to describe the show without getting ahead of yourself because again, it opens with 10 minutes of just the most nauseating, incomprehensible fucking nonsense. Before, it's like, can even Sir Shagrua, the Calamity Crusher, vanquish such a fiend? Who the Calamity Crusher! Who is this guy and why do I care? You don't even realize, during this first 10-minute fight scene, you're not even prepared for the fact that the main character is the corpse god.
Yeah, not the Calamity Crusher.
It's not the Calamity Crusher who's you spend most of this time focusing on and watching fight. It is the big CGI skeleton that he is fighting that gets 3 lines of dialogue and then this trippy flashback where the souls of the dead are like, you killed us, so now we're gonna make you die like we did. Yeah. So he wakes up in an alleyway in modern Tokyo, kind of looks like shit.
And he's got a big neck wound. What happened there?
And
What's going on?
He's like a kid with a hair thing. What is this city? Fish out of water. He doesn't know what's going on. God, this part of the episode, this is already halfway in, and it's so boring. He's just walking around Tokyo going
Do you have a screenshot of the cops, or can I just start talking about the cops?
Yeah, talk about the cops.
Okay, so he starts just walking around Tokyo, and eventually some cops notice, hey, there's a child wandering around with something that looks like a fatal neck wound.
Yeah.
Just, chilling. We should investigate that, maybe. And so they start talking to him. blah, blah, when they blah, blah, they blah, 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 blah.
Oh, I do have a screen cap of this, actually.
Okay.
Let me go to the next slide real quick. Oh, not this guy.
But do that guy so I can just
The cops, they seem to be speaking gibberish at first. Then he starts understanding.
He starts remembering that his body knows Japanese.
Yes. Am I pulling linguistic information from this body's brain? This is where I don't want to start calling things autistic, but it's 3 a.m, so I'm going to start getting there.
No.
But
it's okay. Don't use fun words.
It's so unnecessarily elaborate and specific.
Not even like Kaguya-sama, because with Kaguya-sama it usually makes sense when they're elaborate and specific, but with this it's just kind of for no reason.
So if you suddenly inhabited a body,
I wouldn't,
and that brain was full of information, I would assume you just know that stuff. But he sort of extrapolates as though he's learning, like he is learning from, a personality, is learning from the brain he now inhabits in real time, Japanese. It's such a way of putting it that's like, why did you have to put it like this? It just kind of stops me in my tracks and makes me kind of have to like reverse engineer the way that it was phrased before I can move on.
It makes you wonder, does this show really have the legs to go the distance?
It definitely does not. Actually, I went too far forward to get to that because we have to talk about this.
You don't have a screenshot of the cops.
This guy, no, I just had him reacting to the cops. But this is Takumi. He thinks he's lost his mind.
He is a Volcel, actually.
We'll learn about that later. He sees that this kid is still up and moving, and he's like, I thought I saw him get his throat slit a second ago. What's going on? So then Misaki finds him, and she's like, Hey,
I just, I murdered you just now?
She doesn't say that yet. She's just like, hey, you know me. And he's like, I think I do. I have some kind of vague memory of you, cute girl. And then she's like, yeah, I killed you a second ago with this crowbar. She's a psycho crowbar girl, and she's
not great.
I hate her character design. It's mostly the design that really bothers me, because she has the most expressionless face. It's just always this. It's always like big wide open mouth, haha, big smiley, goofy, like she is the epitome of like the... Back when I was in high school, the goth girls all wanted to act like they were this.
Yeah.
Like, this is the personality that they were trying to portray. It's like, I'm a dangerous, happy-go-lucky, hyperactive, always smiling, like, danger girl. And
mind you, this character becomes a zombie. She's not a zombie yet, and she's this emotionless.
But she...
I would say she becomes more emotionful after she is a zombie.
I hate her outfit because she's wearing just like a school uniform, but she's got this like gothy
She's kind of doing the Grell thing of like half wearing a jacket but only on your sleeves.
The jacket seems to have like a chain.
It's like a spiderweb thing.
It's like a chain that hangs from the neck down to like the top of the jacket, and so the top of the jacket hangs like halfway down her back by this chain, so that she's always kind of got like her sleeves hanging loose, which just looks ridiculous when she's like running around and doing assassin shit with like way too much
She
fabric.
Naruto runs a lot.
It just looks really silly. And I wouldn't hate the jacket as much if she wasn't wearing just a generic school uniform under it. And then of course she's also got the red spectacles, and she's also got like a ridiculous hairstyle. It's just too much.
Oh, it might literally be a Grell reference then if I hadn't noticed the red glasses, but the halfway down coat and the red specs. Yeah, that I don't
know. She's like turned on during the battle.
Yeah, she's turned on by like people that might be able to kill her or something. She's a strange character. We'll learn more about that in the next episode.
Her dialogue is so fucking obnoxious.
Yeah,
and like so what surprises me about this character is that she screams like evil, edgy bitch who would die in the first episode of a show like this, which kind of happens, but she's also like the main girl. So I just, again, you said the show doesn't have the legs to go the distance. This character
which is great because we're going to be watching every episode.
Yes,
of
we're
season.
committed to watching every episode of every show that we're talking about. So we will be shitting on this show plenty more as it goes. But like, her character is just so thin, and she's the only character with a personality in the show. Besides, I guess, the guy with the VR goggles.
The Corpse God has a little bit of a personality.
I don't know.
His personality, he wants peace.
He has concerns.
Actually, the Corpse God's personality is pretty much just he wants peace and he likes children, question mark?
Yeah.
That's a little concerning for someone who's hundreds of years old. I mean, like, what's going on there?
So she ends up, in her chase of him, taking him to a place where the Yakuza disposes of bodies, and therefore it's super haunted.
And have killed people a lot of times.
Yeah.
Less that they've disposed bodies, they kill people there.
They kill people there, and he's like, haha, haunted, that means magical, so I'm going to use the spirit powers that are in this place to fuck you up. And he does. He impales her with a giant skeleton finger. So yeah, job well done. That bitch was crazy. Now she's dead.
That's episode 1, right?
We're almost there.
Oh, right. And then there's like a little cut.
He says, "You're right. The time for playing tag is over." I literally don't know who he's talking to or what he means by that.
Yeah, she's dead.
There's just so much. There's a lot of errant dialogue in this show. Like, characters just say shit. Like, yeah, the time for tag is over. Oh, yeah, whatever. All right. I didn't know it was ever the time for tag in the first place. I hate when
and now we're doing the Necromancer's backstory. That's what the rest of this episode is.
This
his
is
little
episode 2
backstory.
now. It starts with this.
Okay.
2. So, yeah.
So the Necromancer,
his parents sold him to the court sorcerers.
So he was born with something called like the evil eye. And so he can see the souls and everything. So that's what specifically enables him to be a necromancer. I think he's also born with like a different eye. I don't remember what it's called though.
You know, he's got the Chunibyo eye.
Yeah.
He's got a
this is a Chuni show for sure.
Oh yeah.
But so his parents sell him to the church or something, and court sorcerers. Then he becomes a necromancer, and he necromances it up. Yes. He does it for the court for a while, and eventually he leaves the court, and then he's being a necromancer by himself. He forms a little family. He gets a bunch of kids to hang out with him. He gets a bunch of other people to hang out with him. They form a little community. And then, it's unclear if he had the children, or if they were just kids that were hanging out with him.
I think they were just random kids.
So anyway, the church, or whoever, come up and are like, these people associating with a necromancer, corrupted. Let's impale them on spikes and burn them to death.
Save their souls. And they're all like smiling, like, hey, let's murder all these children. Just save them.
And then the necromancer kills all of them, and their smiles turn to frowns.
We watched this right after having watched the first 4 episodes of Hell's Paradise, which I think we're really talking about next. And like, that show is like edgy, violent, dark, ridiculous shit.
That's the one I'm most excited for. You're most excited for Skip and Loafer. For me, it's Hell's Paradise.
I just remember, like, that show, it had a real sense of like weight and gravity to it that is just missing from this one. And it's interesting because this one takes itself more seriously and definitely wants you to care more and sympathize more with the main character, especially through this whole scene. But the way that it's presented, where like it literally shows like the knights getting ready to kill the children, like gleefully smiling in like this cartoonish way as they prepare to do it. It's like the darkest possible thing is happening, but they're presenting it in this like slant, almost cutesy way, but not all the way cutesy. Still dark enough that it feels dark, but not dark enough that you would feel an emotion about it. And it just feels like, well, why does it feel like you're trying to take the emotion out of the scene? It feels like they deliberately tried to make the scene feel unemotional. It's just so weird and ass backwards on a visual storytelling level. This is a funny scene though, where
quick aside. Yeah. What's the thing you say like ass backwards, but it's even more confused?
Back asswards?
No, there's one that's more confused. It's
Fission accomplished.
Fission accomplished. Thank you. I just needed to remember it.
Well, there's no missions being accomplished in this show, unfortunately.
So what is going on here?
She's the girl. He killed the girl at the end of the first episode, and now he's like distraught about it because he's like, wait, she went down that easy? Like,
yeah, people die that quickly here.
Yeah, and he didn't really mean to quite full throttle her, but it's like a cartoony art style, and the hand is kind of like just throwing her body around. Sometimes when this show does comedy, it hits for me a little bit.
It can be funny.
Because it does, like...
It shouldn't be funny, though.
I will say the comedy is very autistic, but it's always, like, just picking a moment to do something really goofy, like,
well, sure.
About the way they present a moment.
I don't mean, like, it shouldn't be funny, like the jokes aren't funny or anything like that. The jokes are funny sometimes. It's just, like, the way the show carries itself, the jokes don't help it.
No, they feel like a different show is being randomly injected into this show. The tone is fucked and totally all over the place. Again, the first episode had almost no humor in it, aside from the fact that, like, I mean, the girl's energy and the fact that she's a murdering psychopath with a smile is, like, kind of inherently, like, a funny, goofy concept.
We all love
but, like,
Gasai, don't we?
Not until this moment does the show actually, like, hard break into, like, chibi comedy mode, you know, and it definitely makes you feel like, okay, this show's different now, you know, like, this is a different animal, a different beast we're now courting here.
A strange beast, even, but we'll get to that.
This is a very
interesting
backstory.
We're doing her backstory. So she, I believe, was adopted by some nice people, and then this guy, I mean, we can't show it obviously, but this guy's killing them if it's not evident.
So wait, she was adopted before her parents were murdered?
So I think she was an orphan and she was adopted because there's like a scene where the parents are like, oh my gosh, you're so cute, come live with us or something. Okay. So they go live with her. This guy brutally murders them and does a whole thing about it. And then that's kind of all we get on that front. The next time we see her in her backstory, she's just killing people.
Yeah, so apparently she watched that guy do that, and he looked like he was having so much fun that she was like, could killing people possibly be that fun? So she starts working. And
apparently her answer was yes.
Yeah, actually it fucking rules, and she loves it.
We watch anime, do not stand by anime characters' stances on anything. No. I would just like that to be very clear.
But it is worth mentioning, she has only been murdering murderers. She is the murderer. She's doing it.
She's Dexter.
She's
doing the Dexter thing.
Yeah.
Have you watched Dexter?
No, not much. Only
I gotta get you to watch some of that with me. It's fun.
But she's apparently done too much killing on the side lately. Also,
no. She's killing someone who's done too much killing on the side.
Okay, yeah. So he needs to go. She's been hired to do it. But after she has so much fun murdering that guy and basically realizes, you know, maybe I should kill myself.
Well, no, so it's not. It's after she kills Polka, who is the body that Corpse got.
Oh, yes, the main character.
She's like, well, I've had so much fun doing all of this. The ultimate fun must be killing myself. And she gets to the point of throwing herself off the building, and she gets a phone call and catches herself.
Yes, finding out that he is not actually dead. I don't remember what was exactly, because it's something she thinks about him, like she thinks he must be innocent or something. There's a reason that she thinks she has to die after killing him.
No, it's just, I just think it's that she's killed so many people and it's kind of worn off its fun. She hasn't tried killing herself.
It's true.
I think that is literally her explanation.
Yeah, so of course as soon as she revives, she immediately lifts her shirt. She's got pretty massive fucking tits.
She does have massive titties. Can I just take a moment? I don't think you got a screen cap of it, but there is one point at the beginning of this episode where it reveals that she is alive and Corpse God and a drone fist bump each other.
That happens in the next episode, I think.
Oh, no, it's this one, because it's right after she is revealed to be alive.
Okay. I didn't... Oh, yeah, there's the drone right there.
Yeah.
Okay,
so, well, there's a lot of drones. So I had been initially really mad at that because the drone's blades weren't spinning.
Yes, it was just floating in midair.
And then right after the OP, it's like, oh, is that the drone you lost contact of? And it turns out Corpse God's just controlling it. So he was just fist bumping himself, and that was totally just to make people mad. Like,
that's hilarious.
Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just cute and a fun joke, but it gave me it rustled my jimmies, I believe is the term.
I know I've used the phrase autistic a couple times in this episode already, and I'm just going to lean in because that's all this girl is characterized as. Like, if I were to describe her personality, I don't know how else. The main things that she does are she lifts her shirt up all the time. She does
do that often.
Bites people.
Well, she doesn't do that yet. She doesn't learn about her ability. She gains an ability
where she could bite people and petrify them, but she would be doing it anyways. She... just repeats the last thing said to her sometimes. She, makes noises apropos of nothing. She's just always doing something autistic.
She's having a good time.
She's having a great time, and I appreciate it. I mean, honestly, that is what I like about her the most, and what I like about this show the most, because it's the only thing about the show. Is that this girl has something.
There's going to be a new episode. Who's Lisa?
Lisa is the boss who hires her.
No, her name is Clarissa.
I saw Lisa on the internet. I mean, Lisa's
they
like
call
short
her
for
Clarissa in
right?
the show, I think.
Clarissa?
I guess, but I'm pretty sure they call her Clarissa in the show.
Well, I saw Lisa on Mal, so that's what I wrote on my thing.
I'm just putting it out there now, throwing down the gauntlet. I'm the real anime expert.
They said in episode 3 that Polka's soul is in the drone. He wasn't using magic to control it. He was fist bumping the soul of the previous owner of his body.
I thought... Okay, well that's cool. I thought Polka was in the shark toy.
I guess we're going to find out.
Sorry, this comes back to me looking up everything about things that I watch. Especially things that I really don't want to be watching necessarily.
You're like, can I spoil myself out of finishing this?
Well, no, I was just trying to learn stuff about Corpse Gods, and then...
Or spoil myself into giving a half of a fuck about this?
Yeah. Spoiler alert, no. Well, I don't know. I'm excited for the shark.
It's just amazing how little... we're halfway through episode 2 right now.
Also, wait, hang on. Why the hell would Polka, the guy that was just murdered by this girl, give us half of a fuck about the girl being alive? I appreciate the comment, but it's just like... Yeah. I guess if they said it, they said it, but the show.
Yeah, I mean, she wakes up, immediately hugs this... mysterious blonde woman, Lisa, who's her boss, who's like, wow, you're cold. This is... God, so the Baccano and Durarara stories, especially Baccano, they're told in an anachronic order, right? Like, the stories are mixed up.
Pretend I'm, 5 years old for a second.
The story is told out of order, like a Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
like
Tarantino I don't like movie. It kind of way.
So... With Baccano,
I like Pulp Fiction. I don't like a lot of anachronic stories.
With Baccano in particular, the manga or the light novel was already like a fucked up jumbled timeline. The anime is still a fucked up jumbled timeline, but differently, and it somehow makes more sense in the anime. It's easier to follow, even though they combined 4 different books together to make the anime. This feels like it is straightforwardly just adapting the manga, but it has these weird jumps back and forward in time that are totally unnecessary. This scene is... It starts with Glasses Girl waking up and then hugging Lisa and being like, what happened? And then it cuts back to when she was asleep and...
The whole resurrection
Clarissa
process.
And everyone else is in the room. Yeah, and they do the whole resurrection process. So she's still
dead at this point.
Yes.
And then Clarissa has just kind of shown up, and the Corpse God and her are having a standoff, because Clarissa's got
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna happen
people.
Next, don't worry. That's the next
here we
scene.
Go.
For some reason, this happens after
hang on.
The scene of the girl waking up. Just to let us know she was alive at the start of the episode. What difference does it fucking make? Why not hold on to it dramatically a little? There's just no way this makes sense. Why did this need to be told out of order? I don't get it.
For those of you watching the VOD or the stream, my purpose for watching the show has been introduced, and it is the redheaded girl on the right that is holding a gun and just giving a smile.
I'm not gonna lie. This image alone almost saved this entire show.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Look at these two girls.
Because the main girl, the blonde girl's like, what the fuck are you doing with that monocle and that bow tie? That looks stupid.
Look, if I could be girl on the left and be best friends with girl on the right, my life would be set.
It would be wonderful.
That's it. I want to be the hot one with the cool hair and the sword, and I want to fuck the one with the gun, who looks like she will. She just looks like she's having the best time ever. She looks like everything about her life rules. They both do.
What is going on with Clarissa's boobs? Like, how do you get a shirt to do that?
She looks fucking terrible. I hate her design.
Like, her shirt is literally tucked into her cleavage. Like, it doesn't look good. It would look better if she just...
Why are they so round all the way up?
What's with the vest, also? What kind of vest does that?
I don't like her chest. I don't like her monocle in combination with her little mole and everything. She's just, again, too much. The two girls next to her, both
incredible.
Perfect. Girl on the left...
We'll learn in a little bit that they're all banging.
All day. Girl on the right, also. She can wear...
Can the anime be about those two instead? I wish.
Anyway, this next scene... Okay, all right.
Okay,
let me ask you something real quick. What's the plot of this show?
A necromancer is reborn into Tokyo, Japan.
Yes.
And he's killed an assassin who had tried to kill the person who he was before.
Yes.
And now there's a gang.
So everything that was like established in episode 1 post coming to the new world is basically resolved, right? Like, he woke up, he had been murdered. He finds out who the murderer is, deals with the murderer. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So now we either need to know why he was murdered or
that was
more
actually,
about what's going on.
So I was really hoping we'd just learn why he was going to be murdered in the first place.
Yeah.
If we had just learned that from the get-go, I would be a lot happier.
We don't go that road. Instead...
You do eventually in the manga, I hear.
I'm sure... I mean, that's the only plot that there is. It's the only background plot that makes any sense is either that or the thing about the knight from his old world coming to stop him. But, in the meantime... Instead, the show's all right...
the Knight Saguaro.
At this exact moment, we have introduced all of our characters, and so now we shall begin Spider-Man!
So, it doesn't quite get to that immediately. What happens is they're kind of milling about, they don't know what to do, and Clarissa gets a call, and she's like, oh, I can't really deal with that right now, I'm doing something. And Corpse God perks up, he's like, what? You can't do something? What's going on? And there's an eye on Clarissa's shoulder, and then a sword girl cuts it in half. But so Clarissa goes, oh, there's a building on fire, and there's an illegal orphanage in there, or nursery in there.
It's like all of the children of the dead Yakuza and babies that can't be taken care of are in this nursery that's burning down, and so our main guy is gotta do it for the children. How do I reach these kids with your big long skeleton arm that you can apparently Spider-Man swing around town to?
Well, momentum. This is the most believable part, acknowledging that he can do magic and stuff like that, of the slinging himself stuff. This is the most believable part for me. It's not animated.
I'm so stuck on the fact that the plot of this half of the episode is there's a building full of children on fire. Who can save them?
A necromancer.
Don't worry, it's Necromancer. Also, he's fucking Spider-Man. He's literally web-slinging around
Spider-Man
the city and saving people from burning buildings, except that the way he does it...
I wish we had a clip of him, flipping into the window. You know how he just kind of
he
zips
does. Oh
in
yeah,
there?
it's a frame. There's one frame where his top half is gone and the next frame is bottom. It's very derpy. There's some interesting animations in this. But
so he zips into the burning building where all the children are, and he sees a bunch of spirits, and he goes, "Are these your children?"
Yeah.
And
so he
spoiler
takes
alert, they are
the souls of the dead Yakuza.
And he resurrects their skeletons.
Yes, that was when the skeletons came to life.
The bones are their money.
And so are
in
the
our world,
worms.
bones equal dollars.
Anyways, the skeletons came to life. They have the souls of the dead parents, and the kids are like communicating with the souls of their fucking dead parents as they're let out of the fire. It's ridiculous. It's over the top, and it might be the best scene in the show because it's an interesting use of the neat, power conceptually.
Well, it's okay morally. Because he asked them if he could use their souls. Because it's also worth noting that in the first 10 minutes of the first episode, while a lot of it is useless, they do establish a couple ground rules.
Yeah.
And that's like, souls are currency for both good and bad, kind of.
I didn't even catch all this shit.
Well, because the necromancer has the corpse god has a quote that's to the holy knight saguaro cactus, where he basically goes, we both play with souls. We're both playing Grim Reaper. It's all the same. I don't know. We're not so different, you and I. But anyway, yeah, they kind of established that, like, to do the magic, you need souls.
Yeah.
And now that Corpse God is in a real new universe, I can't believe I'm playing Devil Advocate for the show. Now that he's in a real...
Just trying to explain it. I don't even think it counts as Devil's Advocate.
That's too much.
It's like, wait, I have information in my brain I have to get out about this. I learned things.
So now that he's in, like, the real world, his ultimate goal, the second episode starts with him saying, I desire peace. So he's just going for peace.
Yes.
So if he uses souls... He wants to do it on like a consensual basis with the souls or something. It's such a look. Maybe it's all too high concept for me. Maybe I'm the dumb one.
Let's just jump right back in. He's like, in this universe, children still suffer from disasters and circumstance. And I chose a screen cap here where the girl, the main girl.
Oh my god! Why is she like chibi happy?
She's like on her knees.
She's getting head pats.
Hands at the side of her face, looking ecstatic. This makes
children still suffer from disasters and circumstances.
That's what he's saying. This made me upset because it's like they're trying to remind me that the girl is cute. They're like, hey, isn't she cute? Look at her getting head pats. What the fuck does this have to do? She doesn't deserve the head pats. She didn't fucking do anything. Fuck her. Fuck this scene. I was starting to get upset. Because I do think she's cute, but I hate the way she's cute. It bothers me. This is I don't remember what this screen cap I have here is. It's just kind of like
yeah, me neither. Maybe Corpse God and Clarissa are agreeing to work together or something.
That sounds right. So yeah, that's the end of episode 2. Episode 3, this is where the show grinds to a fucking halt.
Yeah, I mean, Corpse God mentions at least 4 separate times how bored he is in this episode, and
this is the episode where I was like, what is this show? What is this? There was so much conceptually going on in the first 2 episodes, and it just evaporates. Now they're living in a place. She's playing on her phone.
They're living in the abandoned building that he killed her in. Because it has so many souls and he has power.
Okay, so they're living there, but they've moved in. They got Tech Boys doing his setup. They're watching TV shows. This program will tackle unlicensed childcare centers as a social issue. He really is just, all he cares about is them kids.
It is funny thinking about this show and how, like, the souls power the necromancer and everything, because in a literal sense, like, the bones are his money.
Yeah.
The worms might not equal dollars, but the bones are literally his money.
His money. Yeah.
I'm sorry for this whole tangent. Just to explain real quick, watch I Think You Should Leave.
Yeah, I Think You Should Leave is really fucking funny. There's a scene where he's reading an oceanography book. He tells them about how whales are just a myth in his world. There's a lot of just random lore. There's just random lore. That is, who cares? I thought it would come up by the end of the episode. Your whales
this
are
book is like
legendary beasts. Where
whales and fish and shark or something. And isn't that like...
No, it's just called like whales and dolphins. And so I was like, oh, this is what the shark's going to be about. Because in the OP, there's a shark like plushie, which you said is what eventually contains the soul of the guy who was originally in the body. So like... when they showed this book of oceanography, I'm like, this is the setup. We're going to meet the shark. That does not happen.
No.
Nothing fucking happens in this episode. This is just random world-building tidbits for
This is us learning
reason.
that Corpse God likes to
There's not going to be a whale in this episode. There's not
Wait,
going to be
he has multiple streaks of black hair. Or is it all, so he's got the 2 streaks there. Maybe it's just the lighting, but...
Okay, so here's him explaining that the soul was still in the body when he got there, so he imbued it into a nearby vessel. So when he showed up,
so it's just in the drone now.
Excised the soul into the nearest thing he could, which was this drone.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got a screen cap of that.
Yeah, I didn't even realize I did, because I didn't remember that detail at all when it was brought up in the chat.
This show.
He says to the children, "I won't let them kill any more people, not your mommies or daddies either." This is to the souls of dead children, I believe.
What did he... Why were there souls of babies here? Right. Okay.
Why were there souls?
No, I'm just trying to remember the circumstances of the episodes. Okay, so I'm pretty sure what's happening here. They're raiding a Yakuza compound or something.
Yeah, they're doing odd jobs for the lady. And
the zombie girl gets kind of trapped in some circumstance. So Necromancer comes in. There's a bunch of souls of babies at this compound for whatever. Who fucking knows what reason? So he makes a contract with them to incapacitate these Yakuza guys so that they can never hurt their parents again. This show...
All of this comes off as just busy work, by the way. It's not relevant to the characters. It doesn't drive any development. It's just shit they're doing now that they work for Clarissa, I guess.
I really hope it gets a plot.
Something like 14 minutes in, the tech guy goes, "No idea how long this monster and zombie will keep playing house." And I was like, "Amen, brother." And then the next thing he says is, "I guess it could continue a while longer." And I was like, "No! What's wrong with you? How could you do this to me?"
Have we gotten to
Hey, this is a good scene.
Have we gotten to tech guy calling her 3D yet?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
This scene is basically just she's fooling around with the 2 girls.
Yeah.
I don't know why. They're all in their underwear. They're just doing.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Happy girl's happy. Sword girl's not happy.
Oh, she's happy.
She's just reserved. I love Happy Girl. Happy Girl's the best.
They're both pretty ultimate. Look at that low ass panty line though. I dig that. All right.
Oh great.
Yeah.
Look who's back.
She's being flirty for no reason.
A nibble from a girl's basically a kiss, lucky you.
His reaction to this is 3D PD, you're disgusting, I don't like real women. Fuck you.
So hang on, rewind. Yeah. This is the scene where it's revealed that now that she's a zombie, she can bite people and make them pass out.
Yes.
I wish you'd gotten a screen cap of him passing out, because that's a fun thing. But so... They're having a whole conversation, and Valcel Chad over here just goes "You're a 3D. I would never touch you," because he's all for them 2D girls, which is hilarious because she is a 2D girl.
Yeah, it's a little meta. This is my screen cap of her just repeating the last thing he said enthusiastically, which, granted, maybe I do all the time in real life, but... I don't like when an anime girl is just doing cute things I do in real life. It has no other personality traits.
I don't like when an anime girl is doing things I do in real life and has no other personality traits either.
This is Tsubaki. Do you remember him?
Yes.
So you said the phrase B-plot earlier, and it really almost made me laugh because a big problem I have with this show is there is a B and a C plot. They're just so minimal you could easily forget.
I would say this is the B plot, and then the knight trying to figure out what the fuck happened is the C plot.
Which, I think we see maybe one scene of the knight talking about, and it's just him being I wonder what the fuck just happened. And then...
That looked like teleportation magic. I think that's what he says.
This guy and, another dude...
they're
Are they
government
the cops?
employees
They're like
or
two
something?
cops, but they beat up a bunch of people. It's so fucking unclear. They literally show up for like 2 shots in the first episode.
They're investigating.
No explanation.
They investigate the scene where Corpse God left like the ball. Oh shit! Did you get a screen cap of that guy covered in bandages? Because I can talk about him too. Do you remember him?
I don't remember that.
Okay, so when Corpse God and Zombie Girl raided that compound and all the baby spirits and everything, he formed all the Yakuza into kind of like a big dirt ball.
Okay.
We cut to a scene where the cops are like coming to investigate it because they heard gunshots.
Yeah.
And we see a guy with a bunch of bandages open up the dirt ball and see all the incapacitated Yakuza, and then as soon as the cops get there, he disappears.
Huh.
So, then, the next day, there's a whole force of, like, cops and everything there, and Tsubaki and his partner show up, and then they're like, oh no, what about this guy and this guy and this guy? I think it's like the troublemakers, I think they call them, or something. This show
sucks. This show sucks. I think that was the last screen cap. Let me make sure. No. Oh, okay. This is hard to convey through just a still, but this was a moment that did make me laugh and smile. It's another of what I would call an autistic joke. But, like, so he's sitting on the floor. They're having a conversation. For whatever reason, he needs to move from the floor to the chair. She just kind of walks over.
This is adorable.
Grabs him by the shoulders, lifts him up, swings him back and forth, and throws him into the chair. It's almost in like chibi form, and it's really cute, and it's accompanied by very adorable sound effects. The way the camera like cuts to this side view, and then this just happens, dialogue free, totally pointless, but adorable and funny. It's the kind of stuff I love about anime, even when it's bad, is that like someone is having fun, you know, like. It gives me a sign of life that the people making this show don't hate themselves, possibly. You know, like, they did something so cute and fun and random and weird. It makes me think,
someone like Josie from the Fish Tank is probably working on this.
But, why is she, like,
she's
animator or something?
Keep you fun, autistic. I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, that's Dead Mount Death Play. I would give it like a 4. I'd say it probably will
2 out of 10.
It could get even worse.
It could get worse, or it could get slightly better. I think the best it could be is a 6 or a 7. The worst it could be is a negative 10.
I can't see it being above a 5 at the absolute best. But if it got somehow even more insane,
if it managed to get really good for the next however many episodes, I guess 10, right? They're usually like 13.
Episode 3 was just such a fucking nothing.
No, I know. I'm not expecting
nothing happened. Nothing.
I don't think
nothing fucking happened. Look at this. This is the screen caps I had.
I know. Right.
That's enough about Dead Mount Death Play. Hell's Paradise.
Hell's Paradise.
This is a show.
What is it called?
Jigokuraku, which basically is hell and paradise fused into one portmanteau. You will see the phrase hell and paradise referenced plenty of times throughout this anime.
I do believe this is the first show from this season we watched, because I was just scrolling through stuff on Mal.
You threw this on randomly, and I think that we basically enjoyed it more than we expected to watch more anime.
Yeah. It seemed the most interesting to me just because the description was basically, a bunch of samurai can't execute this guy. So, watch him try to be executed. And I was like, that sounds fun. Let's see what's going on with that.
Pretty much the whole first half of the first episode of this show is the Japanese government trying really hard to kill this guy, Gabimaru. And then eventually they're going to send him on a quest. This show, I think we both recommend it. We enjoy it. It's hyper-violent. It's a twisting, turning plot.
It's not super organ-y violent, I would say.
It's
not
less
like
gory
Chainsaw
than
Man.
Chainsaw Man. But
that could change.
It's more shocking, and I would say violence is more the point of this show. It's more of like this is like a show to watch people fucking kill each other, and like it's got kind of a battle royale element to it. There's like a survival game aspect, so it's definitely like a show about a bunch of badasses killing each other.
Martel Mythios says, honest to God, I feel like this show has one of the best first episodes I've ever seen, and I do agree with that. I think it's a lot of fun.
I don't know if I feel that way, but I do think it's really unique. I like the approach they took. My first impression of this show, because this is it's Studio Mappa once again.
Oh yeah,
and
I like the motorcycles. Every time we watch a new episode of this show, there's motorcycles and then it says Mappa on it. I think that's adorable. If someone could explain if that's like a Mappa thing or like the time slot they have, that'd be cool.
So yeah, they made this show. It looks pretty good. It's not like mind blowing the way Chainsaw Man is, but it looks very consistent, and maybe just because it's set in the Edo period, which is such a common thing for anime, but like. This show could have come out any time in the last 30 years and made just as much sense to me.
Yeah.
If you're like a 90s anime fan coming off of like Ninja Scroll, you could go right from that into this. No problem.
It feels very Hunter x Hunter to me almost.
Yeah, I could see that too. It's somewhere between a lot of different things. It's just a little bit more torqued than most of those things. I would say like... This type of anime has become maybe a little bit more commonplace in recent years to be quite so hyperactive and violent as it is. This kind of stuff was maybe more so reserved for OVAs back in the day. But, yeah, it's pretty much a violent
You mean OVAs,
frenzy.
right?
No, I don't.
Oh,
so,
okay.
The main character, Gabimaru, he's a bit of an emo. He really is determined...
He misses his wife. He loves his wife. That's what it comes down to.
No. He does not miss his wife. He doesn't love that bitch. Fuck her. That's where he's at the start of the show. He really is determined not to feel anything. This man is like, I feel nothing. I'm a nihilist. I don't care. But... They can't fucking kill him. You can see in the image I have here, they broke a sword over his neck trying to decapitate this man.
They also tried to boil him in hot oil.
They
do all kinds. Oh, okay.
I have no attachment to life. He keeps insisting.
But he does. It's his wife. He loves his wife.
So there's this woman who's sort of like interviewing him along the way. And she's like, you've only studied assassination techniques since you were a small child. You are literally nothing but a perfect killing machine. And you claim to have no attachments. He says he's not trying to resist after they have boiled him in a big pot. They try to pull him apart with cows tied to ropes tied to his legs.
But they hurt the cows.
Yes, the cows just get knocked out.
Thank you for not... By the way, sorry, just call back to Chainsaw Man. Thank you for not including any screenshots of the cows that Power killed. I don't, but it's just... Power is the worst for doing that. I'm not a fan of her. I know I eat cows and I love them, but I would never just... She wasted so much steak.
It's true. So this is Yui. She's Gabimaru's wife.
Wait, this isn't Kirito's daughter?
She threw him into a frenzy. She threw his whole world into confusion because she told him to say thank you for a meal and take off his shoes when he came into the house.
Doesn't he actually call her stupid for that?
He says something like, I just couldn't understand her. She was always like, she's just like fucked with my head, man. And like literally the examples he gives are her telling him to take his shoes off and just say thank you after a meal. I thought that was fucking hilarious.
It's just like, hey, have you considered being a regular person instead of just an assassin?
He's like, what the fuck is up with this stupid bitch? I can't believe she's telling me to take my fucking shoes off. But he fell in love with her. I'm going to go ahead and say right off the top, this is not a spoiler because I don't know anything about the manga, but this is my prediction.
I don't either. I haven't spoiled
this
anything.
Bitch is dead. They only ever show her in sad flashbacks. They've never shown her alive in the present. It's the only thing he cares about and is obsessed with, and the show is constantly full of twists and turns. I will be shocked if she is still alive.
You're right. They're kind of
I will be shocked.
Yeah.
But anyway.
You know what? Just for the fun of it, I'll bet.
Supposedly.
Just for the fun of it, I'll bet she's alive. I'll bet you $5.
We'll put 5 on it. This guy killed 20 people who were trying to arrest him.
Who did?
Gabimaru.
Oh, yeah.
He's just all around a fucking sick assassin, man. They tried to boil him, didn't work. He's just like on fire.
Man's not hot.
Man's not hot. So finally, they've got this woman that's been reporting on him. She's part of the Asaemon.
And they take him into a dungeon.
Sword testing / executioner group.
Apparently, I think they're the Yamada Asaemon or something like that. A real clan. I briefly Googled it. I don't know a lot.
I have this screen cap of him going, "You're an Asaemon and a woman?" Because
that's a whole thing in the show.
Well, and that immediately made me realize that it had to be real, because it's like, okay, this is like some historical thing that like they're making up the idea that there would have ever been a girl version of when there clearly wasn't, which is why he's acting surprised, because, it's to reflect the surprise the audience is going to feel if they even know what this is.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, she's Sagiri. Her blade reflects the truth. If she sees you in her blade, she can see your true nature.
Yeah, this is kind of a silly trope.
And that's why she thinks he's full of shit. Basically, she's like, you constantly protect yourself. The reason you can't die is that you're incredibly well trained and you don't want to die because you have earthly attachments because you like your wife. Fuck you. You're not a cold-blooded monster. He won't stop saying, like, no, I'm emotionless, I'm cold, I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. Apparently his wife has a scar on her face because her dad burned it, so she would stop trying to live like an ordinary woman. Not
Weird.
A great guy, her dad.
What's wrong with wanting to go to the river every now and then?
So, she beats him relatively, I think, in a fight. Basically, they're fighting, and
basically, she proves she can kill him.
And that he gives a fuck about life. And then he's like, alright, fine, whatever. What do you want from me? And she's like,
you can have a pardon.
Dump time. You can get pardoned by the government if you go to this Shinsenkyo, the land of fucking milk and honey.
The Paradise Island.
We found paradise, but it's dangerous, you
have to go there to get the immortal elixir or whatever. And then we get a bunch of flashbacks to the guy that trained Gabimaru, who was like stabbed 50,000.
That's not yet. But what we do find out is that everybody who's gone to this mysterious island they found,
they became flower dudes, man.
Yeah, so the island is full of all these beautiful flowers and all this gorgeous shit, and you can hear singing in the background, so they're like, this must be paradise. But everybody they sing turns into flowers and goes crazy and dies. So
which is unfortunate.
It's not a great place, and they're like, what do we do about this? Because I super want to check it out. Let's send a bunch of criminals in there.
So they get like 100 criminals or something.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot of people. And then they basically go, hey, guess what? We're sending you to this island, but we don't have enough room for all of you. Deal with it.
Somewhat confusing also, at the end of the episode, after he's agreed to help her, he just kind of like kicks everybody in the room's ass with a big fireball, I guess, because he can.
Yeah, they all suck.
Yeah. So the second
we're
episode...
not at the tent. I thought we were at the tent. I saw the tent. I'm sorry.
Second episode starts with a story, and I thought this was actually a pretty interesting little vignette here, but it's a tale of when the girl's
Aren't
father...
you talking about Vignets?
No, when the girl's father was cutting people's heads off, and
oh right, it's good. I don't love it.
The storyteller got his head cut off, and he finished telling the story because he hadn't even realized his head had been cut off because it was so clean. And so, her dad basically is a legendary executioner.
He's the head of the Yamada clan.
Yeah, and he can always do it to perfection. She can't. She has fear in her heart.
And she's not even expected to.
Yeah.
She's not supposed to be doing this. There's a lot of fun, fan service stuff of a bunch of weird, bloody
hands,
hands
her
grabbing her
vision of
naked
being
body.
grabbed by ghoulies. She basically is like, how the fuck do I get all this fear and doubt out of my heart so that I'll stop being haunted by zombie visions?
Oh, hey, it's the Shogun. He's here.
Yeah, so the Shogun rounds up 100 or so criminals. They've all got their hands bound, face masks on, and he's like, y'all are gonna do stuff for me. There's a scene where they tell all the criminals, you're in front of the Shogun. Most people never even get a chance for this. And they're like,
the
we
criminals
don't give
just
a
kind of
fuck
bitch and moan. They're
who's
like,
a Shogun.
Fuck you.
Why do you think you're better than us? Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's best-ish girl. She's alright.
Yuzuriha is a ninja, a kunoichi girl with cool purple hair and some really nice rack.
This was mine, and also she's got like almost a side vag going on. You know, her outfit's got like cutouts there, so you can almost see her panty shot, but not really. But this was my introduction to what a kunoichi is, which was pretty fun.
Girl ninjas often who use
seduction
and poison, as this one does. Then, so basically this scene, this is a fun bit because you look at this big group of criminals and you're thinking like, well, a lot of them are going to die right away.
Yeah.
It just
this
starts
is what
happening.
I was talking about. They just kind of go, hey, we can't accommodate all of you.
Yeah, they're not like, oh, we're going to wait till you get to the island or whatever. Nah. Well,
who's the best?
Before they even get to that, this guy gets up and tries to leave and immediately gets decapitated by his handler. Every single person has a executioner.
Well, we're not there yet. They're all just kind of all of the same.
I think they're by groups or something. Like the executioners are all standing around ready to kill these guys if they do anything wrong. Which this guy immediately gets executed by Aizen here.
Aizen sucks.
He sucks. He's sort of a guy who, his main personality is, I don't think the girl should be in here because she's a girl.
Aizen is the glass ceiling, I'll say.
He is the glass ceiling. But yeah, so basically they're like, you guys need to thin out the crowd.
Oh, we're talking about Bakugo now.
Yeah, Aza, who looks like Bakugo, immediately is like, oh, you're trying to have us thin him out, right? Yeah, we love doing that. We love killing people.
So he just killed someone, and then he was like, hey, they didn't react. That's obviously what we're supposed to do. Let's get on with it.
So we get a whole little montage of like, here's some badasses you can look forward to.
This guy is probably my favorite dude. He's just he's the best swordsman in all of Japan or something. Yeah. I won't get to his exposition, but he just has a quick temper and he's really fun.
There's a giant,
big dude.
A massive fellow said to eat bear's head first. This guy is definitely the scariest mans of them all. Yeah. As we will get to in future episodes. Basically, Gabimaru's like, hey,
I don't want to kill people.
Yeah, like, do we have to all murder each other? What's the fucking point? And he pisses off this guy so much that he's like, hey, I will literally send anyone who kills this man. I hate him. Get him out of my sight. And Gabi's like, okay, I guess I'll murder everyone.
And then he just starts, like, ripping people's throats apart. And
yeah, he kills everybody with, like, his fingertips. And
his hands are bound, too. So it's just ridiculous. It's a great scene. The violence in this show is beautiful. Again, not as gory as Chainsaw Man, but it's very well animated.
It's very aesthetic. Every shot individually looks very nice. But, yeah, basically, she sees in him the resolve to take on the burden of the fear. Like, it's not that he's trying to avoid having the fear. He's just walking with it, and that's what makes him special. And she's like, that's kind of cool. So, yeah, so far, when we had gotten to this point, I was thinking this show's, like, pretty entertaining. It's violent. It's edgy. The characters are a little bit fun.
Oh, hey, we're here. We're at the guy.
This episode is where stuff really ramps up and gets fucking crazy.
So this episode starts off with, you didn't get a cap of his parents dying.
No, that's after this shot, actually.
Oh, okay. So I guess it starts with...
This is just to demonstrate that the village leader, the
it's
father
an ambush
of his
by
wife,
the village trying to kill this guy, and a bunch of people, obviously, throw a bunch of weapons into him, and then he stabs himself in the head. Just to prove that, hey, you're not gonna kill me, dumbasses. Nothing's gonna get me. I'm smarter than you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So they're on the island, and the girl's like, wow, this place is beautiful. Look at all the plants. And he's like, actually, this is creepy, because there's no rhyme or reason to the fauna. It's all from different places.
How did this happen?
Not right.
Big guy. Not the other big guy.
There's a few characters in this show that just die so quickly I didn't bother recording their names or learning them. This is one of those. Mm-hmm. He shows up and he's just like, hey, fuck you.
I have so many weapons. I'm the best at collecting weapons. Oh, this guy.
This is his monitor, Kisho.
This guy is... Again, from Dr. Stone. It's actually the voice actor, too, isn't it? Had I looked that up?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know if you looked it up, but you just immediately were like, that sounds like Gen. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that is.
Yeah, I do think I looked it up. But yeah, no, that is Gen.
So yeah, this guy, he had just freed the bonds on his dude. He didn't want to argue about it. He doesn't want to bother. He's just kind of lazy.
He wants to leave. And then Gabimaru fucks him up with every weapon he owns.
Pretty much immediately destroys this guy. I love this shot. Looks gorgeous. And... So
it's the consort.
Then we get this quick montage where basically... So, the purple-haired dude we just met, he, after losing his guy, is like, hey, look. Everything's about to get fucking nuts.
In a couple hours, you want to be gone.
In a couple hours, almost everybody's going to be dead. There'll probably only be one of you left. And there's going to be twists and turns. Everybody's trying to fuck each other over. I'm out. He fucks off. But as he's explaining this, so, like, you see all these people, like, this woman is seducing her guy. There's all these people who are, like, trying to get one over on another guy. This is Aizen immediately eaten by the
big guy wakes up, and Aizen just goes, "Oh, are you hungry?"
Yeah. The guy picks him up, eats
Can you do the Godzilla theme for me? Bum, 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 bum. No, that's Seven Nation Army.
You're right.
Man,
you were just doing it because of fucking Stuttering John. Anyway, this guy got eaten. He's dead, and so is this old man. I didn't even bother showing his introduction because he's shown for like 3 shots before he gets torn up by.
Yeah, he was like the Killing Prayer or something was his title.
The woman is immediately slain. I do like.
Yeah, because she tried to seduce a guy who that guy was a Chad. He was not going to be seduced by no woman.
Very cool.
He has too cool of a sword.
Yeah.
Look, it's Gabimaru.
Basically,
that's the look of murder.
After hearing all that shit, he's like, you know what? You're in my way, bitch. I'm gonna just kill you off. But they have a big fight, and they kind of, neither one of them wants to kill each other because they both sense that each other is kind of good.
They both have a change of heart, really.
Yeah, this is when we learned that Gabimaru's parents were slain because they tried to flee the village with him when he was a baby.
And then they had a kid, which was Gabimaru, and they asked, hey, can we get out of here? And then the guy who can't be killed them.
He was like, nope. He's like, I don't have emotions. I'm so dark. I'm gonna kill you.
Gabimaru is Gabimaru the Hollow, so he's he's a Dark Souls character.
So hollow. But then, so
the soul of the guy who can't be killed that trained him evaporates, and his wife takes over to guide him.
He's got like the apparition of the old man, like, guiding his blade as he's getting ready to murder the girl, but then the apparition of his wife casts that one aside and guides him not to stab. So then we meet
Fuchi's the blonde one, right?
Yeah, Fuchi is this little blonde guy who's
These
managing,
are both cool characters.
The swordsman guy who got stung by a bee with a human face.
It was a butterfly.
With a human face, and immediately cut his own hand off. Which is the right thing to do, apparently.
Because he didn't end up becoming a flower dude.
Yeah. And then a bunch of big fucking weird monsters show up at the very end.
Fish guy.
So this episode was just nuts. It's like half the cast that was just introduced gets killed immediately. A bunch of monsters show up. It's just totally unpredictable at this point, and I was like, damn, this is where I started getting hype. This show.
Where do we go from here?
Episode 4, it starts with the swordsman guy. He's the dragon sword man. Apparently he met a guy who called himself a dragon, and that guy was like, you probably couldn't even kill a real dragon.
Yeah, so he was employed by a guy who had a lot of money that he met while drinking. The guy said you couldn't kill a real dragon, and so he cut the guy's house entirely in half.
Yeah, because there's a dragon, seal on the front of it. So he was like, fuck your dragon. Think I can't kill a dragon?
And so then he was a wanted criminal.
And his plan when he gets out is to go back and do it again.
Which is why he's my favorite character. This guy's also really cool. So he's the Asaemon they're not just executioners. They're also blade testers and medicine testers.
Dissectors.
He's a medicine tester. So he is specifically an autopsy person. He dissects people to advance medical science, and he's got swords and blades and stuff to prove it.
He says it's a noble purpose, but you can clearly see in his face that he just likes doing it.
And he looks like a frog.
And he compares this whole mission on the island to crafting insect poison, when you just put a bunch of poisonous insects in a jar and
then if that doesn't work, you send more poisonous insects, and then if that doesn't work, you send more poisonous poison. I should say.
I got a screen cap of just one of these fucked up monsters. It's like an Attack on Titan, but where hands are coming out of its eyeballs and its tongue is infinitely long and it's got a spear through its neck.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying.
It's a fucking weird one. Then he of course is destroyed by Gabimaru using big fire.
He has flame powers, which is pretty neat. Good.
So basically Gabi tears through all these big monsters, and then Kunoichi shows up with two of the guides as her chump squad.
One of which who was her guide, and the other one who...
the other one is Genji, who was guiding this guy Makia until he was fooled by this woman and
into
killed.
dying.
We'll learn how very, very momentarily.
Hey, Senta.
Yeah, Senta's her guy.
This is actually really... So,
it's just a chump.
Genji gets this whole introduction scene where he explains himself and has a whole thing, and then Senta starts to explain himself, and then
she just cuts
him right off right as soon as he says his name. It's great.
But yeah... Gabi correctly cannot trust Kunoichi. Keeps putting her in an arm bar over and over again.
Anytime she hugs him, anytime anything, any sign of affection.
She gets too close. It's pretty funny. But yeah, she found out through the guy that she experimented on about how all the plants and bugs work. She's got all the data, so she's like, "Hey, we'll share data. You know, keep us alive. This could work out for everybody. Please don't kill me just because I'm a Kunoichi. I endured hellish training."
She even makes up a story. No, this story was like mostly made up.
It seemed you can kind of tell from the art style that like it seems like she's full of shit.
Gabimaru even calls her out on it.
That's really funny.
And she admits it. It's like, what motive do I need to have other than wanting to be alive?
Right. I like this line where, so the one blonde dude, I think his name was Asa or something like that. He's got a brother that he's very protective of, that they grew up together, that I guess infiltrated the Asaemon clan and is like secretly working with him. Now the two of them are on the island. They're like grouped up. They're linked. They're ready to go. But as they
they're not going to give the immortality serum to the shogunate. They're going to drink it for themselves.
Yes, as he puts it, some situations can be difficult to understand. Understanding your situation is what's most important.
Toma.
These two. Basically, their whole thing is, in particular, Asa is like, change. You have to be able to constantly change and constantly expect change. It's the only way to stay alive. So they're like all about this whole change mantra and like adapting to situations. That's what makes them strong. I screen capped this kid Toma saying, "Are we not in heaven, but in hell instead?" Because this happens
what if it's
5
hell's
fucking
paradise?
times. Seriously, there are so many characters who say something to the effect of, "Could it be that this is hell?" Yeah, we get it. Anyway, he kills all these guys and screams, "I am my own king, I am my own god."
Because he is the bandit king.
Yeah.
Do we get his backstory after this, or...?
More or less, it was interspersed in there. Just him and his brother growing up.
So basically, him and his brother grow up. They were the sons of a samurai who ended up going rogue, and then they ended up having to be bandits. And so Asa, Bakugo, starts his own little bandit clan, and he's the bandit king in the mountain. And then it goes south, and now he has a big axe.
Well, as he puts it, not even death will be able to tell us how to live once we have the elixir of life. Just thought that was a fun line.
That is a good line.
Moving on to episode 5, and some of you might not have seen this one yet.
Because it just came out today. Well, yesterday.
Spoilers. Anyways. This one's a lot slower than the last two.
Are you ready for the characters to feel bad about themselves?
Yeah, it's a lot more emotional and kind of going over a lot of information again that I didn't think was necessary. I mean, episodes 3 and 4 were fucking breakneck pacing, and I really enjoyed that, and I won't say I was let down, but episode 5 just didn't have that crazy energy.
Someone is saying that we missed the giant eating that one guy.
We got that. We got him eating the red-haired dude. Anyway.
And if you liked the giant eating that one guy, just wait until the end of this episode.
At the end of the last episode, the girl was knocked unconscious by poison butterfly scales, and then
which seems like, shouldn't she have flowers growing out of her or something? What does that mean?
Like, I don't know. She's awake now, though, so what was the point? I don't think anything particularly happened she needed to be asleep for dramatically. But she wakes up again, and hey, everybody's making dinner. They're basically playing house in the woods. This is by far the most laid-back scene in the show so far. Kind of makes you feel like, oh god, they're all gonna die. That's the feeling I had when I saw this.
I think Genji's probably gonna die, but Glasses guy is probably gonna be fine.
Genji literally dies in this episode, so yes, you're correct. Anyway, Gabimaru claims that this is the first job that he has ever heard of the Elixir of Life, but we see him thinking about the old guy who couldn't die, and of course he himself cannot die.
Well, he can die. He hasn't had the Elixir of Life. He's just really strong.
Fucking hard to kill.
He's almost death-proof.
So there's all these weird statues on the island. We get a shot where two of them appear to be fucking.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Weird.
Well, I didn't catch
funny.
That. Huh.
Yeah.
This show rocks.
There's a part where they kind of try to describe the monsters on the island. I thought it was fun because the guy ends up describing it kind of poetically, where he says they're like too unnatural to be real, but like too realistic to be fake or something like that.
It's the girl that's describing it at this point.
Okay.
So, yeah, she's describing how cutting through them, it feels like there should be organs and everything, but nothing comes out. It's just blood. And they're, too unnatural to be real. But
they're like malformed gods.
Malformed gods. Hey, best girl.
Yeah, well, I'll say. So, yeah, this is where we meet our next two characters. This girl was briefly shown like in an earlier episode, didn't like say anything, but she's with a guy who's like this blonde nice dude who's like, of all the criminals participating, you deserve to live the most.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we don't need to do this. You should be fine. I don't want to kill you. Apparently her village was considered insurrectionist, and they were pretty much like wiped out,
and she has a memory of her grandpa telling her like, if you die, our whole clan dies. The Sanka, I think it's the Sanka clan dies.
So she's wondering, should I live so that the village's bloodline doesn't end, or die because I don't know. She seems to blame herself for the deaths. I wasn't really clear why. But anyways, they find a purple hair boy who had tried to leave the island in previous episode.
Gen. They found Gen.
The voice of Gen. He has died. Not surprising.
Yeah.
I was like, if we ever see that guy again, he will be dead for sure. So, but yeah, they find him all fucked up, and then basically,
hey, it's Blonde Guy. So his name's Tenza. He's a Naruto character, as you can tell from his headband.
So Tenza's trying to protect the other girl, and she's like, just let me fucking die. I deserve this.
She blamed herself because she brought the samurai to her village, apparently.
Okay. She blames herself, and he's like, I don't get it. I don't know why you seem like you don't seem like you want to die, so why don't you try not, and let's get out of this. And so
have you considered not killing yourself?
But this guy's main personality trait is that he's, by his own description, an idiot. He doesn't understand.
I mean, he's a Naruto stan.
He a Naruto stan because of the headband. Yeah. Basically, every time she says something, like, even remotely intelligent, he's like, that's above my head. Could you make that stupider for me? But he really admires
Wait a
her
second.
intellect.
I do that.
This is where
and then, hey, whoa, it's a girl. You're a girlish form person.
Oh. So, this is really cute. Basically, he's so embarrassed. She doesn't... She's like, ugh. Like,
we're literally about to die.
Yeah, like, who gives a
fucking
fuck?
around with me?
So she's like, you know what? I've been impressed with your chivalry. Once we make it back to safety, let's get married.
Because she wants to continue that Sanka clan.
Yeah. I think she's saying
I think they're gonna live.
but it's really funny because he doesn't really get it. Like, this doesn't work. It doesn't convince him to be less flustered with seeing her naked.
That's funny. I hope they live.
Genji makes the worst mistake you can make in this show.
Being mean to woman?
Chauvinists die very hard in this show.
Yeah.
Second guy to say you shouldn't do this because you're a woman, and let's see what...
he just got his guts ripped out by the big man. And that's how the episode ends, isn't it? Pretty much.
Yeah, that was that. That was
I like that you... Oh, okay. Right. May I use the restroom?
Yeah, well, first let's just give our summarize our thoughts on this. Unexpectedly fun. We had literally no expectations going in. You just threw this on. We didn't know what it was.
I was so excited. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this might be the thing I was talking about that potentially surpasses K for me.
You were thinking of Trigun Stampede.
Oh, you're right. You are right. Trigun Stampede rocks. Or it comes? I think it comes.
This anime, going in with no expectations, I was entertained. I liked all the execution stuff in the first episode. I liked that it got so violent in episode 2. I liked that it got crazy in episode 3. 4 and 5, they started to establish some characters who maybe you might care about, maybe get to do something more than just die very quickly.
Yeah.
I'm edgy as shit,
I'm glad they trimmed the fat real quick. Yeah. There's still a little bit of fat to be trimmed, I think, but I think we're about to narrow it down to like the 5 to 10 characters we're going to be sticking around with for a while. And I'm excited to see who that is. I want to see like real power usage.
Yeah. This show it's got the highest just raw entertainment factor of like everyone looks really cool, the setting looks really cool, the violence looks cool, they use cool attacks, like every time somebody dies it's like a crazy full illustration. It reminds me of Ninja Scroll. It's not as like beautiful or well made as that, but it's more of an ongoing entertaining show. Anything that I like about other battle royales, stories that are just about people trapped on an island killing each other, this does all of it quite well. So
we got to see the new Hunger Games movie, by the way.
What is your trajectory score for this show?
So far, it's like an 8. And that was just because this episode was a little slow.
I would say for me, it definitely wavers between a 7 and an 8. Yeah. At its best, it's like an 8. At its worst, it's like a 7, which is a good place to be.
I want it to go to a 10 or a 9 or a 10.
If it really gets insane, I mean, it's already been pretty crazy. I don't know what the ceiling is on the.
I would say worst case scenario, it becomes a 5.
It's time for us to talk about Kamikatsu. Probably the strangest anime that we've watched this season.
The strangest beast we've tackled so far.
Yeah, it's got strange beasts, alright. This show is... it's advertised heavily for the God Dare Lolly on the cover.
You described the show to me as a Chuny show, actually. I know I described a different show as a Chuny.
No, that was Dead Mount Death Play.
It was that, Chuny. Okay.
Yeah. This show has some Chuny elements, but it's much more... This is a comedy, but a comedy with some weird tone shifts that I'm not... I don't know exactly what it's going for. I don't know exactly what this show is trying to be. There are elements of it that feel very old school, especially this beginning, because... So our main character, Yukito, we're just going to get into the plot. This is not a show I could try to broadly describe.
So, at the beginning of the show, in the way it's described with Yukito about to be thrown into the middle of a thing with a cult and everything, I had thought it took place in, like, medieval Japan, but it doesn't.
No.
This is, like, modern-day Japan. He went to a regular school and everything. He just happens to be the son of this guy in this cult.
A cult leader. A guy who leads a cult of all muscle-bound giant bald men.
Sorry. One moment.
Yeah.
Sorry to give my prediction for this show so early, but it's all going to be a dream.
You think?
And yes, it's all going to be like some kind of mystical test for him, and then he'll come back and lead this cult that his dad is leading. I mean...
Maybe.
I think that's how the show will end if it gets an ending.
So yeah, I don't think it's ever gonna get an ending. Probably won't go beyond this season, if I'm being honest. Because
I think it's worth it.
This show is.
It doesn't have a budget.
It is niche as. This is the most otaku like straight up like filth. And it's not because it's ultra raunchy. It's less of that than I would have even expected it to be. It is deeply perverse though. Like, in more of a comedic way. It's more like...
Is it worse than Mushoku Tensei's first couple episodes?
So it's an interesting comparison, right? Because they're both isekai. They're both perverse comedy stuff. But, like, Mushoku Tensei takes itself a lot more seriously. And gets really serious. It feels like that show is more like it has comedy. This show is comedy. And that's why when its tone shifts, it feels so bizarre.
Question: is that like when MGK said he was weed?
Kind of.
Okay.
So the Mushoku Tensei makes a great comparison because I just keep thinking of how with that show, like every time it did something sexual or perverse or whatever, it was like, but why did you throw that into this story that otherwise has nothing to do with that? And there are reasons, and I kind of went over them in my Mushoku Tensei video I did last year. But with this show, it was immediately so over the top and ridiculous and raunchy that like that was obviously the point.
Yeah.
And so it's the super serious moments that hit you like, what the fuck is going on here?
We're still on the very first slide of this show, though. So
yeah, well, I'm we usually give a bit of an overview of what to expect. It's just hard to describe what to expect with this show.
There's a shark we're jumping here. We're just getting a little...
I guess, because I usually want us to start with like giving people a sense of if they should watch it or not before we start spoiling it.
If you wanted to watch one of the two isekais we've reviewed so far, between this as opposed to this and Dead Mount Death Play,
do you recommend this show?
Yes. Okay. I do think it's fun.
You like this show.
There are some questionable animation decisions, but...
Oh my god, there are.
But I don't think that's... It's not... I mean, it's probably a air quotes, artistic decision just because they chose to animate certain things and they couldn't really animate other things. Or maybe it's just because they wanted to have fun with the weird...
I think there's definitely some fun with jank in this show.
Yeah.
Like deliberate.
Geek Toys is a studio that has not done a lot. I'm pretty sure that's who does this. I like this show. I would like to see more of what Geek Toys has. If anything from them in the future is bad, I will say that it is bad. But this is fun. I think this is good fun.
When we were watching it, I couldn't tell if you were enjoying it or not because you were kind of in and out a little bit more than other shows.
It's just... It's easier to pay attention to.
This show for me, I will say, I remember enjoying it all the way. I remember laughing a lot, having a good time.
Oh, real quick. So this was the show, you had mentioned a little earlier in this evening that I am very good at remembering like chronological events.
Yes.
Earlier today.
Or just like what happened.
Or just what happened.
Yeah.
Earlier today, you were going through making these screen caps and I was just laying down over there playing Overwatch.
Yeah.
It was right before I went down and took a nap and you were like, well, you just have so much more chronological knowledge of what's going on here. And so I was like, challenge accepted. Yeah. And so then I just told...
I think I asked you, how much of this show do you remember? And then you, like, described the entire show.
Pretty much everything that happened in this show.
Yeah. Which was a big surprise to me because...
It's been like a day.
It'd been, like, maybe 2 days since we watched it when I asked this, but I was going through to get screen caps, and... Like, as soon as I started with the show, I was like, I don't remember anything that happened after the start. Like, I remember all the muscly men throwing him into the water because it's an incredibly memorable way to start a show. This is, like, image number 2 of the show that I'm showing right now. It's, like, the main character
might be image number 1.
Like, in a barrel, like, being sacrificed by a bunch of hilarious giant muscle men led by his dad who looks like... Black Rock Preacher. How do I describe it?
I don't know who Black Rock Preacher is.
It's not a thing. It's just like a description of a. He's a big dark dude in round sunglasses with a big smile.
So he's just a fitness bro who has a good tan.
Yeah.
Also, he has a tattoo on the back of his head, and I'm pretty sure it says religion.
That's incredible.
Yeah. But no, can we get to the next slide?
They're throwing him into the ocean, Yukito. And
so now he's in the ocean.
As he's dying, he's like, "What if you let me be reborn in a world without gods or religion? Because
my whole life has been fucked up by gods and religion and all that." Wait, who
do you remember how this starts? So the way he is woken up into the other world is a girl touching his dick.
Oh shit!
She's
you're
like,
right.
on guys, you have to pull on this lever.
Yeah, and she literally is just jerking him off. I forgot it was this girl.
Her name is Aru.
This is the most conservative outfit she has throughout the show. I think that's what threw me off so much.
Aru. Her name is Aru.
Oh man, they knew what they were doing.
So she's like, "Hey, you can fucking hang out here and stay at our inn and stuff." And he's like, "Cool. This must be the starting town of an isekai anime. Take me to the Adventurers Guild. Let's get some quests going." And she's like, "Oh, you mean you want to, like, work?" So he just starts working in the village.
Well, he works in the tavern with the hot girls.
It's extremely Konosuba-esque, this scene. Because you've seen the first episode of Konosuba, where, like, they start off in the starting town. They cannot, like, afford to continue, so they just end up getting regular work and working in town for the rest of forever and never leave the starting town.
I'm gonna have to punch myself in the face again.
I thought you'd seen the first episode of Konosuba. Well, anyway, this is what happens in the first episode of Konosuba. They end up getting jobs and just kind of laying low and realizing that they, like, you know, are not fit for epic adventure. In this case, he's more so just, like, waiting for it to start. He's like, "So when's all the magic gonna show up? What's happening?"
Yeah. And they're all like, "Magic,
like
you
that.
silly person. That doesn't exist here."
It's just a regular-ass old place.
Before we go any further, we had only called this anime Kamikatsu just to make it easier to look up, because I know spelling can be hard. Working for God in a godless world is
I didn't answer the person in the chat asking how this thing is spelled, simply because it is in the description. But anyway, this is Shiru, the older sister.
Shiruriru.
Oh yeah, Shiruriru.
She's my favorite girl.
She's an alcoholic sleut. It's hard not to love her. She's pretty much just like, "Yeah, let's fucking drink. Let's do it. Let's go."
So when I was trying to remember everything that happened...
I'm sorry, the next slide.
Oh, it's the Strange Beast.
The Strange Beast.
Okay, so in the first episode, God hasn't shown up yet. And we'll get to God, but what's the main character's name? What are we... what's his God? Main character is just living his, village life. Yukito. Oh, just like... Wow.
Incredibly common anime name, yeah.
Anyway, so Yukito's just living his regular village life, godless world, all that kind of thing. And then suddenly, this thing shows up. You can't see it for the podcast, I'm sorry, but for the VOD you can. And when I say this thing, I guess what I can describe it as is a very poorly CG rendered...
It looks like a Sega Dreamcast, like a Phantasy Star Online enemy... it's animated like
it's like
shit.
A giant goat, kind of.
It's about 10 foot tall.
Mix a goat with a bison and the 10 foot tall thing, and there you go. It's very
Someone
poorly
asked, do you think
animated.
the CG is bad on purpose, or did they just fuck up? It's a little bit of column A and column B, I think.
I don't know that they fucked up. I think it's just... This is... From my very limited research, take everything I am about to say with a grain of salt. This is a new studio. They don't have a whole lot of money to work with, so they chose to animate cool things in some scenes.
My theory is that their CGI team is a guy.
Yeah. I just have to... I guess I have to look at the manga and see what the beasts actually look like there, if they're as goofy as well.
This is probably based on a light novel.
It does not detract from the show for me at all. I think it's actually part of its charm.
I definitely think this show is it's a comedy. We can get away with certain things.
Yeah.
We don't need the CGI to be amazing. We need it to be effective. This particular moment, the way that this happens is this beast is not in the screen. It kind of
pops up,
shoves out of the trees. it looks so funny. It had to be like the framing and everything. It had to be. They knew it looked hilarious.
They're having fun with these things. How does this thing get killed? I forget that part. Does blue hair guy kill it?
Believe that I don't have a slide that shows.
Okay, whatever. So that thing gets killed somehow. We don't remember, but it gets killed. Yeah. And then we meet eternally horny man Roy.
Man, yeah, this I did kind of skip over a little bit here because they're like the dialogue. There's a lot of comedy in this show that wouldn't make sense to like describe the jokes. You know?
Look, it's
a funny show. There's
watch
lots of
the
gags.
show. It's great. Yeah. We can't explain everything. I'm trying to explain the plot of it the best I can, and that's part of why I like this show so much. Is because it's got the CG failings and all that, but it is really funny. It has an actual plot, and it deals with it well. It is very reminiscent of That Time I Died and Got Reincarnated as a Slime.
It does. It starts to become more and more like that as it goes, and we'll really get into, or Dr. Stone for that matter.
It's like a mix of the two, because Slime's not a god, Stone's not a god, but this is a god. But she has limitations. We're not at the god part though yet. Sorry.
So this guy Roy, he just kind of introduces himself. He's a little upset that that main guy is talking to the sisters and all, being a little too friendly.
When the sisters like him, that's the real problem.
But then at some point,
he probably knows that Ara jacked him off.
That's probably true. Yeah, she likes him a lot.
Yeah.
But he finds out about some porn magazine, and he's like, we gotta go into town.
We gotta go to the main city.
This fucking erotic book.
So this was kind of a very interesting section of it for me, because they do live in a relatively modern society for the most part. And so they go to get their dirty magazine. Do we have a slide for when they're in town? Or?
Well, this is them in town.
Okay.
Basically, they're blown away by how dirty the magazine is, but from his perspective, it's like
this is very tame.
Nothing.
There's ankles here. What? Come on, guys. Where's the boobs?
It's a bit of a nothing burger of a porn magazine, so he's kind of unenthusiastic about it. But then immediately following these characters leaving the porn store,
they are just degraded by everyone in the town. It's like, oh, those people from that place.
And importantly, there is somebody just ending their life in the middle of town. So
fuck, I must have missed that. I didn't catch that it was that public.
What's happened? Their country has what is called an end-of-life system.
Yeah.
In which, at some point...
This is part of what catches me so much about this show.
You're supposed to just kill yourself.
If the government requests it of you, you're supposed to just, take your own life. And so the village that the people that the main character and his friends and everyone outside of this city have been living in are the isolationist villages. They don't agree with that, so they don't kill themselves.
No, instead they just get killed.
Well, we're not there yet,
Well, that's it's like explicitly this is what the lore is like.
Well, but they don't say that until it's like brutally explained.
Yeah.
When we see the thing we're gonna see.
The tone shift here is insane. You go from ha 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 pornography, ha 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 hot girls, drunken isekai.
To, hey, have you ever read The Giver?
Yeah, it turns out we just kill people all of a sudden, and it's happening in the streets, and also everyone hates us if we don't do it. They're like, they should just
so we live outside of
people
that.
From the isolation camp. They're gonna infect us with their gayness.
Oh, that's kind of cute. What's going on here?
This is her trying to give him more energy.
She read the book. She read the book and she learned a bunch of sexual methods to try and give him sexual energy, and she's already jacked him off. She's invading his bedroom at this point. Yeah. Man, best girl, come on. Ara invading your bedroom? Who wouldn't want that?
I get frustrated at anime sometimes when it's like the characters want to fuck, but they don't. I appreciate when the reason the characters aren't fucking is that the show has kind of leapfrogged that and just gone into like she's already jacked him off at the start of the show. Yeah. There's not like
there's a level of awkwardness to overcome there.
I wasn't even thinking that. It was just like she already did.
Well, she's thinking of a bunch of stuff, but like now also there is that other because she hasn't done anything else. Probably
there's no sense of will they, won't they. There's no sense of like, oh, would she fuck him? Yes. Like,
he's gonna have a harem by the end of this show.
I just don't. He doesn't really express that much interest, does he?
Not really.
You don't really see a lot of him.
Not like, yet, but eventually, yes.
Like reacting back. Yeah. So everybody in the village is getting the shit kicked out of them and being called a deviant, and
it's not great.
Oh,
right. Happens. So hang on. Go back one slide, just real quick. So everyone's getting the shit kicked out of them and being called a deviant because. And this is the thing they omitted when they explained the end-of-life system and the isolationists and everything. The isolationists aren't just excluded from the whole kill yourself when it's time. They just get randomly picked up and murdered every now and then. Yeah. So, if you would go to the next slide.
Yeah, this is...
if you remember the fun alcoholic best girl, she's just been hung now. She's dead. And there we see a girl who jacked off main character right there, mourning her sister's death. So, and this is what B was saying with the tone shift being incredibly dramatic. Like, it really comes out of nowhere.
And then it totally walks all of this back very quickly in the next episode.
We'll get there in just a... No, it walks it back in this episode. We'll get there in just a second.
But this is like...
It's so depressing.
It's like haunting. It's like, wait a minute. All this show had been is a bunch of cute, funny little
Everyone
jokes
getting
about
drunk,
sex
having a great
and alcohol.
time.
And now, like, the hot girl whose only personality has been
getting drunk,
likable.
Getting other people drunk.
Just whatever you like about anybody, she's got that trait. Now she's dead. What the fuck is happening? This was the weirdest tone whiplash I've experienced in recent memory. Then,
oh boy.
Our main guy gets stabbed to death.
So Bertrand is a holy knight of the, quote, Empire. We'll learn more about them later. He just shows up and sees a bunch of insubordination because our main guy shows up to try and stop the execution of his friends. Spoiler alert, everyone gets stabbed.
Yeah, they pretty much all die.
And then he has a necklace. He grabs... Praise the sun. Mitama shows up. Lolly goddess. Here we go.
Turns out his dad was right about everything. And the little Mitama thing he's got on him actually contains the spirit of God.
Or at least the ability to summon her. It's
not clear if she is the one true God. But at the very least, she has existed since the start of the universe. And
she's definitely not the one true God, because
there are other gods.
There are so many other gods.
But she's one of at least the older gods.
She's a primordial god.
A primordial god.
She's a strange being. So she shows up and basically...
This scene is awesome, by the way.
It is very cool.
She literally comes out of the sun naked and
so
falls
it's almost like... Her powers are almost like Bayonetta, in that, like...
Yeah, it's a very Bayonetta-esque scene, actually.
The things she summons are the same color as her hair, like the energy thing, demons or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
So she kills all the bad guys and brings all the good guys back to life.
Yes.
Because she has a bunch of power in this scene right now only.
Yeah, basically she sees that Yukito is not okay, gets upset, and in the effort of bringing him back to life, sort of incidentally brings everyone else back to life.
She just had so much power at the time.
She explicitly states in episode 2 that it was not her intent to do that. She was just trying to help him, but whatever. She's really happy that he's fixed up. And she climbs on his head. It's fucking adorable.
Yeah, their interactions are very cute. She has really cool hair and really cool eyes. Hey,
so
the sisters are alive.
Everybody's alive. Wow.
We thought we were goners. Yeah, I mean, so did we.
It's like her getting killed is so shocking, but then getting resurrected undoes it to such an extent that you go from, wow, I can't believe how dark this show got, to, oh, this show is never going to be dark again. Like, that will have been the darkest thing that ever happened, because people can just come back to life. It's a good fake out. I would have thought I would have remembered it more, because I liked this show, but I had forgotten everything past the start of it when I went back to it. I think just because she comes back so quickly, I had forgotten that she died in the first place till I went back through the episode and was like, oh yeah!
Their death scenes kind of haunt me as much as the Another Umbrella scene.
It was pretty fucked up the way they did that. it really hits you all of a sudden. So anyway, we're in episode 2 now.
What's going on here?
Aru is just like, what is your relationship
Who is she
with...
talking to?
That's the god. She's all wrapped up.
Oh, she's in towels. Okay.
Thomas. She's all wrapped up. They're trying to figure out what her relationship to him is. It's fun the way the show handles it because it's not really clear. She clearly loves and cares about him. She's all over him. But there's times where she treats him like...
a mother figure, and then times where it's like a relationship, and then times where it's like a daughter thing.
Yeah, so she's all things to him. She is literally God.
She is supposedly
says, I am his God.
She's supposedly omnipotent and omnipresent. That's what his dad called her. But yeah, cute. Please be my bride.
As soon as Roy sees her, he immediately falls in love with her, and then she does something to this man.
She just ghosts him immediately.
Something's awake about... So yeah, her first reaction is, "You're fucking disgusting." He is so infatuated with her
that he starts believing in her as a god, right? Isn't that what happens?
He's so simultaneously obsessed immediately, but also so, rejected immediately that he just on the spot develops the most hardcore fetish for punishment and rejection that any man has ever had.
Even more than that guy in the Da Vinci Code?
Yes.
Damn.
More than anybody ever in all of history. More than Darkness from Konosuba, who's a very similar personality. But she literally gets this guy within, the next episode, bent over backwards with his hands, palms on the floor, while she sits on his stomach and pours wine down her leg off her foot into his mouth.
She does do that.
To get him to swear eternal fealty to her.
Questionable methods.
It gets really perverse. This man is the voice of absolute fucking degeneracy in this show. He is the representative face. This is the representative face of utter fucking Coomer degeneracy. And it's disgusting.
Wait, how come you're not a follower? Right, that's the best part of the show for me, I think, is that Yukito does not believe in her at all.
Yeah,
he did
it at first. He believed, in desperation in the first episode, he believed in her enough to give her the power to do all that stuff. But apparently, he immediately found cause for doubt because he no longer counts as one of her believers. She has a follower count that she can check, and it only becomes that one after Footman gets fed the wine. So she's pissed off at him because he's not a follower, and he won't be. At least not for a while. So they're trying to figure out how do we get more followers and basically build a religion. They start with basically an AMA. She's like, "Hey, I've been alive since the universe was created. Ask me anything." Nobody really cares.
But it's also not this universe. What do you mean?
She says, "I've been alive ever since the universe was created."
But yeah, but she's not from this universe.
Oh, yeah, you're right. She wouldn't know that stuff. She convinces Aru that he's only into small tits, so she's like, "I will remove this useless meat right now. Give me an axe."
Which would be a tragedy, and so Yukito valiantly saves himself and every man that would, I mean, it's just a service to mankind.
Right. Chill is this hideous little
the
CG
bar mascot.
Fucking...
So this is a small strange beast. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a strange beast that looks kind of like a Neopet that in the first episode and a half, you just kind of see it randomly outside a few times. And, it's not even that the CG models are so bad as that they don't have an outline and everything else is a really hard outline. So they look all soft and kind of ethereal, and they animate really smooth and rigid, whereas nothing else animates almost at all. So they just don't look like they belong in the show. This is the best that this creature ever looks because it's being held in her hands and it's not moving. It's got a lighting effect that kind of makes them all uniform, but otherwise, this thing just looks awful in most of the scenes it's in. But in a way that gets a laugh.
It's cute.
And it's cute, and it's called Chill. And it ate some anti-pest poison, so they gotta help it out.
So is
Which
she
they
empowered here?
Yeah, they saved the animal, and then the two of them start believing in her. But their belief is special.
It's so powerful because, big boobs and, joyfulness.
It's literally not
whatever.
explained. She's just like, there's something special about them, I guess.
It's like on Twitter.
They're super follows.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
So
Ara, as her request for being a follower to, what's the,
you made me forget by saying it like that.
What's
Mitama.
Mitama. So
that's what those gems are called that she came out of, is a Mitama.
Ara, as a request to follow Mitama, had, I guess not all of the knights, but...
No, yeah, she brought everybody back to life. She's like, just bring them all back.
Whatever this person's name is, I forget, Bernstad or something? Bertrand. She brought Bertrand back to life, but gender bended her.
Whoops, I forgot you weren't a girl.
It's like Captain Crunch, but it's whoops, all tits.
Huh. So this becomes a whole gag that I really enjoy because Bertrand
really isn't happy about it.
Well, Bertrand doesn't actually really react at all. It's
at
just
first,
the responses of everyone else that bother her. Because everybody treats her now... I'm calling her because, again...
She is a her now.
Seems totally indifferent. She's never complaining about, like, oh my god, I'm a woman now, or whatever. It's that people treat her fucked up now. That eventually starts to break
because no one
her.
believes... Well, except for the people that brought her back to life. No one believes that she is who she is.
Yeah. We're
and
going to learn
really
about that in
her.
just a second.
Her name's Atar. Okay, this was the big... I could not remember what this character's name was.
Episode 3 introduces this little... I want to call it like a magic
Techno-lolly.
robot. Yeah, techno-lolly called Atar.
An Archon.
She's very cute, but very pissed off and a terrible character.
I don't know that she is pissed off, but yeah, I think she's supposed to have no personality. Maybe she'll get a personality because she's going to get her ass kicked or something.
She looks pretty cool, though. She looks like a cool video game. This also looks like a cool video game.
Oh, yeah. I do love this about this show. Every now and then they'll cut to, like, little 8-bit interstitials of, like, stuff that's going on. It's really adorable.
I like the art style they chose for these scenes, too. It's interesting.
I enjoy how this animation studio has dealt with having a small budget.
Yeah, for sure. And they basically tell Bertrand, hey, you're obviously not the knight you're saying you are. Get the hell out of here. Poor girl. But then she becomes a badass.
Clever girl.
Actually, I think this is how they kill that strange beast.
She kills it. Yeah, she cuts its head off or something.
Had they just not killed it before? It was like
I think they just ran away the first time or something.
Here's another one of those scenes. I really love the color choices here. This is where he realizes that instead of trying to convince everybody that they're like miracle workers or something, they should just give them what they want. Let's just give them things that they're after.
What you want?
What you want? Personal gains.
What you want?
This is a really funny, weird scene. Where...
right. Saber shows up out of nowhere. Or Jeanne d'Arc.
A reference to it might be.
It seems like Saber.
There's like 4 images where it's just like her, carrying a sword in a maid outfit. It reminds me of a lot of Toho art, but yet also reminds me of a lot of Fate art. Definitely this shot in particular looks very Saber, especially with the bow in the back.
I would say
it's
Saber and Jeanne d'Arc. I think Jeanne d'Arc wears a dress more.
Are you trying to tell me those are 2 different characters? Are you trying to tell me you can tell Saber clones apart? I
don't like how much I like Fate.
Alright. Anyway, moving on to the next one.
Hey, it's the Archon again.
She's cute.
So is this her talking to Loki or whatever?
I think so. She's like, we gotta kill that fucking isolation camp. It's the will of the Emperor, goddammit.
These people are basically the Sith and the gods of the Jedi.
It's bad. But Loki here. So this is another interesting trans moment we're having. I think, because Loki has a very masculine sounding voice, but big old titties.
Big old tiggle bitties.
And obviously a man's name. But Loki
Loki's very
non-binary.
Non-binary.
Gender fluid.
Gender
that's
fluid,
the
there
phrase.
you go.
Yeah.
Also species fluid. I don't know. Loki kind of has fun with it.
All I know is this particular shot. Really
I like this
nice
shot a lot.
Tits.
Yeah,
Really
I mean the outfit's great. The way she does the whole. So you'll see this later with Atar when she powers up, but she kind of like gets, I don't know, covered in code, I guess.
Something like that.
The way Loki
Digital
deals with
shit.
it, where it's like a bikini, and you know she's also an adult, so it's great.
So this is a part where the main character...
What am I looking at?
That's his dad's face up close with the sunglasses.
Gotcha.
And he's explaining that the way that he grew his cult was that the
fitness.
They found fitness scammers, and they basically took their strong dudes and beat up the scammers.
And then they kept assimilating cults into the...
So they became the ultimate mega cult of strong dudes. Main takeaway that he has from remembering this is territory. We gotta get their territory. So now he's gonna become territorial, I guess.
Clem. Okay, that's
Clem.
Yeah. Okay, so I knew I wanted to remember this character's name because my grandma had a cat named Clem growing up. But yeah, whatever. Anyway,
this guy. All that I'm going to note about him is that he is around.
Yeah.
That's really all that can be said about him.
If you've seen BoJack Horseman, if you remember horsing around after BoJack is edited out of it when it's just around, that's pretty much this character.
So I wanted to single out this particular screen cap that I have on screen, and I'm going to describe it for the audio-only crowd because it's important to understanding the animation in this show. Sometimes there are shots that look good individually. We've talked about a few of them. Sometimes, this is a fucking visual novel. These two characters are just, like the main character in this shot is just facing dead on at the camera.
You'd expect to have a dialogue option in the
This is a reused shot. This exact shot of him has been used in a bunch of scenes throughout this show. He just open and shut mouth flaps, just standing there. Same with the guy back there. He's not really looking at him. And why isn't he looking back at him? Why would they be standing like this having a conversation? Other than
secrecy.
We're reusing these illustrations of the forward-facing characters that we use for different conversations.
Look, do you know how expensive animation is?
And in particular, when you see how they put the bold outlines around them so that they would look like, just character art, but slot into whatever background needed. Doesn't look like he fits into the back. He doesn't even look like a part of the fucking scene. Whatever I said in that JoJo video. It's
Garbaggio.
It's a little bit Garbaggio. But
then
you've got stuff like this.
Here
where
we go.
They put Bertrand in the most extravagant
skimpy outfit ever. It's like Mardi Gras. I was having a time.
They put her in a big flamingo outfit where she's got just all these feathers, all this detail, all these colors
to help get followers for God.
Yes, and she gets into a fight with I think the Archon. I don't remember. Yeah, the Archon. And the Archon's like, "Why are you a woman now? And why are you dressed like that?" And she says, "I'm this religion's underling." No, I'm their bitch.
Yeah, she says do that.
That's this shot. It reminds me of Tom Dubois from the Boondocks. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
They want to make me their bitch. Anyway.
Yukito finally believes in me.
This is the start of episode 4. He actually starting to believe in her a little bit, and I like the screen grab because of all the colors. You can really look at her eyes and her hair and see all the little greens and pinks and purples and blues, and goddamn, she's a colorful little lolly.
Yeah, you can do a lot with colors when you don't have a lot of money.
It's true. Those who follow me, Tama-sama, will be allowed to use this godly tool. This is the moment where this show just turns
Welcome
into
to Dr. Stone.
Yeah. He creates a mill.
He creates farming. He creates farming.
There's no science. There's no learning. You won't take away anything.
He just has her kind of warp into existence like combines and stuff. It's
really funny because it's besides Dr. Stone, which we watched.
We'll get to that.
We watched after this, and then I went back to get the footage, and I was like, this is literally Dr. Stone. Because both shows, they invent a corn machine. So, it's pretty funny. But it also reminds me of Log Horizon, which when we get to Dr. Stone, I'm going to talk about how the current arc of that basically is Log Horizon. You mentioned that time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's City Builder arc. It's basically what are all the things that a person from our world could bring to a medieval society that would instantly improve it and make everybody think you're a badass. Dr. Stone similarly had moments where they had to do like little bits of manipulation, but it's not quite as one guy versus everyone's a fucking idiot as it is in this show. In this case, it's just he's like, hey everybody, follow our god and life's just gonna get better, and that's pretty much as simple as this all turns out. They grow rapidly.
Hey, bikinis.
They're having pool parties. They invented running water,
Oh, Ara-Ara's, well, I guess we're going to this first, but before this, Ara-Ara's big sister, I can't remember her name, Kirurure or something.
Yeah, Kiruriru?
Kiruriru. Gives Ara-Ara a relatively conservative outfit, and she gets a bunch of compliments, and she's really comfortable with it, and then there's like an internal dialogue of the older sister going like, now I can dress you up in even skimpier outfits.
Yeah.
Jesus, okay.
She puts them all in swimsuits around the scene so that they can go into bathing in the water. Meanwhile, Goddess is sort of suffering. So this is about the moment where I really was shocked how little this character is actually in this show.
Yeah.
She is on all the advertising. She's the obvious, the bright poppy character design. I would already, the first episode, I was starting to get pissed that she hadn't shown up yet. There was a period...
It was confusing.
Where I was like, what the fuck is this show? Why are they dying now? Why is it getting serious? When's the fucking lolly gonna show up? Episode 2, plenty of lolly. Episode 3, kind of cut back on the lolly. And then episode 4 kind of brings her back a little bit. But it's fun that the position she's in is being actually kind of overworked in the effort towards, regaining her goddess status. But at least she's putting in the work, unlike Aqua, who would just whine and cry.
Your character? Is that...
No, from Konosuba.
Okay.
The main goddess. They create electricity. They're like, it's pretty sick.
It is. We can... And their conclusion with having electricity is, we can drink late into the night now.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, it's Playboy time. Oh, boobs. Boobs, boobs, boobs.
I don't remember the context of why the sisters are saying we are not like the others, we are special, but they're both in incredibly breast enhancing.
They're breasting boobily.
They are breasting boobily in some bunny girl outfits.
So
I don't even remember the context for this. Whatever, hot chicks.
It's their nighttime outfits. So they're opening their bar longer. So this is their nighttime outfits. At one point, a guy that's attending the bar.
They're just being sleazy, literally, for money.
At one point, a guy attending the bar goes, "Well, I mean, the alcohol is great, but showing up for her the RR's boobs and the older sister's thighs is worth it on its own." Well, okay.
Her thighs, all right.
Where are we now?
They're above. They're looking down. They've got all these lights, and they're like, "I bet the Emperor's never even seen fucking lights like this." And Bertrand's like, "What do you know about the Emperor and the lights he fucking knows, bitch?"
What you know about rolling down in the deep?
So this is.
Please cut that out.
This is a weird one. I don't know exactly where this is going. Basically.
This would mean there are no inexplicable events in this land. That doesn't make any sense, Rick.
Well, they go through a list of things like natural disasters and basically everything has an explicit reason or explanation in this world. I was not entirely clear where they're going with this. They're clearly setting some lore up that's going to matter later, but for whatever reason, nothing inexplicable happens in this world.
Nothing matters, so it doesn't matter.
Which is why they don't have religion. This was their explanation of why they never developed religion, is they've never had to question anything because they understand why everything happens. He has introduced the uncertainty that allows religion to exist. Meanwhile, this lolly's like, the only people who can do cool shit are the emperors and the archons, so how the fuck are you doing shit? That doesn't make any sense. I just like her faces. She's always pissed off. And looks cool.
Oh, right. So,
they get into a huge fucking fight.
And Mitama summons because she's a primordial goddess, she summons all of the gods all at once. They show up to this universe, see how many followers she has, and immediately dip out after 1 second.
Yes, she summoned all of the gods.
Whatever that means.
And they all just went like, you suck, you're a baby god. We're out of here.
Baby god, do, baby god. Okay. Ugh. Hey, look, happy baby god.
How many followers? Yeah. So basically, she's still.
Oh, right. Pause. So, right after the gods all leave, what's her name again? Arda?
Fuck. I don't remember.
Whatever.
She's a thing. She's
this
one of the guys.
Archon sends a huge destructive blast to the village and blows up everything, and it's really sad, but hey, didn't you learn anything from the first episode?
Yeah, I was not convinced for a second.
So the Archon goes, could I have missed? Because they randomly get teleported into the village, and everything's fine.
Yeah, it turns out the whole village was an illusion created by Loki.
Who ends the last episode saying, alright, it's time. Now is the perfect moment. Let's go assassinate the Emperor.
Yes. Let's
Which is
go
very
assassinate the Emperor.
If the Emperor's name is Odin, very in tune with Loki.
True. But yeah, so
this show's fun. I mean, I think it's got the legs to go the distance.
I don't know how far I think this is a show that will last one season and summarily be forgotten and canceled.
But I think it will be good for Geek Toys in the long run. I hope they get more stuff, because this is fun, this is good, I'm enjoying it.
I think the issue with this show, there's a few issues. One, it's an isekai. That's going to limit certain people. Two, it's got a lolly on the cover, which is actually kind of deceitful considering how booby the show actually is.
She's not a lolly. She's actually a primordial goddess, and she was born like 14 billion years ago. So really, no.
Like the show is obviously aimed at people who like God Lolly. I'm on board for that. I like God Lolly. She's nowhere near as fun as what's her name from Kyoran Kazukaniki. She's the best.
Oh right, she's the worst.
No, she's the best. And this girl, she's alright. She's fine. She's sort of like Aqua if she wasn't a complete fuck up. I don't know. She doesn't have really that much personality. She's just kind of gung-ho about, being God and taking care of this guy. I like that he's like trying to start a religious cult because it's all he really knows how to do. And it's the only way to save his friends. And otherwise, like, the fact that it uses kind of, like, the plot serving as a backbone and being kind of serious, I don't mind. The fact that it got so dark in the first episode really set my expectations to, like, where I don't know where to have them. But I
still don't know where to have them. They're about to assassinate the Emperor.
Like, yeah, like, episode 4 had, like, fake dark moments, and you could tell it was being a little bit more serious because, like, the bad guy was super serious. She's not trying to be funny. She's like, I'm going to kill all of you, In that way, again, it reminds me of Slime because that show also is, like, mostly pretty lighthearted, but then will get, like, really fucking dark all of a sudden. But that show was never an out-and-out comedy the way this one is. That one's, like...
Slime wasn't a comedy? Slime feels very comedic to me.
It's very comedic, but again, I think it has comedy more than... Like, this show starts off with a bunch of muscle men carrying a guy in a barrel and throwing him off of a cliff. It's one of the funniest ways a show has ever started, in my opinion.
It was very entertaining.
Slime starts off like photorealistic guy getting stabbed to death in the streets trying to protect his friend. Like Mushoku Tensei, kind of similar. Like, those shows just had... They're trying to be more serious and, like, kind of
in Mushoku Tensei, doesn't he just get scared to death?
No, that's Konosuba, where he gets scared to death of the tractor.
Oh, maybe I have seen Konosuba.
Anyway, yeah, this show's fun. It's wacky. It's all over the place. I could not possibly give it above a 7. I also don't know if I could possibly give it below a 7.
Yeah,
it's really occupying that whole 7 space for me. I hope it stays.
It's good fun.
it's a show I could see getting worse if it starts taking itself too seriously or trying to pull the stupid move with the dark shit too many times when it doesn't make sense, or like, just going overboard with it. But I don't know. So far, it's funny. It made me laugh a lot. So I give it credit for that.
Okay. So let me start off by saying, fuck Ash Ketchum. I don't care. I grew up with regular Pokemon. Who gives a fuck? This is the best Pokemon has ever been. It's incredible.
Hard disagree.
I'm sorry, you're wrong.
I'm excited. This is the show I knew we were going to get into an argument about. You thought we were going to agree about everything, but you were wrong.
I can't believe you would allow yourself to be so wrong so publicly.
This is the one I've had the most struggle with this season.
What's your...
and I don't mean struggle like it's horrible like Dead Mount Death Play. That was like
no,
an
it's
actual
because
struggle.
It's objectively amazing. It's the best Pokemon that's ever existed.
I really struggle. Have you seen Sun and Moon?
Yes.
Have you seen Pokemon Journeys? I know you have because we watched it together.
I like this more than Journeys. I think this took the good ideas from Journeys and expanded on them.
I so far have not clicked with this show at all.
Really?
No.
This show literally made me cry.
Yeah, I know, and I want to get into that with you because it's interesting. This is again.
I hope you got a screen cap.
I love that it's fucking Pokemon that we're going to have the most disagreement about, but this is the one. This is the one where as we were watching it, I had this constant sinking feeling of, oh no, I don't really get it. I don't really get it. So, I mean, the show opens with a very traditional Pokemon scene of just like, here is some shots of Pokemon.
Which was awesome.
Out in the wild.
A lot of them were really adorable. They were having a great time.
I chose this one because it's got, all three of my Gen 1s in it. And,
oh, yeah. And some kid we're never going to see again.
It's also, this whole part's in this distinct aspect ratio. It's just very pretty. It's like, hey, Pokemon, cool.
It's a good shot.
So I'm okay with all that. That's very normal for a new Pokemon series to start with. But...
Uh-oh. Liko.
So here's the thing. We watched this right after watching Skip and Loafer.
Yeah.
Which I love.
Oh, so you think Liko's Skip?
She has the same issues that Skip does.
Yeah, but Skip also has the same... Oh, I don't know about that. She loves her cat.
This girl has no personality.
She loves her
Actually,
cat.
I won't even say that. She only has negative personality traits. The show starts off with her showing up to the bus. There's two girls who are sitting there. She's like, hey, how's it going? They're like, oh, hi. And she goes and sits across and then thinks, I messed up. So awkward. And then we just kind of
go into the Pokemon school.
And she gets on the bus.
And we see some big Onyxes.
She continues to be sad. And I was just thinking, like, man, in Skip and Loafer, like, there would have been a moment where a girl goes, oh, shit, I'm so awkward. And then, like, somebody else would have gone, hey, but that's all right, because I think you're cool. And then they would have, like, resolved that right then and there.
Look, I will say part of failing in the show is they chose to introduce the secondary character in the third or fourth episode.
That's a really weird decision. There's a lot of weird decisions.
But I think
like you lighting whatever that wood was. It's making me sneeze.
Called Palo Santo. It's to cleanse the room, dear.
Okay.
I can't believe you would be so ignorant.
Well, anyway, Liko, she's awkward. She's messed up this interaction, and then she gets on the bus. And, in fairness...
Oh, right, this is actually the first scene that really endeared me to the show, and I probably said this sentence about 15 times. Machop is a baggage handler. It is the best.
So, I mean, I appreciate... This is the thing, right? I will always be entertained and appreciative of Pokemon just being Pokemon, right? Like, you're in Pokemon world... I think back to
because
even
in the end,
Pikachu,
we all live
in a Pokemon
Thank
world.
you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Throughout all the generations of Pokemon, the most exciting thing about watching the shows has always been seeing how they use them. How has the world integrated Pokemon?
Because at the end of the day, Pokemon is about slavery.
It is. And the further it's gone, the more they really do emphasize that aspect of it. And like we even saw like that special
I think they've been trying to emphasize more of like a cohabitation relationship as opposed to the whole slavery thing.
Do you remember the
Slugma thing?
House Slugma?
Yeah, I loved that. That was
adorable. Adorable. Love those little shorts.
So basically, every now and then the Pokemon Company will upload these little animated shorts focused on a specific Pokemon in different animated styles. And there's one where a girl goes to visit her grandparents, and her grandparents live out in the middle of nowhere, and their cabin is powered and warmed by a Slugma. And the little girl spends her whole trip trying to befriend the Slugma, but the Slugma's shy. But then right as she walks outside of the door, the Slugma like shoots stuff out of the chimney to say, "Hey, goodbye, I'll see you next time." It's very cute. It's very good.
I agree. I liked that short a lot more than I liked this show so far, actually. So, one thing about that short, and I don't want to be unreasonable and expect the moon. Pokemon shorts look gorgeous. Pokemon movies look gorgeous. I'm looking at this shot on my screen right now, and I just see the blandest backgrounds. The Machop doesn't even look very on model. Like, I just don't think this show looks very good most of the time, especially compared to like Sun and Moon, which looked amazing, or the original show, which looked really great, especially in the background art, which this show's just, the backgrounds are really lacking, and we'll get to more of that as we go, but
I see. The screenshots have been chosen in a biased way.
No, look, I chose this because you got all these
Onyx,
Onyxes.
Butterfree, Mankeys, Tauruses. I love it. I love how big the Onyxes are.
Yeah.
The whole time I was watching this, I was just geeking out. I was so happy. And Beatrice didn't even let on that she didn't like it. She was just sitting there biding her time, like, I'm gonna destroy this guy.
I was waiting to like it. I was hoping that at some point it would grab me and I'd be ready and I'd be like, yeah, this show's great, but it just never quite got there.
I will say so Anne is a really fun character. The school they go to is in Kanto. Anne is from Kanto and she's lived there all her life. And so they introduce Anne, and she's really great. She's a lot of fun. I can't wait for her to be a part of the rest of the series.
I hope she comes back.
I don't know what you're talking about. The show. She's part of it. She's just there.
This scene, as soon as this happened, you were like, "Oh, she's like the sushi, like from
the sushi,
Shuji,
or whatever. Little Witch Academia.
Yeah, and so yes, there's a heavy shade of Harry Potter, Little Witch Academia. You even compared it to High Guardian Spice, like that. You know,
yes,
school
these
for
two
magic
together.
users, except it's Pokemon users, which Pokemon's done school. There have been Pokemon Sun and Moon was a school.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was a school video game. You can go to school in that game.
So there's plenty of like
actually you have to go to school in that game.
Pokemon stuff. I don't mind that they're like at Pokemon school, but the introduction of her into this environment is just so banal and slow and uneventful and uninteresting. Like, she meets this girl. That's cute. Whatever. She's got a fang. She's perky. That's a word that...
Oh, right. Yeah, the main character uses perky a lot.
I don't know if this is the translator's fault, but she kept calling things perky. And I'm like, when you call this girl perky, I'm going to get the wrong images in my head.
Well, that's on you.
Well, you know, I want it to be on me. My Pokemon Index. They got Rotom Dex, but yeah, like they're just kind of like in class learning about.
What are they
Pokemon.
doing on their phones in class?
What's
wrong with these?
I feel like I'm at school when I'm watching Pokemon? You know, they're just kind of talking about. They got
one of my favorite things. I've never watched a Pokemon in Japanese before.
Ah, yes.
So, Mijimaru, I'm so happy that I get to learn all of the...
Yeah, it's fun to have it with that. It's always driven me nuts that the translation groups that do Pokemon, they always keep the Japanese Pokemon names, but they keep the English attack names. It's bizarre.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know why they do it. It's always driven me nuts. But it is cute to hear the Japanese names and be able to understand what the fuck they're saying with the it being on screen. Anyway, yeah, Shiganamiji it's one of my favorite Pokemon. I had to get the screen cap. Bulbasaur's looking pretty cute there,
and
too.
then Liko got a Sprigatito.
Yep, so our main girl's got Sprigatito, and
it hates her initially.
Yeah, much like Pikachu, it's like, fuck you, I'm gonna run around. But because Sprigatito gives off a sweet scent.
When it lays in the sun.
It's
about photosynthesis.
She be tracing that scent. She finds the cat up in a dangerous place. She's like, get down from there, and it jumps directly onto her face. But they seem to be chill after this.
Yeah.
I guess just because she showed care.
Right. This is a strange part of the show, but pretty much once or twice an episode, this character shows up. I don't remember their name. Gurumin. But I really like the Quaxley that dances around with them.
I think this is an adorable idea of, like, person in a weird Nidorino costume dancing with the Quaxley. But I hate the implementation of this simply because we literally cut away to YouTube tutorial videos on how to Pokemon.
Well, and sometimes we cut away to this as a YouTube video. Actually, we are right now.
This is a YouTube video. It's got like a little, scroll bar. But yeah, like a not insignificant amount of the first couple episodes of this show have characters watching videos on how Pokemon works. And it's just really weird because it's like,
you have to keep the franchise fresh, honey. People don't all understand.
To Pokemon, like, you have to already have some level of investment before you can start getting into those kind of details. Like, if you're watching the original show, they didn't try to teach you about typing in the first episode. They're like, Pokemon are mysterious creatures. We want to learn more about them. Pikachu doesn't like you, sort that out. And, like, the whole episode is just him, developing his relationship with his Pokemon, establishing all these things about Ash and his town and the culture of the world and all this kind of shit. And in this one, a lot of the legwork basically boils down to, it's like you go to school, and you watch YouTube videos that teach you how to be a Pokemon trainer.
Well, but
that's not exciting.
I guess, sure. But in terms of the Sprigatito taming, neither of those things help at all. No one helps her YouTube video or, like, teach her or anything. No one helps her catch her cat. She does that all on her own.
Sure. It just makes all the other stuff seem kind of extraneous. It's like...
It is.
None of this has to do with the plot. It's just information about Pokemon.
Well, that's how it is in Scarlet and Violet, too. I mean, like... So, initially you're forced to go to, like, maybe 1 to 3 classes, and then you can kind of explore everywhere, but you can go back and take classes, and if you take enough, you learn about legendaries.
So the point of that, though, in the video game is that it's teaching you how to play the video game. Like, in the anime, like, for instance, there's a part where, like, she's learning how to battle, and then she learns about typing. And, like, she doesn't then... like,
learn all the types. Yeah, no.
She doesn't use the knowledge.
She does just use leafage against, like, all kinds of fucking Pokemon that it wouldn't make sense to.
In original Pokemon, there's never a scene where they sit down and they're like, all right, well, that's not even so. In the original show, they do go to a Pokemon school in, like, episode 8, and there is a bunch of stuff that's, like, just random expository details about how shit works in the Pokemon world. That episode's fucking hilarious, and it's so well done, and the details are also well integrated into the plot. It never feels like the show is just suddenly telling you how it works. With no... Like, the plot of this episode is that she feels, basically empty. Like, Riko's like, I have no sense of purpose. So she wants to have something to do. She doesn't know what it is. She doesn't know if she will find it here. She's hoping to find it at school.
I know this isn't a great defense, but I think it might be a defense.
Okay.
And it's kind of what I went into this show expecting. This is the show with the youngest target audience we've watched. This episode. Yes. This show is literally for children.
It is for small children.
So... like, she doesn't really have a character because, she wouldn't. Or rather, it wouldn't make sense to establish a very complex character in the very first episode because most of the people watching it aren't going to be able to grasp it immediately.
Pokemon did that. They had Ash. There was a lot you could learn about him from the first episode. Like, he's pretty established. He wakes up late for school, or for his, his thing he's most excited about is that he's going to get a Pokemon the next day. But he stays up all night watching Pokemon tournaments and sleeps in and misses out on all the Pokemon and just happens to get the extra one that Oak had around. He has the highest ambition, but he's always in last place because he's just the dumbest guy. Like, so, it's an epic underdog story about a guy who's can't even overcome his starting Pokemon to get the fucking journey started.
I think I don't totally remember as much about the show as the last one, but I think we learned at least as much about Ash so far, about this character.
What do you think you know about her as of the first episode?
Well, she wants to be good at school. She wants to have Pokemon. She wants to be the best trainer. She does have a goal. I can't quite remember what it is, but she wants to be a really good Pokemon trainer. That's pretty sweet. She wants to be good at school. I said that already.
It's not that much.
She wants to explore the world.
There's not that much to go on.
But Ash Ketchum doesn't have that much to go on either. He wakes up late.
That's the story. Is
she's
that he's
a fuck up.
And Pokemon.
She is also a fuck up, though.
I need to emphasize this as well. Pokemon, the original show in particular, was a comedy.
Are you really emphasizing to me right now?
Yes. The original anime was a comedy, and it was funny.
This is a comedy. It is funny.
This show is not funny. There's not one funny thing that happens in this show.
The cat jumps on her face.
That's not funny.
I can't say the other funny thing that's going to happen because it hasn't happened yet.
Alright, well, I don't remember anything funny. I don't remember any funny lines or bits. The character, she's very mopey and boring. And granted, this show is going to go through a tone shift in the second episode, almost as fucking violent as any of the other shows that we talked about. Not literally, but figuratively, an insane tone shift. So a lot of these complaints I have kind of only apply to this first episode, but I really did spend the whole first episode just kind of going like, what is the point? Like, what's I
gonna
care about?
Here? Yeah.
What is happening here? And I kept going back through other and a big thing this show is missing that actually surprised me, a B plot, also known as Team Rocket. Because there's bad guys, but they're not Team Rocket.
They are the explorers. They're not always Team Rocket.
Well, and more pertinently, I mean, maybe in episode 4 you could say that there is a B plot involving them, but that's how long it takes before anything that's happening in the story isn't just immediately relevant to the main character right now.
Is Team Rocket immediately relevant in the first episode of the original Pokemon series?
No, I'm saying the great thing is that Pokemon has B plots. The original show has B plots. It would break away from what Ash is doing to go show you something else or what someone else is doing.
We definitely got that in this show. I mean, we haven't gotten to it. Again, like, there have been B plots. I mean, it's not in these first couple episodes because it's a lot of establishing stuff.
That's what I'm saying. It takes a really long time before there's
We're still on the first episode, right?
I'm just saying, like, most of the time you don't really stick so closely to, like, just like one thing the whole way through 3 episodes before there's.
But it's not 3 episodes before there's a B plot.
I think there kind of is.
It's not.
All right. Well, we'll find that B plot when we come to it. I guess
we'll cross that B ridge when we get to it.
All right. So I don't remember what this screen cap is with her.
They're being friendly. She's starting to learn its patterns.
Yeah, she decides, because she does not know what she wants to do,
she can't get it to use moves.
Studies her Pokemon, she'll figure out what both of them can do. There's like a scene where she's just kind of moping around, like, with Sprigatito, like, maybe there's not anything for me here. And I'm just like, damn, fucking...
Wow, you're giving the names of these characters this early? You're kinder than the show is.
I just picked whenever everybody first showed up. But most importantly, this girl, Oreo... first eye candy in this show.
She's pretty great.
And I have to say, when these two showed up, it felt like I had just suddenly started watching a different anime because all I've been looking at is like drab school uniforms and like very normal shit.
And then it's like, oh, characters.
Pokemon characters just turned up in like bright, colorful outfits, looking all hot, and I'm like, what's their deal? What's going on?
Well, okay.
We won't learn for a while.
We won't, but here's my best defense of this show and why I like it so much. In terms of the experience of watching it, and in terms of the experience the characters are going through, is very accurate to a Pokemon game. Which is, you kind of start off very mediocre and drab, you're kind of in a weird situation, and then you get thrust into this weird whirlwind of the Pokemon world. And I think that's the way they're going to tackle it, and I think that's really fun. And it's been really fun for me. I'm sorry it hasn't been for you.
No, it's fine.
I didn't know.
I enjoy watching anime with you. I don't have to like the anime.
You spelled his name wrong.
Oh, shit.
It's Ametio.
Oh, no. I wrote Ameggio. So, basically, after, like, 3/4 of the episode, nothing really happens.
So, Molly and Oreo and also Ametio are all looking for this girl. There's a bunch of people looking for the main character for some reason.
It's a pendant.
We're not told that quite yet.
But we have learned about the pendant. She showed it to her friend in her room, and she's like,
my grandma gave me this.
Grandma gave me this, and I don't think I'm old enough to wear it yet, because she told me it would be super important.
Yeah, and so a bunch of people are looking for her. This guy, who screams bad guy. I don't know if that's evident.
The Cruella de Vil hair and all.
So he comes up and says, "I have a letter from your grandma. Give me that pendant."
Yeah, she wants you to bring that pendant out right now. And she goes back to her room and is like, that sounded sus as
well. And
fuck.
What is it? Nyoha does not like this guy. Is immediately like, get out of here. And then this was the funny part. She sends out her Sprigatito, and it's just like, oh, cool, Rhydon, here you go.
Yeah, so she's on the run with Sprigatito. They throw a Rhydon at them. She tries to use Leafage. It does nothing. But then she Leafages where they put the leaves over the Rhydon's eyes. They did a thing that's... Sorry, this has bothered me in Pokemon forever, is when the trainer says, like, we'll do this instead, and then they don't out loud say what it is, but then it happens, and it's like, are we meant to like infer that the Pokemon just psychically understood?
Well, the bond between a Pokemon and a trainer is completely ununderstandable. You can't understand it.
That's exactly the answer I thought I was going to get. Anyway, yeah, they blinded the Rhyhorn without communicating.
So, it's like... the bond between a trainer and a Pokemon, it's basically explained. There's a bunch of like teeny tiny microorganisms in their brains, and it creates like a So this guy shows up on a Charizard out of nowhere. Yeah, he's great. He's like,
so get behind me.
Riley had asked earlier, do you think we're gonna get like an Ash cameo or anything? And while I do think that would be a lot of fun if he's like the leader of the Elite Four, the final champion or whatever, that would be cool. I think this guy is going to be our Ash stand-in for the whole time, because he's got Charizard, and he also has a Pikachu, but we'll get to that.
So, the bad guy is using that thing from the new games that I don't know?
Ceruledge. So, that was actually funny. All of the, Charizard is Lizardon, all of the Pokemon names have been the Japanese names, and then this thing's name is Soulblades. It's like, hilarious. Wait, whoa, okay. Cool, alright. It's a good name for it. No, I enjoy it. He's a cool dude. I played Pokemon Violet, so I have one of these guys. My problem with him using this using this Pokemon is he pretty much only uses this Pokemon.
Yeah, he's used it in like 3 episodes in a row. Granted, it looks really badass when it has fights, which this episode ends with like a fight scene between Charizard and that guy. It's got some pretty cool animation moments, but yeah, the first episode of this show really left me like, what the hell? Like, it really was like 75% totally slow slice of life about like a shy, awkward girl trying to acclimate to life at school.
And then, hey, we're on vacation, and she's going to stay here, and then she's being pursued by everyone.
Yeah, and then this episode onwards, it really changes.
Picks up pretty quick.
Well, literally, she's been picked up by Lizardon. the Charizard. She's being flown to somewhere as the bad guys get onto their Skarmories and Carvanons to give chase.
What did you call him?
Corviknight.
Corviknight
is a place where you buy.
No, that's
cars.
actually one of the Supreme Court justices. Corviknight?
Oh,
Brett Kavanaugh?
Yeah. Anyway, they go to an airship. This was the moment where I was like, "What? the fuck is going on?"
I'm a little with you too. This
is this
kind of
Final
like,
Fantasy?
Where I went is this Howl's Moving Castle, but for Pokemon for some reason.
There's a airship. There's an airship.
It's also a boat, and it also has a Pokemon Stadium on it.
I think the Pokemon Stadium is the
it becomes wings
pad.
sometimes also. So
Yeah,
right now it's in its wing
mode,
form.
and then it'll transform. I have a shot of both. There you go. It's in pad mode. Yeah. So this anime escalated from high school to airship.
Oh,
instantly.
We're forgetting something. No, not yet.
There's nothing between high school and airship. They flew straight from one to the other. So, immediately, this is like, oh, it's a fantasy now. Like, it's a fantasy adventure now?
Which is good. I'm happy that Pokemon's going there. Okay, Murdoch.
Yeah, I'm glad, too. Why was the first episode such a misdirect?
Alright, glad Murdoch is introduced, because that means we get Rockruff. Rockruff is one of the best Pokemon characters we get introduced to. I forget his Japanese name. The little dog.
Yeah.
He's the best. Murdoch's also really cool because he likes Rockruff so much.
Eddie
Frida
Cook.
is the guy who I think is the Ash stand-in. And also in this screenshot, I know you can't see it if you're in the podcast, we've got Fuikoko. Or
he's gonna be a
the Japanese name for Fuikoko is so much better. Hogator. I love it.
Where did he come from?
Hogator. He's just been around.
Him?
They just had him, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, they get into...
Oh, we're in the coal room. We're back
this
with
episode turns
Oreo.
Into probably the whole first half.
It's like a war zone for a second here.
It's an aerial battle for the first half, like some shit out of, like, again, a fantasy, like, you know, airship steampunk fucking thing. Last Exile or whatever.
But so if you'll take a moment to
Castle in the Sky.
Look at the scenario we have here. We have it's not Colossal, it's the one right before him. But it's the coal guy from Sword and Shield, I think.
He's running on a treadmill.
He's running on a treadmill producing coal, and then Oreo is shoveling the coal into a furnace with a slugma in it. It's great.
Adorable.
I'm so happy.
Utility Pokemon moments are the best part of the show.
Right, so they're all hanging out.
There's a moment where Rika finally says,
"Hey, I know you just kidnapped me. Can you please tell me what's happening?"
We're like 10 minutes into episode 2 and the main characters, I have no clue what's going on. And I was like, amen, sister.
This is a really fun part of the show. I really enjoy this a lot. The people that are with Freed basically go, "Oh, he didn't explain it to you?" And then they change the subject. This happens...
They keep getting upset with him for not explaining anything, but then not explaining anything.
Nothing.
And it doesn't happen in this episode. Like, several times, characters are like...
It doesn't happen in any episode we've seen. He has not explained what's going on.
Kind of. At the end of episode 3, he does enough that he answers the 2 basic questions he should have answered from the start. I was hired by your fucking grandma or whatever.
Well,
and,
Mom. He does answer that, I think, pretty upfront, actually.
No. He doesn't tell them fucking shit.
Okay, well, yeah.
She has no idea what's happening, who these people are, what's going on. Neither do we. It's just a bunch of... chaos and action and
before
Pokemon
you click
and
the slide,
funny hair colors, Voltron.
I'd just like to take a moment. Snorunt, Pomo, and Shuckle, adorable.
Yeah, they are pretty fun.
They're adorable. They're the best. They're the cutest little Pokemans.
They're always hanging out.
Oh boy, it's the man. Here we go.
This is where the madness really settled in.
This is where I knew this was the best Pokemon ever.
This is where I realized I had faith that this show
could
do something interesting.
The Howl's Moving Castle, the wild space or airship and everything. It is captained by Pikachu.
Captain Pikachu.
God bless his heart.
You go right into the cockpit, and the guy's just like, "Hey, Cap, we gotta handle this."
And then you cut to a Pikachu with his arms crossed with the captain's hat, and he's like
standing on his tail.
And he's like, "I know what's about to happen. I'm ready."
Arms crossed like a fucking Gynax character.
He's Space Battleship Pikachu.
Full tilt, angry eyes. He's ready to go. Captain Pikachu. They give him a full title card.
Yeah, no one else in the show has gotten a title card up until this point. It's only Captain Pikachu.
It's like an elaborate graphic for his name. Captain Pikachu. Like a fucking Smash intro.
Dare I say he deserves it.
Oh, absolutely. Captain Pikachu's an instant legend. Literally within one image.
Right. So this is also one of my favorite images of the show. Lizardon comes in to help the furnace so that the ship can go faster, and so he's breathing fire, and Hogator jumps up on his head and starts like screaming because he can't produce the fire yet, so he's just screaming to try and help. And Oreo goes, "Thank you, Hogator," and it's just so adorable.
That is probably the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. This
Wait,
moment...
is this a pronoun?
I took this moment aside just to point out that this man's name is Zur.
Which man?
The guy on the left, his name is Zur.
Is this one of the bad guys?
One of the two henchmen.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy henchman. His name is Zur. Like as in Zimzer. There's no Zim, there's only a Zur.
Well, it's also spelled with an I instead of an E. Oh, Captain Pikachu. I mean, Captain Pikachu's just... He saves the show. I'm so happy he's the main character.
So this is where we get the first sliver of explanation of who this man is.
He's the leader of the Rising Volteckers.
So you all know the Rising Volteckers.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're all
them.
from this universe, this Pokemon world. I mean, honestly, they missed an opportunity not releasing a game in this universe at the same time this show was coming out, because it would explain a lot that they choose not to.
And Captain Pikachu gets to do a big ass fight with the fucking
I had mentioned. Wait, do you have Pikachu getting the energy?
I don't think so.
Okay. So, the best scene in this episode, and I had mentioned that I cried. What made me cry is that at one point, Pikachu does like a whole shadow clone jutsu thing. He disappears, he thunder punches, and then it turns out to be a shadow clone that was thunder punching him. And he's standing on top of the ship. He gets struck by lightning, and then he does the strongest thunder punch on Ceruledge ever. I don't know why it made me cry, but it did. I was so happy. I mean, I was just like, oh my god, Pikachu's a badass and he's a captain.
Pretty beast mode, I'm not gonna lie.
It was great.
I understand.
Then ultimately, Ceruledge damages the ship in some way, and our main girl Liko goes, "Hey, I'll just come with you if you stop damaging everything. I don't want people to be hurt," because she sees Snorunt, Shuckle, and Pomo being hurt by the fallout. And so she says, "Whatever, let's be done with it." And I don't remember what happened. Oh, leafage. Big leafage, right.
I don't know why her leafage is so big all of a sudden.
Because the midichlorians are strong.
Okay.
The bond between the bond between Pokemon and trainer has just excelled. I can't wait for this Nyoha to be the fucking Meowscarada. She's gonna be overpowered. I love this show.
So we finally got to Coruscant.
What is this?
I know the day will come when you go on your adventure.
Oh, it's the grandma.
Around your neck.
Yeah, so the grandma is saying, like, hey, you're going to need this necklace. Take the necklace. You'll need it.
So I don't know why they decided to shroud the grandma in shadow and mystery.
Because she's going to be a character later, but it's not shrouded enough to...
Face. Also, she looks like Sonic the Hedgehog.
She does look like Sonic the Hedgehog.
What's up with that? That's strange. It's not a Nintendo property.
Wait, so hang on. We didn't see the turtle. You didn't get a screen cap of the turtle. I didn't get a screen cap of the turtle. I've been waiting to mention the turtle.
Yes, I forgot.
So the amulet has, and this is a legendary Pokemon that I'm not aware of. It might just be one that is around that I missed.
Yeah.
But the amulet contains some kind of turtle that produces some kind of impenetrable shield.
Turtle covered in gems type.
But he looks great. I love him.
That was a weird fucking thing.
It's a good turtle. So anyway, in all the hullabaloo of the last episode, because we're on the next one now, right?
Yeah.
Nyoha was captured by the enemy. So now we have Rockruff doing his best. He's got a big nose. He's ready to find Sprigatito.
Let's do it. Let's get that cat back in the bag.
Right. So this is the other henchman. She loves Sprigatito. She's giving the cat as much food as it wants.
Yeah, she's pretty excited about having it around.
She likes cats. I mean, you get to a certain age, you want cats.
There's a rematch between
Pikachu. There's a lot of rematches between these two.
This guy, honestly, he sucks.
Who?
The bad guy. He just loses.
Well, he doesn't even lose. He just gets tricked. Like, most of the time, he's winning.
Sure.
And then Frieda's just like, psych, I was just distracting you.
Somebody said in the chat earlier that they like the new villains are better than Team Rocket because they seem actually competent. I don't know if they haven't accomplished shit yet. They've just gotten trounced. Team Rocket accomplished a lot of things. They just didn't accomplish what they wanted.
No, that's the thing. Team Rocket as an organization did accomplish a lot of things. Jesse and James did not.
They again... Jesse and James, incredibly industrious, brilliant people, just can't get Pikachu. Everything they do would be
Why
genius.
do they want Pikachu so hard?
Because it was really strong in episode 2.
Why don't they just get something... whatever, I guess...
I think they are under the mistaken impression that Pikachu is as strong as an entire army of Pikachus that was used to power the Pokemon station in episode 2. And so they're like... They think Pikachu's even more badass than it is, but eventually it does become super badass. Either way, it's just a thing they do. It's just a thing they want to do, man. It's just what they want out of life. They just want to pursue
It's just a peak they want to chew.
Alright.
Are we leafaging again? Is that what's happening here?
Yes, they used the leafage as like a big cover.
Oh, right. They disappear because they stole the Sprigatito bag.
Yeah, they didn't really need to fight. They're just like, we don't need to beat you. We're just here to get the cat, you idiot.
Oh, so this is actually the third fight. We're on the third episode now, right?
Yeah.
So this is the third fight between Fried and the guy with the Cerulege. And Fried just runs away every time. Like, just fucking kick his ass. It's like...
Yeah, I guess so. Hey...
Wow, look, it's a group shot and everyone's happy.
We are the Rising Volteckers. In case you were wondering who he's the leader of, now they all introduced themselves. Finally. I had missed it the first time when he said it, so this to me was like, oh, that's who they are. The Rising Volteckers.
The screenshot just made me think of my hometown football team was the Chargers. And just one time leaving elementary school, they played the Chargers theme song, air quotes, which was basically San Diego Superchargers, and that just basically over and over and over and over and over again. It was, I don't know, that's
fucking hilarious.
So that theme just came into my head, and it's like, oh, cool, they're the Chargers.
Amazing. All right. And then he's like, let's go collect our bodyguard fees from our client, Liko's mom.
Why didn't Liko's mom just have her go home?
Why didn't Liko's mom contact her in any fucking way, shape, or form?
I would bet
anything that was about to happen.
I'd bet that Liko's mom has got it going on.
You know what I want, and I've waited for so long.
Oh, this is actually something that I thought we might get a bit to expand on, but I realize now, of course not, it's stills. The Rotom phones can expand into tablets.
Yes.
Which I think is a really fun addition. So anyway, she's so remember how I said I wanted Anne to be like a character that would be throughout the series and it'd be really fun? Haha, spoiler alert, she would not be.
Instantly sidelined. Why did they introduce this character if she was not going to be in the show?
So school has started again and our main character Liko has just signed up for online classes, and this again goes back to the Pokemon class thing. School in Pokemon is not that important if you're out there Pokemoning it up.
No, not really. Yeah, it's just so weird that they set us up for a school show with her BFF.
And then she doesn't matter at all. Who cares?
Now she's a sky adventurer, and her friend is, a pen pal, like in the other show about the Shy Girl.
Right.
And then Roy at the very end.
Oh shit! Right. This is fuck.
Very end of the episode, we meet our guy Roy. He's just like on an island.
Okay, so. The first B plot was the Sprigatito being captured, and that whole thing, the henchman's whole
Yeah, I would likely consider that a B plot.
And then welcome to the second B plot. And I don't think you got a screen cap of it, but it's one of the best parts of the episode, and that is Sprigatito falling off the airship. Or I'm sorry, Fuecoco, Hog-Gator, falling off the airship. Because he's singing and gets scared. I think
that doesn't happen until the start of episode 4.
Oh, shit. Okay, you're probably right. But I just know Roy finds it. But I will say...
He finds a flag here.
These are biblically accurate star use. They go... Ha!
Alright. Yeah, so she signed up for online classes. We're at the start of episode 4. Thank God they got her an outfit.
Yeah, right.
I didn't... I hadn't, really appreciated what the issue was. I'm a vain person. I literally liked this character more the second they put her in some goddamn clothes.
I know, and you said as much.
Because it has personality. It's not just a school uniform that tells me nothing about you and what you like and what you are like or what you're... I saw this and I went, that's who she is. The little,
The weird, center chest fanny pack, the nice aquamarine jacket, skirt, or whatever that... Are there shorts?
Maybe an overall skirt?
I don't know. The outfit slays. We can be honest here.
Yeah, it's good. Everybody else agrees, too, because they all compliment her as soon as she walks into the room. And then they're like, what the fuck's going on with these ruptures? We are leaking gas.
Like me after I eat chili, know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The man who has never eaten chili said.
Oh yeah, so Roy is he's got his desk for the day, a random stump in the woods, because he is doing online classes.
He's doing online school as well. I assume for the same school. It's not really explained.
He's got a cool ass treehouse in the middle of the forest that gets trashed by Fuecoco because it be hungry. It be hounding. Then they meet, they bond. This is
okay. So
adorable,
you didn't get a screenshot of it. So actually, the real B plot of this episode is what's her fucking name? Liko. Liko finds out that Fuecoco likes to sing. She scares Fuecoco to the point that he falls off of the airship into the ocean. Then he's trapped on this island where Roy happens to live. And he's just kind of wandering around. He eats a stash of berries he finds, and then he's just singing. He's having a good time. Singing Hog-Gator is got to be the cutest thing ever. It's, again, it is one of the things that makes me think this is the best Pokemon ever. Remember singing Hog-Gator? He's like...
Yeah, it's fucking
adorable. And so Roy finds him, compliments his singing, and Hog-Gator is naturally shy about his singing. And so, eventually they become friends. I think Roy basically saves Hog-Gator's life or something. I don't know. It's a very cute relationship.
Also, meanwhile, somewhere else in the woods, these two are trying to figure out where Hog-Gator is, and instead... They are being chased down by a giant army of bug Pokemon.
Why? Because Hog-Gator, ate all their berries.
Yes, what a punk.
Because he's a fat little gator.
Also, this kid's just got this ancient ball that his granddad found. He doesn't think it'll open. Probably has something important inside of it. And then this dude shows up and just clowns on all these bug Pokemon by doing some fucking crazy Matrix
all
dodges.
The bug Pokemon are shooting out like string shots at them, and then he does a bunch of dodges and tangles them up in their own string shot, and then, to be nice, he gives them all a berry.
Yeah, he realizes they're all just pissed off about the food, but the scene of him jumping rope around all the string shots is
This dude is the Neo of Pokemon.
For sure. So
this is it's been explained a couple times. This group, the bad guys, are the Explorers. Yes. I don't know what that means, but this is probably one of their headquarters.
Yeah, they want that goddamn pendant, and that's it. That's the end of the 4 episodes. Not a lot happened in these 4 episodes, I must say.
It's a children's show.
It is a children's show. I've seen a lot of Pokemon. I'm not saying it's ever been particularly dense.
I think it has one of the strongest starts to a Pokemon series. And then after that, it gave me... I mean, again, and I've said this a couple times, it is my favorite Pokemon series I've ever seen. I can't wait to see where it goes. Okay. Right now, everything I've seen...
Yeah.
Strong 8.
Okay.
Where I think it could go, up to a 9, down to a 4.
Damn, all the way down to a 4.
Pokemon's fickle. You got to do it right. For
me, this is like a strong 5 to a light 6.
I'm sorry. Can you please leave? I'll be hosting the podcast from now on.
It
will now be I Watch Anime.
It is by no means bad, but there's not anything...
Choose your words
There's just
carefully.
not anything that, like, grabbed me in and made me think, I'm excited about this now. Like, it's nice to see cute Pokemon. There are cute moments. Like, every episode has had at least one, like, really adorable thing happen. Where you're like, wow, that's fucking adorable. Wow, I love Pokemon. They're so cute. But I don't feel attached to any of the characters yet. I was mostly just annoyed that there was so much sound and fury signifying nothing for 3 episodes, you know? And then, like, we finally introduced Roy. And that 4th episode, I guess, probably feels more like a standard, like, Pokemon Journeys episode.
Yeah, I think that's when it really picks up and it's like, okay, we're in the story now. We know where we're going, more or less.
I wish it was funnier. I want to see Riko really come out of her shell because she is just really boring to me. I think that's my biggest issue, is just that I think she is really boring. And there's nobody in the show with enough personality to really, like, you know, make up for it. So I don't know. I could... It's not that I don't think it could get better. I would say I hope it does, because I'm going to watch all of it and we're going to talk about it every week. But...
I'm excited. I can't wait.
Alright, we've only got one more fucking anime to talk about. Holy shit. I'm so tired. So, the last show we're talking about on this first episode of We Watch Anime is Dr. Stone, Season 3, New World, as it's called.
Are we going to be talking about the Risui thing?
No, because it came out a year ago, but... I do have to emphasize, if you're...
Watch the Ryusui thing.
Yeah, I think you'll figure it out pretty quick.
Literally plot heavy?
Well, this is like the first image of Season 3, is these Senku, Chrome, and Ryusei descending in this balloon, and if for some reason...
Ryusei. I don't know why I think it's Ryusui.
If for some reason you are watching this video and you are not caught up on Dr. Stone, this part of the video... Ryusei is introduced in a 54-minute
It's like the tale of Ryusei or something.
Yeah, it's literally just called Ryusei OVA. And, like, it's a really good OVA. It's probably my favorite single episode of Dr. Stone.
I would agree with that.
And it introduces this character and his whole thing. He brings economy into Dr. Stone. He really begins what I would consider the Log Horizon arc of Dr. Stone.
So basically, they bring this guy back to life because he's one of the best ship captains that were alive during the time. A couple...
Not just one of the best, but the only one who knows old vessels because of a personal obsession with them.
And so... My only problem with this character is his only sign of having been petrified is like a weird blue thing on his fingers, where everyone else's is black. And I just like some explanation to that. Are there going to be other colors? I don't know. And then, you know, there's the whole he was a rich guy, he wants to own everything. So he introduces money and capitalism and all that. But ultimately, not in like a... We'll learn later. Not in like a devious way, necessarily.
No. Ryusei is really great. The OVA is really fun. This picks up immediately where it left off. If you were to try to watch this without having seen that, you'll have no idea what's going on. And we're going to assume that you are caught up on Dr. Stone.
Which is to say, for anyone who has not seen Dr. Stone or the movie, spoiler alert,
we recommend it. It's good.
Alert. This is your chance. Get away.
Let's talk about what's happened in the last 4 weeks of it. So
I was excited because I had independently watched most of season 2 and the Ryusui movie without B, just because I don't know, something happened. She didn't have time, but I really like it, and so I'm excited to pick back up.
So
here,
that OVA made Yuzuriha one of my favorite characters in the show.
She has always been one of my favorite. Yuzuriha and Taiju have. I mean, they're one of the OG. They're the OGs. Yeah. They're the three that were awakened with Senju.
She really got to be a badass in that OVA. I'm glad to have her around. We got Gen Suika here.
The whole sewing thing, right? How fast she can sew things. Yeah.
So they go to the village, and immediately Ryusui's like, "Oh, all they've been eating is fish? This is not...
I cannot eat only fish.
I'm not living this way. We're going to do something about this."
Well, he doesn't immediately jump to, "I'm not living this way." He goes, "Senku, how long are we going to be here?"
Yeah.
And Senku goes, 1 to 2 years. Then he has a little mental breakdown. This is Kohaku, the lioness.
She's got really good eyesight, so they're like, "Scope out from the skies for us." And she's like, "This is terrifying."
It's not really explained. If you haven't seen Dr. Stone, you shouldn't be watching this, but just as a little explanation. Yeah. It's not really explained why Kohaku and her whole tribe exist necessarily, but she and her family and everyone are the primitive humans that have existed throughout the petrification that the rest of the modern world went through. And that's why she has such good eyesight. She's lived in the wild her whole life.
Fair enough.
That's mostly to explain why she has... we're doing Minecraft. Yes.
They finally admitted that Dr. Stone is just Minecraft and started putting whole-ass Minecraft levels into Dr. Stone. I appreciate it. They did this graphical joke a few times so far this season. You know, just acknowledging. Yes, this is literally Minecraft, the anime. They start gathering their sky data. They immediately learn about where to find more animals, better animals, don't have to eat fish all the time. This is really the segment where Dr. Stone starts making like rapid technological advancement.
Which, technological advancement begets better technological advancement.
Every time you invent something, you're actually inventing like 10 different things that thing can become. So this show is in that kind of segment of like, all right, we just keep having stuff that makes other stuff possible. So now they're going to start growing their own food and becoming agricultural so that they don't ever have hunger issues. Also, Yuzuriha makes this really adorable hat, like just a regular cowboy hat, hands it to Gen, and he immediately goes, "Oh, this must be the crown for the farmer king, like how Senku's the science king and Ryusei is the sky king." To inspire all of the big guys to work a lot harder so that they can get the hat. King.
Who gets Taiju gets the hat, right?
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Taiju is best boy
because he says, "I'm gonna make a mountain of food and revive the entire world." Because his parents are dead, he cannot bring them back, and
they're dead for real.
Yeah, they're dead.
Like they died before the petrification.
I think so.
Okay.
He's just accepted that they're not going to come back or something. I don't know. But, yeah. He also thought because Senku told him it was a good idea, he crushed and spread some shells around. He doesn't really know what it does.
Fertilization.
He just knows that it works. And he's right.
It's like when you have bone fragments or bone meal in Minecraft and it grows trees really quick.
This shot is so fucking adorable.
It is. I love this show.
Top tier waifu moment right there.
I will say... I wish between the seasons, So at the beginning of every Dr. Stone episode, they have a title card and it plays like. Yeah. I wish they changed that every now and then.
That would be nice.
I like it. It's fun, but and also, this is a very small criticism because the show is very good. Fit the music better, please. Just like, we don't need rock and roll sequences for very mundane tasks.
I love the music in this show, but yeah, it's so
at
over
times
the top
it's just overkill. Ridiculous.
Because usually what they're doing is like weaving a basket, and it's like da 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 da, just like epic shit.
I guess for me it's an issue of power scaling.
Yeah,
like
you have no way to communicate.
What are they gonna like? I guess to put it very frankly. What are they going to play when inevitably Senku creates a nuclear reactor?
Yeah. It's going to be the same thing you've heard every time.
I want to hear Rammstein.
That'd be fun.
That'd be great, but it's not going to happen. This show's great. I'm very happy with it.
They tried to make
the bread. Oh, God. Oh, the
Didn't
bread.
Go so
God. So, Senku's a scientist, not a cook. And so, our man... Ryusui is like, I know bad people who have revival fluid, and so they contact, and immediately, of course, you want to think, oh, him. He's the one who's been hoarding revival fluid.
No.
But actually, it's the reporter who was working...
the news girl, he's like, hey, she had access to the fluid. I guarantee you she still has
Well, it's not
some.
that she necessarily had access. She was just the person who chose who was getting revived because she's a journalist. She worked for the Tsukasa Empire. But anyway, so... they're on the phone with her. They're like, we know you have revival fluid. How do we get you to give it to us? And then Gen is like, give me the phone.
Yeah. And
then Gen goes,
yeah, he's like, oh, Senku, you're making what? And they're like, Senku didn't say anything. Uh-oh.
And then, they get the revival fluid. So they bring back Francois, who is... a they-them. I mean, and it's... I don't know that Francois is willingly a they-them. It's just that... And
the non-binary chef.
Well, this is a quote from Ryusui. I just didn't take... I mean, it's not a direct quote, but pretty much verbatim. I just didn't take the time to learn what gender they were, because they're so good at their job.
Yeah. I don't think Francois cares what gender they are.
I mean... As a guess, I would say Francois is probably a woman.
I mean, just going by the voice acting and the hair and the hips, the hip to waist ratio definitely is a little feminine. But
it's mostly the facial structure and the way they draw the lips, I would say.
There's definitely a lot of intentional ambiguity there. She's androgynous.
And I do think that's right. They are androgynous.
The show never really answers the question or cares to... But yeah, I think it's... I mean, once again, I get to talk about trans stuff on this, but I think this is a perfect way to handle non-binary representation. It's just like, hey, look, I don't know that bitch's gender.
I think this has fortunately been a great season for us to get back into anime, because, I mean...
Because it's getting gay.
Well, because anime's getting... Or, not anime, rather, I'm sorry. Japan, in a little way, is getting more accepting of these kinds of things, which means it'll be a little easier for us to go visit there.
I would hope so.
I don't know. That's the problem with international travel for...
A lot of places.
A lot of places. The way I look at it, it's just like, well, where can we go that I and my wife are not going to be beaten or killed? Yeah. And I know that's an exaggeration.
Francois immediately walks again 2 whole days.
Oh, right. So they revive Francois. So they are... they show a map later. You probably need to get a screen cap of it, but the cave is where the real Kingdom of Science home base is, and so they walk all the way back to Ishigami Village, which is more comfortable apparently as a boat ride, they tell us later. But basically, Gen's just like, I can't let this woman walk on her own. How's she gonna get there? Or I can't let this they-in walk on their own. How are they gonna get there? How are they going to get there? And so...
I'm sorry.
I don't... What is this they? What is the correct...
This person.
Person, okay.
This they. It's really funny.
I apologize for any insensitivity I may have implied. But, anyway, so Gen's just like, well... I can't let you get killed by something, so I have to... And you don't know where you're going, so I'm going to follow you. And then they walk for... Is it 2 days?
That's what he said.
2 days, okay. I had just seen days nonstop, and I was like, oh, fuck, really? So they walk for 2 days nonstop, and they immediately show up and go, hey, show me the bread you made last time.
Yeah.
And they are very disappointed. So, interestingly enough, I really like the contrast between Senku's like home skills and science skills. He has built incredibly efficient ovens.
Yeah.
They are perfect. If God forbid, if I was living in a forbidden or a primitive world, that'd be awesome to just have that fucking thing. That would last forever. So now Ukyo, we're here now. He was a former member of the Tsukasa Empire, which was, the main enemy of the first arc, pretty much. And he was a former sonar operator. He has really good hearing, and he's an archer.
Swan Cookie in the chat pointed out the villagers loved that burned bread.
They did. That I did enjoy that thing because it's so crunchy, but it was such a
for them. It's just something they've never eaten before, so they're like, yeah, whatever. The modern people are like, this is disgusting.
The whole time that sequence was going on, it was like, I've had slightly burned bread before.
Yeah. It can be rough.
But if it comes down to, I guess, calorie intake, guess you got to do it. I mean, it's very... Part of what I like about the show so much is, what would you do in this situation? How would you survive? And thank God Senku exists.
Yeah.
But yeah, I explained Ukyo, sonar operator, good hearing.
Yeah, this is where the show really starts to remind me of Log Horizon, which I realize you haven't watched, so I'll be brief about it.
It's coming for me. I don't want it to happen again. Please, just say we're gonna watch it. Just say we're gonna watch it.
We're gonna watch it. Oh, we punched ourselves in the face. Log Horizon. I've talked about it a lot on this channel, but early on, it's a show about characters who get sent into a video game world, and when they first get there,
that is what I thought it was about. Okay.
Yeah, when they first get there, they're sort of doing everything through menus, like they would have when they were playing it as a game. But what they eventually find out is that, like, if you make food through a menu, for instance, it has no flavor. If you actually prepare it from real ingredients, it will have flavor. Once they find this out, they are able to create flavorful food, and it immediately...
That's so much better than Sword Art Online, stupid thing.
Yeah. It immediately creates an entire in-game economy, because basically the problem in Log Horizon is
like in real life. People went from eating burned bread to like, oh wait, you can make food taste good.
Well, and importantly, in Log Horizon, people can't die. So there's nothing really...
What do you mean by that?
They're adventurers. They have the same abilities they did when they were playing video game. They just resurrected the church. And
are they just playing a video game, or...?
No, they're living in it, but, they're trapped there. So, like...
Okay.
There is consequences for death, but you learn about that later.
Actions has consequences.
But basically, because of the fact that, death is not a concerning factor, it's all about quality of life. How do we create quality of life inside of this world? And the first step towards that is, good food. And as soon as they have that, everything else kind of starts
morale
falling into
changes.
place.
It gets better, yeah.
So this moment, very similar, where Ukyo's like, this is the first proper modern food I've had in thousands of years. It's deeply meaningful to all of them. It's like, wow, what new heights could we reach now that we already have gotten to this level,
I suck cocks, but Ukyo didn't get to try the ramen that Senku made to win over all the villagers. So, if he had just chosen the right side at the very beginning...
Well, and that wasn't proper modern food either. This is proper
I would say it's as close to proper modern food as...
No, that shit was made of millet, and it was not good, remember? Like Senku thought it was disgusting. Everybody else thought it was good because they'd never had anything like it before. But it was made of, like, green shit. And
I know, wasn't that fun? I like the green
noodles.
Well,
you want it to be green, but for the right reasons. Not because it's made of, whatever the hell.
I want to make pasta.
Pasta.
Like at home. Anyway.
Oh my god.
Oh right, we're at Steam Gorilla V2, which is with I think an extra added cylinder, so it can go over hills. And the journalist is bringing us here with the master craftsman, who, if you remember from the fashion show last season, question mark?
It was in the Ryusei special.
Ryusei special.
They had an awesome
because the whole economy was introduced, and so, what's her name?
Yuzuriha
built a whole fashion empire just because she can build clothes so quickly. And so now the craftsman, instead of being in his, he's still in his craftsman clothes.
Again.
But he likes
for now, he's turning up.
He rocks around in his cool outfit.
In his badass ride with a bad bitch on the side in the sunglasses with the blonde hair as he's in his dark tuxedo asking...
for the next emotional anime raps, you've got to put a verse in about this guy.
About Kaseki, yeah. This is the coolest old man...
He's the best.
Possibly ever.
He is probably my favorite character in this show. Because Tsukasa's on ice or whatever.
As soon as he finds out what he is wanted for here, he explodes out of those
Well,
clothes.
every time he finds out what he is wanted for, anytime he is summoned, he explodes out of his clothes.
So, yeah, he exploded out of his clothes and went back to his normal clothes because, that's what he does. What a great guy.
And then they create a mirror.
As soon as this happened, I was like, I know where this is going.
Well, and I knew where it was going the whole time.
Oh, yeah?
Because right before all of this, the news reporter goes, something work tool. And I go...
Oh, did she say that?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
And I go, oh, camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, duh. But because it goes mirror acquired first... It kind of does a little throw-off thing of like, oh, she just wanted a mirror because she's so vain.
Yeah, she's so hot. She must need a mirror.
And then Senku's like, no.
She's like, well, I appreciate the mirror, but that's not what I'm about. Make me a camera. Pretty cool.
And here is where, well, not quite
This is
yet.
the only thing this season that made me actually
This is
tear up
adorable.
a little bit.
It's quite cute. I mean, we'll get to, I think, the thing you're talking about, but let's...
Well, it's literally this moment.
Her getting the camera. It is so
Senku
sweet.
Senku hands her a camera. She remembers her entire life of, like, growing up with cameras.
She gets a camera when she was, like, a little girl, and then she uses that until she's,
all the
like,
way
a teenager.
Through college, she
gets a new camera, and then she's working...
She turned to stone, and the camera fell from her hand while she's turning to stone, so she lost her camera.
And I remember my reaction to that scene was, well, if you really cared about that camera, you'd be gripping it tighter, and potentially it could have survived.
Yeah. Well,
but, I'm...
But it's not... It's not that she grew up with cameras, that she cares about cameras. None of that's what got me. It's what she says right after this. She says, I promise I'll use this one shot to create a chronicle of humanity rebuilding. And I was like, of course, she's a real journalist. What would a journalist possibly want
that was
to,
the thing.
This is the ultimate scoop.
Up until this little arc of her character, because up until this point, we've only seen her in the Tsukasa Emperor being kind of a vain, journalist person. And so I thought journalist meant news reporter, personality. And then we got her whole backstory and everything, and it's like, oh, no. She's Tom Hammerschmidt from House of Cards. She's actually trying to expose things and actually detail the truth.
She's a real
That's a deep cut, I'm sorry.
Journalist. So she's like, this one shot that you've given me, so precious.
She is not throwing away her shot.
No, neither is Senku throwing away his 27, his infinite amount, his 10 billion.
Oh, right, and that's the other thing. Senku just rolls up with, 18 other cameras and goes, hey, I know I said I would build this for you, but actually, here's the real reason.
It turns out I had a good
It's for
reason.
aerial surveillance, and right here is where I begin to have a problem with the science presented in Dr. Stone.
All right, before you start having problems with it, remember that Ryusei is like, I'm going to build an exhibit at my museum about you.
No, that's wonderful. I know where we're about to go. I'm just documenting where my problem with it all begins.
Yeah,
this is beautiful.
I got you.
This is a sweet moment.
He's like, look, if you're going to take a picture of something, take a picture of Senku. He's the important man.
He's the one who's rebuilding society. Yeah. And, there's a whole moment where Ryusui has this, and then Francois talking to someone, and he goes... they go, you think Ryusui just wants all this greed, he has all this greed for himself? No, that would be too short-sighted. His greed is too expansive. Yeah. He wants the glory for all of the people around him so that he can bask in that as well.
Yep.
It's a sweet little speech. But anyway.
He's a great, Washington type, George.
Found... Okay, good. Where did you find this? We were the full one's not shown in the episode.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, well, then I missed it. No, this is great.
Yeah, Senku does
He's doing the Albert Einstein thing.
At the journalist's suggestion. So then we get to episode 3, and now they're taking aerial photography. Really cool effect they did here.
And welcome to my problem with this show.
Look, they address the issue. They address it. They address
it incredibly briefly and non-consequentially.
Look, do we think that these cameras could take even a remotely reasonably usable for any purpose whatsoever photo from that blimp? Probably not.
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. They can call it blurry all they want. This is some...
for reference, for anyone who's curious, the type of camera is a daguerreotype. He mentions that in the show.
But all they really want.
Hang on, real quick. For those of us watching the VOD or the stream, those blue fingers.
Yeah.
That's the sign that he was preserved. Senku has the weird lines on his face, but they're black. Everyone else's are black. Why are his blue? Ocean?
Ocean man.
He is a fucking ocean man.
Alright, well, they're after the oil. That's all they want is the oil. The aerial photos happens to be great for overwintering prep as well. So
because they find out where boars are and stuff like that. So Francois puts together like a boar and truffle menu. But Suika makes friends with a boar, and the boar is not killed because
not there yet. So Suika.
Oh, she just found all the boars. Look at all the baby boars. Yeah. Oh, look at all the baby boars. Oh.
They find some boars that they're gonna help them find the black. So I don't know why I'm so stupid that it wasn't until I was rewatching this episode that I realized the parallel of black gold and black gold that they were doing, because it's the oil is black gold and the truffles are black gold.
Yeah,
they're both things that are called black gold. How did I not put this together?
Speaking of which, why don't we have a person of color in Dr. Stone yet?
Well, they're all in Japan.
Look.
They just gotta leave. Look, I mean, they're about to leave Japan. They're going to South America, so they're gonna start meeting some people of color, I assume.
Yasuke existed.
Okay, that was a long time ago.
And after that, I assume more African American or African Japanese
your
people.
Concern has been addressed. Senku says there's no way you're seeing mushrooms in that blurry ass photo.
I don't think that has anything to do with any race. What do you mean by that?
Kohaku's like, that sure looks like the black jewel to me.
That's oil.
Up to the surface. Yeah. Well,
When she thinks it's truffles at first, also.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's silly. She doesn't understand how.
Oh, I didn't even know they took a baby pig out. Look at this baby pig.
Well, this is the baby pig they've got out looking for truffles. Fun fact. This Francois says, a secret, or rather, an open secret with chefs is that like you can use a boar to track for truffles.
Well, and you've been knowing that for a while.
As soon as what?
Everyone's known that. They like to eat them.
Why would I know this? Yeah, well, you said like, oh yeah, they like to eat them, so that's why they don't use it. And then as
soon as the boar finds the truffle, it's like, oh wow, look, and it's a literal internal dialogue that the boar is having. Oh wow, look, I found this. What a nice treat for me. And then it eats it.
Yep.
And then Suika's dog takes over. This is obviously the mortified faces of Francois and Suika after the boar has eaten the truffles. But Suika's dog takes over. And the boar, the boar's just a friendly character. We love the boar.
Meanwhile, this other boar that they were going to cut up to make food out of...
We're not there yet.
Well, we are. They were about to cut it up and make food out of it, and then they realized that this is a boar that had been in contact with oil at some point.
I see.
Had therefore smelled oil.
And so they let it free to find the oil, so it could wallow in the mud oil.
And as they're running with it, Suika's already named it and befriended it, and, So they're like, are you going to eat this boar now that it found the oil? And Francois is like, it smells of oil. It is unfit for consumption. You get to keep this one as a pet, so now I got a boar friend.
Boar friends, it's your boar friends and you.
They've built a fucking boat, a speed boat, just to test the oil because it's going to be used in the big boat. Oh yeah. So I don't remember if this was clarified in the first episode at all, that the so-called love potion that Senku had given Taiju.
Right. No, so hang on. So they find the oil, they harvest the oil, and they're in the process of harvesting the oil. It's a little bit of, this is probably like a 3-minute in screenshot or something like that. And basically, Senku's refining the oil into gasoline, and Taiju just walks up and goes, I smell that love potion you gave to me in the first episode.
Yeah.
And then it cuts away to Senku explaining that this is a love potion that if you, I guess, smell it, drink it. I don't know what Senku was trying to encourage Taiju to do there, but it could not have been healthy.
He just wanted him to drink this thing and go tell that girl you like her.
But so anyway, we learn that the thing was gasoline.
Yeah, which is kind of brushed under the rug because it's...
And if Taiju can smell it, it must be the correct type of gas. It's such a fucking weird show.
I can't remember if that was ever... Because I feel like that might have actually been clarified already at some point. But if not, the only reason it's brought up here is so that Ryusei can say, hey, the last thing you created before you froze was gasoline, and now we're caught up to gasoline, which means that everything we do from this point forward is beyond what you had done before.
To which I responded, you don't fucking know what Senku's done.
Senku wasn't building
he was literally
society back from nothing before.
Senku was planning to be an astronaut, and you think you've beat him with gasoline? I mean, not beat him, but you think you've caught up to his knowledge.
They wanted us to feel like the story has come so far, but it
has. It's come a long way.
One. I have to pee really bad. We have one more episode to talk.
Let's rewind a bit then.
Yeah, we're gonna
go back
a couple slides.
Just go back 5 slides.
We were probably I don't know where.
Hey, we'll wait a second for this to catch.
Do you think I knocked it out when I went to the bathroom and came back?
Fuck, I hope not.
Well, we just had some technical glitches. I don't know how much we lost in what we were just saying, but basically these guys, they get a speedboat. They're tripping out because they're on the water, but everything's okay. They make a big radio beacon, and then Sweet Boy Ginro's like, hey, why don't you confess to Chrome over this telephone? Because he failed to do that for you back earlier when you first had a telephone, and it would be super sweet. She tries but fails because she gets interrupted by a sudden signal, and it's Morse code, and Gen's tripping about it. Apparently I cannot open the next file. We may just have to go ahead and say this is the end. I can't seem to bring up my episode 4 images for some reason. Hold on. Let me see if I can resolve this real quick.
Okay, so I think we can do this without images. Let's just keep Gen being mortified. Alright, well, anyway, welcome to the podcast segment of the podcast.
The last episode of Dr. Stone that's come out, it starts off with all the guys who were considered the smartest guys. Basically, everybody who was on the speedboat.
We didn't explain the Morse code, though.
Oh, it just says Y. W-H-Y, over and over.
Senku, the episode ends with Senku challenging the guy, going, are you the man who's behind petrification? I'm going to figure out what's going on with you, and so they call him Y-Man or something. The big problem I had with that scene, though, was it took, I think, Gen figuring out what the Morse code said instead of Senku,
it starts off with
almost certainly
all the guys
knows
were
Morse
considered
code,
the smartest,
or Ukyo, who was a radio sonar operator who would absolutely know Morse code.
Well, my take on that scene was that they knew and they just thought it was obvious and didn't say anything, and that it's only because Gen is the guy who would be like, oh, I know a thing, that he's like, because I don't even think he initially says it like out loud. Even he's just like tripping on it,
Yeah, that is probably. Who says it first?
It's all him. He's the only one who says anything in that scene, really. So I just kind of took it as, I guess the other guys just know.
But anyway, we also forgot about the Eyes of Science. That's the next episode. I'm sorry. Episode ends, and welcome to the next episode. They're dealing with Y-Man, and then something.
They're trying to figure out how they would deal with Y-Man, which they can't really conclude anything because they don't know anything about him.
Yeah, how are we going to deal with like enemy forces potentially?
Yeah. And they've got a sort of council of the 5 smart guys who are on the boat. They're considered like, the Dr. Stones, if you will.
But Senku has figured it out already. He took a beaker, he coated it with fluorescent paint, and he put a laser in the middle of it. So now, sonar.
He created a cathode ray tube, so he's got a little visual for his sonar. They end up improving fishing.
They catch a bunch of fish. Chrome threw a fun little side conversation of, can I see through women's clothes? And Senku basically says, you could see through more than women's clothes. You'd see their skeletons. And Chrome then goes off into a thought.
Well, that means I could see through the ground.
Yeah, and they need a bunch of iron, so then they have a mine. And there's a...
he builds a metal detector out of, crap he's got.
Yeah, he just unplugs the stuff that's plugged into the radar or sonar.
So yeah, he creates a metal detector. They find a bunch of stuff. They mine it. They create a whole road, a paved road.
That's after they create the mine, though, because they create the mine. There's the weird little
they have this insane-looking mechanism. I wish I still had my screen cap on,
and then
so I could point at it and go, "What the hell is that?"
And then a bunch of people collapse trying to take rocks out of the mine.
Yeah.
And so then they create the paved road, very fast, better than power tools apparently, because of the Gorilla Squad or whatever they're called.
Yeah, they're 2 strength.
Yeah, and so then there's a road. They're getting steel. They have mine carts. I mean,
yeah,
they're accelerating. They're going fast. I'm excited to see what technology we get to learn about next episode. I don't know if I'm forgetting anything.
I don't think so. I will say my biggest issue with Dr. Stone, if I have one, is that the storytelling can be very and then. There's not a lot of back and forth. Especially in this arc, they've just been building shit. It's been 4 straight episodes of we built this, which means now we can build this, which means now we can build this.
It do be like that sometimes.
These problems. Yeah, it's just been the rapid expansion of civilization for these 4 straight episodes.
They haven't found their next antagonist.
No.
Or they kind of have, I guess. Why, man?
I like where we're at. I like that we've got a big community. There's lots of fun discoveries being made. It's a little bit more pulled back because it used to be more instructional. Where we're going to teach you how to make something, and they still do a little bit of that, but you're not learning how to make everything. They're no, the structures have gotten too big and complicated.
I mean, the final episode of season 2 was literally how to murder somebody, so they can't teach you how to do that.
Yeah. So I would say the Ryusei OVA was my favorite part of Dr. Stone so far.
9 out of 10.
I gave it an 8. It would be a strong 8. It's as close to a 9 as Dr. Stone has gotten for me, for sure. This season, I would say so far,
7.
Strong 7, light 8. Yeah, it hasn't done anything exceptional, anything mind-blowing. It's just been fun to watch. I just like all the characters.
Yeah.
They do an astonishing job. Reporter Girl is probably the most, interesting character. She's not new, but to this arc, she's newish, you know, because
she's new to the team.
Yeah, she's new to being a character as opposed to a background character, you know.
As for where I could see the show going, projected score, I think it could reach a low 9, high 8, or a 6.
I would agree, depending on what direction it goes. I've heard that we are not even in the best.
I've heard that as well, and I know. I ruined things for myself. I know we're not, and I just hope it continues to be adapted. I really like this comment, Greed Island arc.
Is that
It's Hunter x Hunter.
I know, but why? What is
just Dr. Stone, Greed Island arc? Who cares?
All right. We did it. We fucking talked about all 7 of these shows, and it took only 7 hours.
Oh, honey. Did it only take 7 hours? It's 6 a.m. It took 8 whole hours.
Well, that's not include. That's including the hour of.
You're right. I shouldn't talk about all of the work.
Streams were down.
Right. Damn you, internet.
Yeah. So.
It's been a pleasure.
Enjoyed this. Actually, it's 7.5 hours, not including this. Whatever. 7.5 hours of live stream that I will probably cut down to 6.5 to 7 hours of podcasts somehow.
And next week we're shooting for 4.
Yes, next week hopefully it won't be quite this long. We're not going to cover an entire season of a show at the start like we did this time.
Thank you for everyone who's tuned into the stream.
Yeah, I can't believe there's people still listening.
Thank you for everyone who was super chatted. We appreciate all of you who've stuck it out the whole way. I don't know if anyone has, but
we watch anime.
We watch anime.
Links in the description to the proper channel.
You know what else we do?
What?
We go to sleep.
That we do. I want to go to bed, wake up.
Wait, have we really been running the stream for 5 hours?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Thank you, internet. You know what? Whatever strains you gave us initially, 5 hours is probably the best stream we've ever gotten out here.
All right, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for listening. Keep
And remember...
forever.
Wow. Cutting me off like that.
I
said, and remember, and then you said the
I haven't
thing.
clicked... What are you going to say?
I was going to say anime forever, but then...
Anime forever!